Chapter 1. White Knight World, an ordinary apartment in a certain city. Lin Dong is wearing a virtual gaming helmet with various lights flashing, and is waiting for the countdown on a display not far away to reset to 0. Brand new imitation immersion technology, real sensory experience, epic and gorgeous scenes. Miracle World, under the banner of next-generation online games, can be said to have attracted the attention of countless people during the announcement stage, and the number of registered people on the day the game was officially launched, that's more than 100 million people. According to the estimates of many people in the game circle, this game is very likely to be the largest virtual gold mine in the past 10 years. As a professional player, Lin Dong naturally couldn't give up on this opportunity, so he decisively disposed of his accounts in other games and chose to switch to this game. After completing the account registration and the purchase of game equipment, he can say that he has made all the preparations before entering the game. When the countdown on the display screen reached 0, he pressed the button on the virtual game helmet, and he fell into the game cabin lying on his back, and his consciousness logged into Miracle World. At this moment, he saw a majestic golden palace. Rows of torches were lit, and a battle song that made people's blood boil sounded. Heavy armored warriors riding horses, elemental mages wielding magic wands, muscular tomahawk warriors. The overwhelming CG images bombarded his eyes one after another, bringing an expected visual feast. Lin Dong, who was used to seeing various game scenes, was extraordinarily calm at this moment, looking for the fast-forward button to skip this lengthy video. However, things changed here. The battle song came to an abrupt end. After images and mosaic squares appeared on the CG screen, and the dark green data stream was exposed in a corner of the screen as if it had lost the image cover. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong's heart skipped a beat, and he felt that something was not quite right. Before he could think about what happened to the game, his feet were suddenly empty. He fell. Lin Dong woke up from the nightmare of infinite falling and immediately found that his consciousness had returned to his body. He looked around and found that the game cabin and the virtual helmet had all disappeared, and he was no longer in the original apartment. Here is a small, empty single room, without any doors or windows. He kicked towards the white wall, only to find that the wall was corrugated, as if he had lost his strength. Is the world in front of you really real? Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly, and once suspected that he had just fallen into a deep virtual environment. He tried to call the main control panel of the game cabin, trying to forcefully log out. But nothing happened. Zila. A special electric current sounded, and Lin Dong followed the sound, and found that there was a huge display screen and a red button marked as a question button in the room. On the screen is a live broadcast room, playing a puppet bear that can move freely. There were already hundreds of questions frantically scrolling in the lower left corner of the screen, and it seemed he wasn't the only victim. Damn, have we been abducted by aliens? Let's make a price. Friend, the price is negotiable. Does anyone know what's going on here? Where's this place? We won't die here. Lin Dong came to the screen, browsed through everyone's speeches, and immediately understood that the victims were all players who logged into the game. Miracle World, there is a problem. These players are facing a supernatural attack. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with the current situation, the puppet bear in the live broadcast room spoke. Hi everyone. The atmosphere is almost done. Let me answer some doubts in everyone's mind. After the puppet bear's voice fell, a small drawing board appeared behind him. Black, white, and yellow circles were drawn on the drawing board. The black and yellow edges overlapped each other, while the white was behind the yellow. Everyone, the White Knight world we live in is this white circle, and the black circle is called the Black Abyss world. It is a very powerful world with a strong desire for aggression. The world of 6 suns adjacent to us is this yellow circle, which is being eroded by the Black Abyss world. Once the world of 6 suns falls, our world will also suffer catastrophe. So, to help the world of Liu Yang is to protect our own world. The gods of the 2 worlds have reached an agreement to unite and help each other. Everyone is fortunate to be a conscripted warrior and go to the new world with the player identity bestowed by the god of games. You will come into contact with an absolutely real fantasy world. Protect the world by eliminating monsters from the Black Abyss and find a new meaning in your life. During this process, if you can master enough power, any desire will be satisfied, and one day you will be able to return to the world of White Knight. Please pay attention. The player identity does not have the resurrection function. Please cherish your life. Finally, I wish you all a pleasant journey. The stuffed bear answered questions from among the victims before bowing deeply to the screen. Save the world? It's a big trough. Lin Dong punched the wall of the blank room, and the ripples rippled again. At the moment the display screen disappeared, he found that his body began to fade away. Before Lin Dong lost consciousness, he saw his pendant fly up and glow a burst of green light. He barely reached out to grab the light, as if holding his own future. Duh. Chapter 2. When Lin Dong opened his eyes again, he heard the rustling of the grass, and before his eyes was an endless green plain. He looked around and found a village not far away. The houses were all made of wood, and the style of painting was completely different from the steel and concrete in his previous life. This is already a different world, that is, the world of Luyang. Feeling the heat from the 6 suns above his head, Lin Dong stood up, with countless memory information in his mind. These things are the novice guides left by the god of games for players. Guided by these information, he just had a thought, and a blue light screen immediately appeared in front of him, and countless icons spread out along the way. The game framework given to them by the game gods for these conscripts is more comprehensive than imagined. According to the function of the system, it can be divided into 2 categories, personal and interactive. The personal module has a total of 6 parts: character panel, backpack, professional skill tree, taskbar, system log and map. The interactive modules are public channels, team formation, guilds, trading platforms, contracts, and mailboxes. They are also 6 major blocks, adding up to a total of 12 functions. After Lin Dong browsed these functions, his eyes stayed on the professional skill tree. This function is currently in a gray state and cannot be opened. Even if it can be opened, it is estimated to be blank. It is not an exaggeration to say that the professional skill tree function is the core of the player's identity. According to the settings of the God of Games and the instructions in the Novice Guide, the biggest feature of the player frame is change job. According to the normal process, players can obtain the initial occupation after the personal level reaches level 10, and then the occupation skill tree will be expanded, deriving many occupation skills. In the next adventure, the initial occupation can be changed and promoted according to the player's personal opportunity, becoming a more powerful occupation. According to the information given by the God of Games, occupational strength is divided into 6 levels: initial, elite, hidden, legendary, epic, and mythical. The last mythical career template is said to be comparable to the gods. It is worth mentioning that the job transfer mechanism is not step-by-step. As long as the job transfer requirements are met, the initial job can also be directly transferred across multiple ranks to become a mythical job. All players will automatically get a novice gift bag during the advent stage, and there is a probability that they can directly get props for job change after opening the gift bag. Lin Dong glanced at the reactions on the public channel, and many players responded enthusiastically, saying that he had offered a job change item. Damn the game of probability. Lin Dong cursed and opened the player's backpack. An icon of a red gift bag is quietly lying on the first grid of the backpack. He looked around, made sure no pedestrians were passing by, and clicked to use the novice gift package. Ding, you have successfully used the novice gift package. Congratulations on getting a random reward. A bag of golden eagle dollars, including 100 coins, *1. Golden eagle dollar, white quality, common item, the high-end currency circulating in the world of Luyang, with a strong and stable value. 100 golden eagle dollars? After Lin Dong used up the bag of golden eagle dollars, he stacked 100 gold coins in the same compartment of his backpack. As soon as he thought about it, a gold coin came into his hand. On the front of the gold coin was a relief of an eagle with spread wings, and on the back were 6 suns. It's a pity that I couldn't directly extract the job transfer item. But his situation is not too bad. The majority of players cannot directly obtain job-changing items. If they want to successfully enter the initial job, they will have to work hard next. The God of Games has arranged various ways for these unlucky players to obtain novice tasks. As long as there is a village, there will be rich and trivial tasks. They can learn common basic skills from some combat occupations, complete some novice tasks to accumulate money and equipment, and then it is the process of fighting monsters and upgrading. Compared with these wronged people, Lin Dong is lucky. The purchasing power of 100 golden eagle dollars is quite terrifying, enough for him to learn multiple general skills, purchase full body equipment, and then challenge the low-level monsters in the Luyang world in one step. Just when Lin Dong was thinking about whether he should start contacting the local residents of Luyang world and trying to obtain tasks according to the novice guide, he suddenly felt a warm feeling in his chest. Lin Dong raised his eyebrows and grabbed the pendant on his chest. The memory before the crossing flashed back at this moment, and he recalled the spectacle of this pendant flickering. He licked his lips and carefully examined the bark-like badge, but he didn't notice much about it. Lin Dong remembered that this was something he found in an antique shop near the community. When he bought it, he just regarded it as a defective product of modern craftsmanship. Now it seems that this pendant is unusual. Ding, you found a special prop for job change. Is it used to unlock the job skill tree? At this moment, a prompt sound came from the system log. At the same time Lin Dong saw this message, the pendant lit up with a faint green light again. Just at this moment the plane was windy. A pendant brought from his hometown became a job change item that players can use? Could it be another trap? Lin Dong has just been fooled. Now let him believe in a pendant of unknown origin, and then bet again. Why not? Will the situation get worse? Lin Dong showed a free-spirited smile, and he already had an awakening in his heart. Those who are barefoot are not afraid to wear shoes. Since there is nothing to lose, why bother to care about gains and losses? Bet. He clicked the confirmation button on the virtual screen, and the badge pendant made of bark blended into his palm like a living thing, and then ran along his arm to his chest like a living thing. Lin Dong felt as if he had swallowed a ball of flames, and his whole body seemed to be turned into a melting pot. At the same time, his spiritual world exploded, and a little green light buried in the center of the spiritual world. Then countless green lights penetrated from the bottom layer of the spiritual world, and then evolved into thick tree roots. In an instant, they entangled and merged with each other, forming a giant tree that supports the spiritual world. Between the shadowy vines of the giant tree, one can faintly see a figure hanging upside down. Chapter 3. When the giant tree was growing wildly, a lot of information flooded into Lin Dong's mind. At this moment, he finally knew the origin of the giant tree. It was the world tree that surrounded the 9 realms in Norse mythology and formed the entire world with its own branches. The bark badge Lin Dong had before was actually a fragment of the world tree, and this power was awakened after going back to the source. The reason why this piece of debris can be turned into his professional props through the game framework is entirely the operation of World Tree using the chicken to lay eggs. World Tree has a name called Yggdrasil. Yuk is the alias of the main god Odin, and Trasil refers to the horse, and the combination is Odin's horse. There is an intricate relationship between the World Tree and Odin, and it is not too much to say that they are one with 2 sides. In this case, he awakened the World Tree, which represented the inheritance of the power of Odin, the king of the gods. In other words, the world tree is just a bonus, and Odin's god-king is the essence of this power. Lin Dong quickly calmed down after experiencing the initial surprise. This power is not complete, or just incomplete fragments. The world tree needs a lot of nutrients to return to its peak, and the status of the king of gods has also turned into a growth-oriented profession, and he needs to make up for the missing parts bit by bit. However, this is not a bad thing. Lin Dong has just experienced a cross-border call-up, and he knows the dangers of the gods. If this power is complete, he will wonder if Odin is not dead, and wants to take this opportunity to seize it. Since both the world tree and the throne of the god king are incomplete, after Lin Dong repairs them, they will not be what they used to be. He has plenty of time to put his stamp on this force for the rest of the journey. Thinking of this, Lin Dong heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the professional skill tree icon in the player interface. Originally, this icon was plain and gray, but now it is covered with the roots of the world tree, and it also wears a golden-winged eagle helmet, which looks amazing. The moment he clicked on this icon, he briefly saw an afterimage of a god with 1 eye and long white beard. As the king of the gods of the Asa Protoss in Norse mythology, Odin is in charge of time, prophecy, kingship, wisdom, healing, magic, poetry, war, and death, a total of 9 priesthoods. He wears an eagle helmet and golden armor, holds Gungnir, the spear of eternity, and a golden ring of Draupnir in his hand, and sits on the supreme throne where he can see the 9 worlds. At the feet are 2 ferocious wolves, Kili and Kaliki. On the shoulders are 2 ravens, Fotkin and Wuni, and the mount is called the 8-legged horse Draupnir, which can span the sky and even enter the underworld. Now Lin Dong is faced with a multiple-choice question. Due to the lack of this power, he can only choose one of the many priesthoods or images of gods to open this treasure. Next, every time you increase the character level by 10, you can continue to unlock the next one. If he chooses a priesthood, he will be assisted by the rules corresponding to the priesthood and get extremely comprehensive enhancements. If you choose the image of a god, it is equivalent to obtaining a piece of growth-type equipment. The strength of the equipment will increase with the improvement of your personal level, and it will always be at the top quality corresponding to the character level. The difference between the two is very obvious. One belongs to comprehensive improvement, and the other is focused. Lin Dong pondered over and over again, and finally decided to light up the priesthood of wisdom. Wisdom, this is what Odin desperately obtained after learning of the existence of Ragnarok. Why doesn't he need to see the way forward? At the moment when the priesthood of wisdom was lit, Lin Dong got the memory in the myth. In order to find a way to deal with Ragnarok, Odin gave his sharp right eye in exchange for the opportunity to drink from the fountain of wisdom from the giant Mimir. The king of gods forever lost one eye and gained wisdom. He hanged himself upside down on an unknown tree for 9 days and 9 nights, thus comprehending the runes. At this moment, the throne of God King is bound to Lin Dong's fate. Although the new god is weak, he has already been born. Blue light lit up in his eyes, and there were many ancient words flowing deep in his pupils. After taking the priesthood of wisdom, he became a truly talented player. Any skill in his hands will be comprehended as quickly as possible, and then optimized in battle. In addition, 2 new skills have been derived from the priesthood of wisdom, namely the all-seeing eye and the runic script. The omniscient eye can expand the upper and lower limits of this passive function of receiving external information without limit and organize and feedback it to him instantly after receiving external information. This ability is reflected in the game framework. He can see the introduction of various items out of thin air, gain insight into the level and strength of enemies, and see the status of individual units, blood loss, poisoning, health, and so on. In practical application, Lin Dong can quickly find edible food in an unknown environment, confirm whether the water source can be used for drinking, know whether he is docile when he encounters a strange beast, and know the level of the opponent when he encounters a human being, whether to make contact. If he is in battle, he can see the real-time status changes of the opponent, such as using special skills to increase the damage ability, what effect does a certain drug have, whether raising his hand is a feint, and so on. Compared with the all-seeing eye with full practical value, the function of runes is even more outrageous. It can directly interfere with the operation of the system, modify or integrate the skills and equipment that Lin Dong comes into contact with at the data level. In Norse mythology, runes are a kind of spell. As long as they are carved on wood, stone, metal, or even any material, they can get infinite power. It is an extended manifestation of the priesthood of wisdom, and it is not surprising that it can produce this effect when it is reflected in the game framework. Unlike other players who can only follow the rules and advance according to the plan of the god of games, Lin Dong now has a preliminary interference game system, and it is not too difficult to get rid of the player's identity and gain freedom in the future. Of course, for now, it is better for him to stay under the framework of the game for the time being. After all, he is still in an unfamiliar state, and the player's status still has great convenience, so it is worth keeping it temporarily. Chapter for the beginning of the journey. With the trump card to settle down, Lin Dong's mood has calmed down a lot. He reopened the public channel in the player function module and checked the changes of the players during this period. The moment the virtual screen of the public channel unfolded, a large number of information streams scrolled, and the text information on the screen filled his field of vision, and it was constantly updated. There are 6 suns in the sky. It's over. We are really in another world. That damned puppet bear. When I change my profession to become a mythical profession, I must go back to the White Knight world to settle accounts with him. Mythical profession? Let's talk about it after you can get the job-changing props from the novice gift bag. The novice guide mentions that the probability of obtaining a job-changing item is only 0.01%. TSK. Is it so difficult? I drove it out, and now I have changed my job to become an elite professional heavy armor warrior. I drove it too, but I'm a hidden professional shadow assassin. I really envy you all. What I got was the initial professional trainee fighter. Is there so much dog care? Shit, I took a task to help the butcher, and I just learned a basic butcher. You guys are all lucky. My novice gift pack contains a set of lockpicking tools. I don't know if there is a treasure chest nearby. Hi everyone. I am a player from the White Fang City of the Sirius Kingdom, and I am gathering nearby players to establish a guild. Friends who are interested can consult me. Welcome to the boss who has already obtained a job. Hello, my friends. I am the person in charge of Beifeng Studio. If friends from the studio also come to this world, they can gather in the Shichi Kingdom. The cooperation will not cheat anyone, and you can sign a contract first. From the chat content of the public channel, it is not difficult to see that the mentality of most players has been adjusted, and they are ready to actively face the current situation. Some started to form guilds together, some started to use the contents of the novice gift pack as an entry point, and some had already contacted the local residents of Luyang World and received tasks. Everyone's behavior can be said to be advancing according to the trajectory set by the god of games. Since he had already received the blessing of the priesthood of wisdom, Lin Dong felt suddenly enlightened. He finally understood why his group of people had been chosen to be recruited. Most of the players who were able to enter the game on the day Miracle World opened were game professionals or serious enthusiasts. Among them, there are many professional players. Other online game guild organizations collectively relocated large studios settled in, and so on. These people are the most receptive to the entire arrangement of the God of Games. It is common sense for everyone to be able to quickly adapt to changes. In addition, in the conversations among the players, Lin Dong noticed that the word contract appeared frequently. He quickly realized the importance of this function. Among the 12 basic functional modules, the contract is definitely the most special and important module because it represents the bond of mutual trust between players. As the Puppet Bear said, online games can be resurrected countless times, but reality cannot. If players want to trust each other, it requires a higher cost, and being betrayed will also bear a greater price. The function of the contract is similar to a contract relationship. It supports multiple players to draw up and sign, and can guarantee the interests of both parties to the contract, such as ensuring that the parties to the contract cannot harm each other, and ensuring that the reward will be obtained after the event, etc. Players who violate the contract will be sanctioned by the system, and may be obliterated according to the content of the contract. It is too important to use it as a cornerstone to limit the cooperation between the two parties. In the future, in the process of dealing with other players, I also need to pay special attention to the drafting of the contract. Lin Dong remembered this and closed the public channel, then opened the personal panel. After a series of turmoil such as job change and transformation, his panel information is as follows. Name: Lin Dong. Player ID: JX456002. Level: 0. World Tree Level: 0. Believe in Gods. No occupation: Odin, King of the Gods. Intelligence: 10 Strength, 10 Speed, 10 Constitution, 10 Free Attribute Points. 0. Occupational Skill Tree: Priesthood. Wisdom. Associated Skills: All-Seeing Eye, Rune Text. Backpack Items: Golden Eagle Yuan *100. Lin Dong's 4-dimensional attributes have all reached 10 points, which is a very outrageous thing. If a normal player has an attribute breaking through 5 points, thank God. The 10-point full attribute has reached the upper limit of level 0. This is the upper limit of the system framework, not the upper limit of the transfer to the King of Gods. Ordinary players will get 10 free attribute points for every level up in the future, but Lin Dong will get 100 free attribute points for every task level up. In addition, the World Tree can absorb any external resources and transform them into nutrients for upgrading. Every time World Tree goes up a level in the future, his blood bar and blue bar will double in thickness. Each World Tree level represents double the blood bar and blue bar, and 100 levels is 100 times the difference. This is the huge advantage brought by Odin plus World Tree. Other players may have to struggle for decades before they can see the quest clues of the mythical profession, but Lin Dong has already stood above the mythical profession at this moment. To the gods, players are just cannon fodder to stop the invasion of the Black Abyss world. It is impossible for the gods to give them an excessively high ceiling. So even though Lin Dong is a player whose starting point is higher than all players, he is not too proud at the moment. This advantage alone is not enough to truly compete with these superior guys. If you want to inherit the crown, you must bear its weight. Most players are pursuing the way of survival, and since he has obtained his current occupation, it is naturally impossible for him to be content with mediocrity. The path of cultivating the World Tree and reshaping Odin's personality finally needs to stand on the opposite side of the gods, and even the world. But so what? Lin Dong is not a law-abiding person. How interesting it would be to fight against the gods and against the world. Thinking of this, he stood up and walked towards the small town not far away, taking the first step of the journey. Chapter 5. It's another boy from the Bay tribe. Lin Dong heard an old man muttering when he walked to the village gate. The old man had a flowing white beard and was sitting under a big tree enjoying the cool air. White Knight Clan, this is what the local residents of Luyong World call them, players. The fact that the two worlds joined forces to fight against the Black Abyss is not a secret matter in the world of Luyong, but common sense that everyone knows. The reason why Lin Dong can be seen through by the uncle at a glance is entirely because of the exotic clothes on his body. After he changes his jeans and short t-shirt and puts on local clothes, it is not so easy for normal people to distinguish his player identity. Master, are there many people like me in the village? Lin Dong didn't rush into the village, but stopped to chat with him. Although there were no question marks or exclamation marks on the old man's head, Lin Dong could see through his all-seeing eyes that this old man had impressive strength. A lot. The old man glanced at Lin Dong and replied casually. With such a coping answer, Lin Dong, as a professional player, understood it instantly. He sat opposite the old man and silently put a golden eagle dollar into the other's hand. Oh, the offer is so generous, so just ask. After seeing Lin Dong's bid, the old man lifted his spirits and said, stroking his beard, As long as the price is in place, there is nothing left to say. This is the professionalism of the old man. In the following time, Lin Dong learned from the old man the locations of various high-quality shops in the village, as well as information about several general skill instructors. The so-called general skill instructors are actually characters who can teach players general skills. They are the main way for players to acquire skills in the early stage. If Lin Dong goes into the village to explore normally, it may take a lot of time for Lin Dong to figure out these situations, but now he saves these processes by making money to open the way. The old man took money to handle affairs with an extremely professional attitude and explained everything to Lin Dong in detail. After Lin Dong got the information he wanted, he got up and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he asked one last question. "By the way, sir, have the White Knight clan descended many times?" Lin Dong asked while looking into the other party's eyes. "Hee, you are the first person to ask me this kind of question. Your thinking is correct." The old man didn't explain much, but only affirmed his guess. "I see, thank you." After Lin Dong bowed slightly to express his gratitude, he didn't go any further, but simply turned around and left. They are not the first batch of players, so how many people from the Bay world have been operated by the God of God to fill in the Luyang world to participate in the war? According to the power of the gods, perhaps the missing people like them don't exist in the memory of people in the White Knight world, so they didn't cause any commotion. Sooner or later this account will be settled. Lin Dong shook his head, put the unpleasant things behind him, and walked into the village called Golden Dandelion Village. According to the old man, golden dandelions fly out from a corner of the forest and pass over the village every year. There are many dandelion pattern decorations in the village, and many dandelion-related products are on sale. While admiring these special customs and cultures, Lin Dong began to purchase and add various materials, and selectively contacted several instructors who taught general skills to prepare for his first adventure. In the process, he interacted with some wandering players in the village and rejected some proposals to form a team. In addition, Lin Dong also saw a kind of agricultural equipment called Iron Bull, which used a steam power system. There are traces of modern industry here. I don't know if these are the result of local development or the result of intentional dissemination by previous generations of players. After purchasing and learning skills and other things, Lin Dong rented a room in the only hotel in the village and stopped to tidy up. At this time, he was finally able to examine the combat system from the player's point of view. The level system left by the god of games to players echoes the ability system of Luyang World itself. The 100 character levels correspond to the 10 major ranks of Luyang World, and each rank has corresponding 10 character ranks. Lin Dong is currently level 0, which naturally corresponds to the first level. The first rank is called the reserve or general rank, which is the starting point for all occupations. Except for those lucky ones who have obtained special props and can directly change jobs. All normal players need to brush up to level 10 step by step to have a chance to get the initial job. General-purpose professionals have acquired the ability to sense energy and open up a world of consciousness, and can learn various general-purpose skills. The meaning of this level is to allow people to find a suitable career and decide their own direction in the process of learning various general skills. Professionals in the world of Luyang may be stuck in the shackles of a certain level and will never be able to break through, but players do not have such troubles. Compared with local residents, as long as the player can improve the character level, he can successfully break through the rank. In addition, players learn skills instantly through the game framework, without tedious practice and exploration. In the process of selecting general skills, Lin Dong finally chose a retired wounded soldier in the village and learned 3 general skills of warriors from him. The data information of the 3 general skills is as follows: active skill and attack skill that is used to slash forward after charging with one hand. The trick to casting it lies in the timing and distance. Sliding step, active skill the warrior's basic displacement skill, which combines rolling, sprinting, jumping, and other skills. Continuous slash, active skill a skill that sprints forward to complete multiple staggered slashes. The more skilled you are at casting the skill, the better you can grasp the breathing rhythm, and the more slashes you can complete. After instantly mastering these 3 skills as a player, Lin Dong immediately thought of the runes he obtained by lighting up the priesthood of wisdom. This is the wisdom obtained by Odin hanging upside down on the world tree for 9 days and 9 nights. The runic text contains the mysteries of the universe. This skill is reflected in the game framework, can directly interfere with the operation of the system, and modify the data of the skills and equipment that Lin Dong comes into contact with. Now that the subject of the experiment is in place, it's time for him to verify the effect of the runes. Chapter 6. Looking at the 3 general skills on the virtual screen, Lin Dong took a deep breath, selected slash as the target, and activated the effect of the runes. The next moment, countless black ancient characters flowed out from his fingertips and then covered the slash icon. Lin Dong could feel the struggle of skill-related data, but this struggle did not last long. Not long after the black characters were submerged into the icon, the appearance of the entire icon changed, and a cracked rock pattern appeared on the background. Then the system log came information. Ding. Due to the influence of unknown forces, the skill you have mastered, slash has mutated. Ding. You have successfully comprehended rock breaking slash active skill. Rock breaking slash active skill. This skill is mutated from slashing. It is an attack skill that charges and slashes with one hand. The charging process is short and the slashing angle is in line with the way of power, which is enough to penetrate rocks. It worked. Lin Dong was shocked, and information related to this new skill appeared in his mind. Meanwhile, the wisdom portfolio kicked in immediately. He has just finished modifying the skill on his front foot, and he has completely mastered the trick of casting this skill on his back foot, as if he has practiced it thousands of times. After completing the first experiment, Lin Dong's next actions can be said to be familiar. After the sliding step and combo have undergone the processing of the runes, the data changes are as follows. Sweeping wind style. Active skill. This skill is mutated from sliding step. The user can initially use the power of the wind to complete rolling, sprinting, jumping, and other actions neatly. 6 consecutive lightning strikes. Active skill. This skill is mutated from continuous chopping. A continuous chopping technique that emphasizes the rhythm of breathing. A complete set of breathing can complete 6 consecutive fast chopping strikes. You can choose to interrupt the attack and continue in the middle. Other skills. After being baptized and transformed by the runes, the ordinary general purpose skills can be said to have undergone a drastic change in appearance, completely reborn. After completing the modification of the 3 skills, Lin Dong reopened the professional skill tree, and the 3 icons had appeared on the edge of the skill tree, and they were connected with the rune text. After the transformation of the 3 skills, it was as if they were marked with Odin's symbol, and they were suddenly transformed from general skills to non-staff units of the God King profession. The modification of skills has come to an end here. Lin Dong took out 10 excellent longswords from the player's backpack that he had bought from the only blacksmith in Dandelion Village, and was going to try the transformation effect of runes on longswords. According to the information in the novice guide, players who want to obtain player equipment with data can only obtain it by killing enemy drops, completing tasks, or trading with other players. The 10 longswords he currently has are all conventional weapons with no data information, and there is no attribute bonus for the player. The only good thing is that they are all excellent goods carefully selected by the ability of the all-seeing eye. The next thing Lin Dong plans to try is to use runes to transform these swords. See if this ability to interfere with the system can turn native gear into player gear. Then let's start. Lin Dong stretched his wrist, grabbed a long sword, and activated the effect of the runes. As the saying goes, once you are born and you are familiar with it, he already has experience in modifying skills, so he doesn't feel too nervous about doing this now. The black and ancient words flowed from the palm to the hilt, and then covered the entire sword. After one breath, Lin Dong felt a feeling of air-machine connection from this weapon. This special connection is very similar to the spiritual weapon in the legendary story. He swung the sword twice and felt the movement was extremely smooth. It took less than 2 minutes for him to touch this sword, but now he feels like a weapon, which is really strange. After the black characters were integrated into the sword, the appearance of the sword changed slightly, and a black diamond-shaped mark appeared in the center of the sword grid. At the same time, the system log came with information. Ding! Due to the influence of an unknown force, you have obtained an unnamed weapon. Unnamed weapon. White equipment effect. Power +5. Remarks. A well-made 1-meter long sword, from a blacksmith shop, has undergone unknown mutations. After seeing the long sword transformed into white-quality player equipment, Lin Dong is quite satisfied with the transformation result. According to the information provided by the novice guide, the item levels under the game framework are divided into 6 levels: white, green, blue, purple, gold, and red. The longsword bought by the blacksmith shop can be transformed into a white quality, which did not disappoint him. The equipment effect of strength +5 is already not a small increase for regular players. After he named this weapon the Blackling Sword, he performed the same conversion operation on the remaining 9 long swords. After completing this series of processing, Lin Dong rubbed his eyebrows and gave up the plan to transform the remaining items. Using the skill of runes also requires mental effort. After shopping around, he bought high-quality leather armor, enough dry food, and a field adventure toolbox in addition to buying weapons. There is no need to transform these things. Next, he should recharge his batteries and get ready to head out into the wild. Before closing his eyes for a rest, Lin Dong finally opened the panel to check his own changes. Name: Lin Dong, player ID JX456002, level 0, rank First Order General Purpose World Tree, level 0, occupation Odin, King of the Gods, intelligence 10 strength, 10 speed, 10 constitution, 10 class skill tree, wisdom associated skills, all-seeing eye, runic writing transformation skills, rock breaking slash, wind sweeping style, 6 strike blitz backpack items, golden eagle yuan *82, Heiling sword, white *10, hunter leather armor, no quality, dry food, field adventure toolbox, etc. Chapter VII, the souvenir of the swordbearer. After spending the first night in the world of Luyang, Lin Dong ushered in the first morning with 6 suns in the sky. After simply having breakfast and leaving the hotel, he left Golden Dandelion Village according to the guidance of the map and headed west. The places where the God of Games put their players are regarded as novice villages, and the level of monsters around them will not be too high. Lin Dong followed the map to an open plain area where many players were already hunting a white-blue sheep. The level of this creature ranges from 1 to 3. Although it has sharp horns and is impulsive, it is a herbivore after all, and its safety factor is relatively high. Some players who hunted white-blue sheep acted alone, while others cooperated in teams. There are too many people here, so let's look ahead. Lin Dong caressed the black diamond sword on his waist with one hand, and left along the edge of the terrain without disturbing the hunting of these people. He bought more than a dozen pieces of monster information from the guide in the village, and the white-blue sheep can completely give up. Lin Dong glanced at the map in his hand and decided to hunt a creature called the Red Umbrella Mushroom Man. Just as he was heading towards the Mushroom Man's habitat and crossing a small river, he noticed something strange by the river. A strange black smoke lingered on the rocks by the river and was about to dissipate. Ordinary people cannot observe this smoke. If Lin Dong does not have all-seeing eyes, he will miss it at this time. He squatted down to observe the smoke carefully and found that the black smoke was particularly corrosive, and it was incompatible with this world. All kinds of characteristics added together should not be wrong. Lin Dong recalled the description about the enemies of the Black Abyss in the Novice Guide, and finally determined that this was the trace left by the creatures of the Black Abyss. Looking at the forest area where the smoke went all the way, he narrowed his eyes slightly, tapped his fingers on the black diamond sword, thinking about the problem. Lin Dong didn't expect that he would meet the creatures of the Black Abyss so quickly, and he didn't expect that it would be so easy for the all-seeing eye to search for this kind of enemy of the world. Want to see it? According to the analysis of the all-seeing eye, the level of creatures that remain in this black smoke will not be too high. In order to encourage players to fight against the Black Abyss, the God of Games can often get more experience in drops by killing the Black Abyss creatures. It is also an adventure hunting, and the return rate will be higher if the Black Abyss creature is used as the target. It's just that facing the creatures of the Black Abyss, the risk is even greater. Lin Dong didn't hesitate for more than 3 breaths before deciding to go. He has acquired the Xeon professional system above the myth, and he has made complete preparations in the village. His current advantage is ahead of all players of the same period. There is nothing to be afraid of. At this time, he is still looking forward and backward, so no matter how many cards he has and how strong his strength is, he is only a strong player in terms of statistics. Lighting that fire in your heart is the key to taking the first step. Lin Dong drew out the black diamond sword and followed the black smoke towards the forest. After chasing for half an hour, he finally saw the source of the black smoke. It was a strong figure wearing a white smiling face mask, surrounded by the unique black smoke of the Black Abyss creature, carrying a bucket in each hand, and wearing a short sword on his waist. On this guy's head is the words, "Hey UN. Sword-wielding servant, LV3. After seeing the opponent's appearance, Lin Dong didn't rush to make a move, but discovered the problem. This guy is definitely not a single Habis creature, but a member of the group. Someone sending him out to fetch water means that there is a settlement or camp in the forest. He looked in the direction of the servant with the sword and noticed more traces of black smoke. Since the clues will not be broken, let's deal with this guy first. Lin Dong waited and watched here and finally decided to do it. Sweeping style, start. At this moment, he launched a charge under the gust of wind. The sword-wielding servant's perception was not weak. After sensing the danger, he resolutely gave up the 2 buckets and touched the dagger at his waist. However, Lin Dong's action was still 1 step faster than him. Before the guy could make a move, he had already launched the rock-breaking slash, cutting down the guy obliquely in half. The sword-wielding slave didn't have time to warn his companions, and his vitality had already been cut off. A large amount of black smoke escaped from the two parts of his body, and it was about to dissipate in a blink of an eye. At this moment, some illusory tree roots appeared behind Lin Dong, caught the black smoke, and swallowed it all up. According to the normal situation, after the player solves the enemy, there is a chance to get equipment, skill books, monster materials, etc. drops. Most of the income from killing a monster will be hacked by the system framework, and finally all will fall into the pocket of the game god. However, the World Tree owned by Lin Dong eliminates the space for middlemen to make a difference. World Tree has forcibly intervened in the system drop mechanism. In the future, the enemies he solves will be cut off and taken away by the World Tree root system. After being digested by the World Tree, the monster's drops will be 100% retained. He can choose to keep some useful things, pick the remaining things, and let the World Tree transform them into nutrients, without any waste. After eliminating the sword-wielding slave, Lin Dong looked at the World Tree in the conscious world and found a skill light sphere and an equipment light sphere growing on a branch. That's all the items dropped by the sword-wielding minions. If it is according to the drop mechanism under the game framework, he may get one of them, or he may not get any of them. After reviewing the information of these two dropped objects, Lin Dong chose to keep the equipment light orb and gave up the skill light orb. The skills dropped by the sword servant are too mediocre, and there is no need to learn them. After he made his choice, the skill light ball fell from the branches like this and became the nourishment of the World Tree. As for the equipment light ball, it appeared in his backpack, revealing the icon of the black ring. This is a piece of white quality ring equipment. In order to avoid other servants with swords passing by, Lin Dong put away the two buckets on the ground and hid behind a big tree. Then he launched the rune text to modify this piece of equipment, making its attributes change dramatically, and its quality also increased from white to green. Sword holder's souvenir, green attribute bonus, speed plus 10, equipment effect. Sword holder trainee, the lethality of sword skills is increased by 10%. Remarks, the element extraction from the black abyss has undergone unknown mutations. Compared with the white equipment that only adds attributes, the green equipment has more entries to increase the skill damage. This entry matches Lin Dong's current main fighting method, which is a surprise. Chapter 8. After wearing the souvenir of the sword bearer, Lin Dong clenched his fist slightly, feeling the changes brought about by the increase in body data. Meanwhile, he finally had time to look back at the syslog update. Congratulations on successfully killing He Yuan's sword-wielding servant, LV3, and gaining a lot of combat experience. Ding! Thank you for your contribution to saving the world of Luyang. On the day He Yuan retreats, your contribution will be engraved in history and will never be erased. Looking at the high-sounding information returned by the system log, Lin Dong smiled dismissively, and then continued to search for traces of black smoke. This time he managed to find a camp of sword-wielding servants. The bonfire in the camp had been extinguished for a long time, but a few wisps of green smoke could still be seen. Lin Dong hid in the shadow of the trees, relying on the superb vision of the all-seeing eye to have a panoramic view of the camp. There are a total of 5 sword-wielding servants here, but only 2 are awake at present, and the rest are still sleeping soundly. It is estimated that they are the guys who just finished the night watch. Lin Dong observed patiently for about 10 minutes, and after making sure that there were no other black abyss creatures passing by, he finally decided to do it. The He Ling sword was unsheathed again, and it was activated in the wind-grazing style. Amid the howling sound of the strong wind, 2 sober sword-wielding servants quickly reacted and grabbed the dagger at their waists. Lin Dong took a deep breath, entered into the breathing rhythm of the 6 consecutive lightning strikes, and the first sword cut down a servant with the sword closest to him. Then the second sword collided with the short sword of another sword-wielding servant. Clang! After the sparks burst, the sword-wielding servant backed out due to lack of strength. Lin Dong then handed out the third sword and wiped his neck. At this time, the 3 sleeping servants with swords finally woke up, grabbed the weapons at hand, and prepared to encircle Lin Dong. However, the continuous slashing of the 6 consecutive lightning strikes was only halfway through. Lin Dong faced the 3 without any hesitation and stepped forward to continue fighting in Lufeng style. Then his 4th and 5th swords eliminated 2 more sword-wielding servants, and then he met the last remaining enemy with his last sword. But what surprised Lin Dong this time was that the sword-wielding servant seemed to be stronger than the others. He actually resisted the final blow of the 6-strike streak, and then rolled on the spot to distance himself. Hanshi, the last sword-wielding servant, had a fierce look on his face, and there was a sword aura like a crescent moon attached to the sword move he swung. After Lin Dong caught this subtle attack with his all-knowing eyes, he hurriedly evaded it with a wind-grazing style, and then cast Rock Breaker to chop off the opponent's head. Almost capsized in the gutter. After the battle was over, black smoke began to be emitted from the corpses of the abyssal creatures all over the ground, and the phantom of frantic tree roots appeared behind Lin Dong again, sweeping away these things and devouring them all. In the conscious world, a series of falling objects once again condensed on the branches of the world tree. Lin Dong glanced at it, and finally chose to keep the sword energy skill light ball and a cloak-like equipment light ball. After he made his choice, all the remaining drops fell to the ground and were then absorbed by the roots of the world tree. After this battle, World Tree still failed to complete the first upgrade. Such nutrients are obviously not enough to evoke its changes. Lin Dong then opened the system log and saw a surprise. Congratulations on successfully killing He Yuan's sword-wielding servant, LV3, and gaining a lot of combat experience. Ding! Congratulations on raising your character level. Your current level is 1. Congratulations on successfully killing He Yuan's sword-wielding servant, LV3, and gaining a lot of combat experience. Congratulations on successfully killing He Yuan's sword-wielding servant, LV3, and gaining a lot of combat experience. Ding! Congratulations on raising your character level. Your current level is 2. Ding! Thank you for your contribution to saving the world of Luoyang. On the day He Yuan retreats, your contribution will be engraved in history and will never be erased. He was already on the verge of leveling up, but now he gained a lot by killing the sword-wielding servants in a camp, and he was promoted to 2 levels in a row. Due to the particularity of his profession, Lin Dong can get 100 points of free attributes every time he upgrades a level. In other words, it's only level 2, but he now has 200 free attribute points at his disposal. Lin Dong scratched his head and began to think about his tendency to add points. Each of the 4-dimensional attributes on the player's personal panel has its own meaning. Intelligence represents the ability to think and process information, linked to the damage ability of the legal system, and has a direct relationship with the mana value of the character's blue bar. Strength represents the ability to lift/bear heavy objects, which is linked to physical damage and is related to the player's second injury intensity. Speed represents the 3 major speeds of attack speed, movement speed, and skill casting speed, which are related to hit rate and critical strike rate. Physique represents physical strength, the ability to fight or recover, and is directly related to the character's health. For ordinary players, the allocation of each attribute point is very important because the gap in a certain aspect in the battle may become the key point of the overturning of the battle situation. Although Lin Dong has plenty of free attribute points, there is no trouble in this aspect, but a reasonable distribution is still necessary. From his current fighting tendency, speed is the most important attribute, followed by strength. As long as the speed attribute goes up, the efficiency of clearing monsters will be greatly improved by combining the wind sweeping style with 6 consecutive lightning strikes. Of course, investment in strength is also necessary. If Kong has speed but no strength, his offense will be reduced to a scraping performance. As for intelligence and physique, although there is no need to focus on investment for the time being, it is still necessary to go hand in hand. Thinking of this, Lin Dong's final point addition results are as follows. Intelligence, 40 plus 30, strength, 70 plus 60, speed, 90 plus 80, constitution, 40 plus 30. The moment the point was added, the increase in data was fed back to Lin Dong's body. His body suddenly heated up sharply and became more and more red. In a blink of an eye, it seemed like a melting pot, and a shocking red light lit up on the surface of his body. In this high-temperature state, Lin Dong not only did not feel uncomfortable, but was as comfortable as wandering in a hot spring. Every part of the body, muscles, bones, and even cells are undergoing rapid renewal. In the process of transformation, the originally seemingly weak physique gradually swelled up with muscles, and the veins burst out one by one. After the change was over and the high temperature receded, his body became as if cast from refined iron, full of explosive power. Chapter 9. The Bankani Hut Born of Sacrifice. 200 free attributes are equivalent to the attribute strength that regular players can only have after reaching level 20. Lin Dong started from 10 points of all attributes and achieved it overnight. The leap of this process is definitely no less than the evolution from an ordinary person to a Hercules. Therefore, it is not surprising that he had these changes after he finished adding points. After adapting to the changes in his body, Lin Dong looked back at the sword skills and cloak equipment in his backpack. Both of these items were spoils of war that he chose to keep after the war. After Lin Dong activated the runes to transform the two, their attributes changed. Eagle of Sword Chi. Active skill. This skill is mutated from the moon-shaped sword energy. After casting this skill, the user can throw an eagle-shaped sword energy from his sword and fly towards the enemy. Forest Patrol Cloak, green attribute bonus, speed +10, equipment effect. Way of patrol, when the wearer jumps up, he can choose to glide in the air for a certain distance. Remarks, element extraction from the Black Abyss, experienced an unknown mutation. A rare hands-off swordsmanship skill, a piece of player equipment with tactical effects. After seeing the features of the new skills and new equipment, Lin Dong silently noted down their advantages and disadvantages and incorporated them into the options for the next battle. After a brief rest, he continued to explore the depths of the forest ahead of the camp, following the trail of black smoke to find more creatures from the Black Abyss. With the raiding style and the patrol cape, his mobility is already excellent. At this moment, even if they encounter the elite of Heiyuan creatures, they still have the confidence to retreat. In the next 10 minutes, Lin Dong found empty and unoccupied camps in the forest. The Black Abyss creatures who were supposed to guard the camps to guard against outside invasions left in a hurry, and some daggers and some food remained in some camps. Just as Lin Dong had a bad feeling, a thick black smoke appeared in the sky, and the ground began to shake. He climbed up to the top of a big tree relying on the roll of the Forest Patrol Cloak, stood on a high place and looked down, and finally figured out some situations. There is an exquisite forest hut in a mountain forest not far away, and dozens of servants with swords are entrenched here at this time. They sat cross-legged on the ground and seemed to be chanting some spells. All the black smoke from their bodies gathered on the hut, and then formed a black smoke tornado that ordinary people could not detect. Through the observation of the all-knowing eye, Lin Dong noticed the strangeness of the hut, and instead of continuing towards the place where these guys were, he stopped at the top of the big tree and watched. Suddenly, a huge vortex appeared above the hut, sucking all the servants with swords into ashes. All the black smoke from these Black Abyss creatures gathered on the hut. Boom! This exquisite forest hut has just risen from the ground, with thick dinosaur legs growing on both sides of the house, which looks very strange. After the transformation was over, there was an extra line of text on the head of this strange creature. Black Abyss, Bankini Cabin, Elite, LV10. An elite monster born by sacrificing dozens of sword-wielding servants. This is simply a nightmare in the eyes of early players. Lin Dong looked at the huge monster in front of him, jumped down from the top of the tree, and landed not far from the opponent with the gliding ability of the Forest Patrol Cloak. The enemy is certainly terrifying, but now he is not what he used to be. In the moment before landing, Lin Dong saw countless grotesque colors. Flames, wailing, huge waves, cold winter, destruction, dead stillness. These images are all after-images of the twilight of the gods in Norse mythology, and are the remaining memories of Odin's godhead. Norse mythology is a very interesting pantheon. In the Greek mythology of Southern Europe, gods are gods because they never die, and even if they are swallowed by other gods, they still live. But the Norse mythology has prophecies of the twilight of the gods from the very beginning, and the gods are doomed to die. Under the leadership of Odin, the Aesir Protoss made many struggles and preparations against Ragnarok. However, the doomsday cannot be avoided, and many measures of the Aesir Protoss have actually achieved the progress of Ragnarok. Mythology is an established tragic fate, a doomed battlefield. Now, he is about to set foot on his own battlefield. Lin Dong held a black diamond-long sword in each of his hands, and he exuded a wild and domineering aura involuntarily with his gestures. Facing this terrifying monster from the Black Abyss, he didn't have the slightest hesitation or retreat in his heart, only a strong competitive spirit and a burning will to fight. Heiyuan creatures are extremely sensitive to the aura of living beings, let alone elite monsters. The window of Bansini's hut opened, revealing a big bloodshot eye in the darkness, which had already locked Lin Dong's location. Kunga! Bansini's hut made a hoarse and sharp cry, and a red pipe sprang out from the front door of the house. Afterwards, this pipe actually spewed out a crimson pillar of fire, burning towards him. Faced with such a dangerous elemental attack, Lin Dong launched the wind-grazing style and began to walk and dodge. At the same time, the two black diamond swords held in both hands were not idle. Attack the opponent. The screeching sound of the sword like hawk in flight was like the sound of a Real falcon hunting. It fell on the thick thighs of Bansini's hut, tearing its skin apart and causing black smoke to escape. The Bankini hut saw Lin Dong constantly scurrying around in the wind-grazing style. In addition to keeping the fire column breathing out, the two windows of the hut were opened, and black bat spirits came out of it and started chasing Lin Dong. Stature. Facing the relentless pursuit of the bat wraith, he did not choose to fight back directly, but kept moving and dodging, leaving the eagle of sword chi to the left thigh of Bansini's cabin as much as possible. Lin Dong is a professional player after all, and he still has some experience in dealing with such large creatures. As the saying goes, the body is big and the feet are weak. If you want to support such a huge body, your legs will definitely become the weak point, or the target of priority. As long as there are problems with the legs, the large creatures can only be reduced to the situation of being slaughtered. As time passed, he threw out the eagle of sword chi again and finally heard the unwilling roar of Bansini's cabin. The monster couldn't stand it anymore. Kunga! The Bankani house roared and spewed out a pillar of fire, which was once again avoided by the prediction of Lin Dong, who has the all-seeing eye. At this time, because the left thigh that was riddled with holes was really overwhelmed, it finally lay on its side on the ground. The time has come. Lin Dong casually threw away the two black water chestnut swords that had been cut into curling blades, took out a new spare black water chestnut sword, and jumped up stepping on the big tree. The gliding effect of the patrolling cloak was activated. He raised the long sword above his head, and after gliding to the roof of Bansini's hut, he decisively launched the rock-breaking slash. The moment the roof broke, Lin Dong saw a beating red crystal in the center of the house. With the information-gathering ability of the all-seeing eye, he already knew at this moment that this was the most vulnerable position of the opponent. The red spar is the core of this monster. It's over. Lin Dong raised his sword and launched 6 consecutive lightning strikes at the spar, hitting exactly the same point. Ding, 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 ding. After 6 crisp sounds, the spar shattered. The Bankani cabin has reached the end of its life. Chapter 10. With the demise of the Bankani hut, black smoke began to evaporate. The phantom of the roots of the world tree reappeared, devouring all the huge black abyss monsters. At this moment, with the observation of omniscient eyes, Lin Dong keenly noticed the healing of a space crack. That crack is the bridge through which creatures from the black abyss world can invade the world of 6 suns. Today's Liang world is actually like a sieve with countless holes under the continuous infiltration of the black abyss world. These players are tool men sent by the game god of the White Knight world to plug these holes. Still have to grow up as soon as possible. Lin Dong looked at the place where the space crack disappeared and couldn't help but feel emotional. Once the 6 suns world is destroyed, the players sent to this world will definitely not end well. If you want to avoid personal demise, you must seize the time to strengthen yourself and hold more power. After the body in Bankini's hut disappeared completely, Lin Dong simply cleaned up the battlefield and then resolutely left. The battle just now will attract the attention of many caring people and cause some unnecessary troubles. In order to avoid these troubles, it is better for him not to stay. After getting a sufficient distance from the battle scene, Lin Dong climbed to the canopy of a giant tree and sat down, then opened the system log. Congratulations on successfully killing Black Abyss Bankini Cabin Elite, LV10, and gaining massive combat experience. Ding! Congratulations on raising your character level. Your current level is 3. Ding! Congratulations on raising your character level. Your current level is 4. Ding! Congratulations on raising your character level. Your current level is 5. Ding! You have successfully destroyed an unknown Black Abyss conspiracy. Thank you for your contribution to saving the world of Luyang. After being promoted to 3 levels in a row, this kind of experience return is indeed worthy of the word big volume. Lin Dong gained another 300 points of free attributes. After completing this addition, only in terms of attributes, he has reached the naked strength that regular players only have at level 50. Of course, since every level breakthrough can bring huge benefits to the professional, the crushing of attribute points alone is not enough for him to walk sideways when facing high levels. However, it is unreasonable to use his current attribute strength to face opponents of the same level, and this gap will continue to widen. This time, Lin Dong followed the principle of speed first, and invested 90 points in the speed attribute, and invested 70 points in each of the remaining 3 attributes. After adding points, his 4-dimensional attributes change as follows: Intelligence, 110 plus 70, Strength, 140 plus 70, Speed, 180 plus 90, Constitution, 110 plus 70. After adding points, Lin Dong entered the world of consciousness and found that the world tree had finally completed its first upgrade. Every time the world tree has a level, he can get the terrifying benefit of doubling the blood bar and blue bar. The improvement of a level represents an intuitive improvement of his survivability and ability to continue fighting. From this, it can also be seen how rich the nutrition of Bansini's hut as the elite monster of the Black Abyss is. He had slaughtered so many sword-wielding servants before, but World Tree didn't move at all. Lin Dong looked at the branches of the World Tree, where more than a dozen items dropped from Bansini's hut were already hanging. After examining the properties of these items, he finally left 3 items. The 3 items are the shoe player equipment, the fire-breathing skill used by Bansini's house, and the eyeball material of Bansini's house. After the transformation and modification of rune characters, the attributes of footwear equipment and fire-breathing skills are as follows. Bansini's runaway boots, blue attribute bonus, speed +20, equipment effect. Runaway, after the wearer activates this effect, the speed will increase by 20%, and the life value will enter a state of continuous consumption until the runaway effect is turned off. Remarks the berserk traits from Bansini's hut have undergone unknown mutations. Flame coil, active skill. This skill is mutated from the fire breathing of Bansini's hut. After casting this skill, the user can create a spiritual flame to attach to his body or weapon, and then use it in battle burn the enemy. The Bankani hut is worthy of being an elite abyss monster, and the quality of its equipment is indeed up to standard. This pair of combat boots can reach the blue quality after strengthening, which is beyond Lin Dong's expectation. Equipment effect. Rampage needs to consume life value to maintain, which is not a big side effect for him. With his solid physical attributes and the bonus effect of the world tree, even if he maintains a rampage throughout the battle, he probably won't have too many problems. Compared with the flame breathing of the Bankani hut, the flame entanglement transformed from the rune text is obviously more magic. This skill can be wrapped around a long sword or fist for frontal confrontation, and it can also be attached to the body to resist some elemental attacks, which can be regarded as both offensive and defensive. After completing the conversion of equipment skills, Lin Dong took out the last dropped item, which was the eyeball of Bansini's hut. This is a monster material, which can usually shine in the hands of a potion master, blacksmith, or alchemist, and can be processed into various props. Since there is no such talent in the Golden Dandelion Village, normal players can only find processing channels after leaving the village and going to a nearby big city. However, such a monster material can be used for different purposes in Lin Dong's hands. That is, it can be used to upgrade the player's equipment. By using runes to modify equipment or transform skills, Lin Dong has already used it very skillfully. The essence of this skill is actually to interfere with the operation of the system and modify the data in the game frame. Since he can use this skill to transform the best sword in the village into a black diamond sword, why can't the rune text integrate monster materials with player equipment? A golden spirit pattern appeared between Lin Dong's eyebrows, which was the shining light of the priesthood of wisdom. He took out a black diamond sword as the experimental subject, and took out the eyeball of Bankani House in the player's backpack with the other hand. This eyeball was bloodshot, about the size of a basketball, and exuded a strange aura. Black runes flowed from the golden lines between Lin Dong's brows, and then wrapped the 2 items together. Lin Dong let go of his hand, and the black diamond sword and eyeballs floated in the air, gradually intertwined, and merged into one place. After a burst of brilliance flashed by, all the runes disappeared into the player's equipment, and a brand new sword appeared in front of Lin Dong. The length of this weapon is about 1 meter 2. There is a huge eyeball inlaid on the sword grid, and dozens of straight black lines are drawn on the body of the sword. Chapter 11. The Wind and the Night Seed Grass. Evil Eye Demon Sword, blue attribute bonus, strength +20, equipment effect, Bansini's Gaze. This equipment effect can be used to lock an enemy individual, making its speed attribute continuously reduced, up to 30 points. Remarks. Evil traits from Bansini's cabin, undergone unknown mutation. As Lin Dong conceived, the quality of player equipment has been improved again after the fusion of monster materials. The active effect of the Evil Eye Magic Sword is very insidious, and it can slow down the enemy. His current tendency to add points is to focus on speed. With this weapon, the relatively cumbersome enemy units will only become his toys. After putting this brand new sword into the player's backpack, Lin Dong looked at the skill icon of Sweeping Wind Style. This skill is mutated from the sliding step, and it has played a brilliant role in the previous few battles. Lin Dong used this skill quite frequently, and now he has accumulated a lot of combat experience, and he has a new understanding of this skill. It's time for the Cleric of Wisdom Optimization skill trait to come into play. The skill icon of Sweeping Wind Style ushered in a change at this moment, and a group of light blue wind clusters appeared in the icon. At the same time, the system log came with information. Ding, you have a new understanding of the skill you have mastered, the Wind Grazing Style, and this skill is being promoted. Ding, you have successfully comprehended Gale Walk, active skill. Walking with the wind, active skill. This skill is promoted from the Wind Grazing Style. The user can call on the wind to assist him in rolling, sprinting, jumping, and other actions. When the user walks with the wind, his speed is greatly improved. The optimization and promotion of skills has been completed. Feeling the change of this skill, Lin Dong has a new understanding of the role of the priesthood of wisdom. If it is said that the transformation of runes to skills is like creating a new path, then optimization and promotion is to bring forth the new through the old and make a great leap forward. The wind grazing style is only the initial use of the wind, and the wind sprinting is a skill that combines the power of the wind. After finishing this work, Lin Dong decided to go back to Jean Dandelion Village to recuperate and set off on his way back. On the way, he made a simple calculation: 3 character levels, 1 world tree level, Bansini's runaway boots, flame entanglement, evil and magic sword, and wind sprint. World tree intercepted more than a dozen dropped objects. Lin Dong only kept the most valuable part and then processed it with his own ability. The Black Abyss monster's drops are so rich, it just so happens that his all-seeing eyes can observe the black smoke traces and find the opponent easily. This is God's reward. Maybe in the future, he can find more troubles with the creatures of the Black Abyss. At the same time, at the ruins of the Bankani hut, the monster made a lot of noise after waking up. In the process of fighting Lin Dong, it caused a large area of trees to fall, leaving a devastated battlefield. In this case, if the surrounding players didn't notice it, it can only be said that the group is deaf. Shortly after Lin Dong left, a group of 5 appeared on the edge of the battlefield. The name of this group is Night Seedgrass. The group leader, Chen Zhai, believes in elitism and formed this guild team after he changed his job to a hidden job. If you want to join Evening Grass, you must have a job transfer above the elite level. Although such conditions were harsh, Chen Zhai was considered a star player in the White Knight world and had a good appeal. Chen Zhaining's lackluster attitude has been recognized by many people, and he has attracted 4 qualified partners on the first day the player came to the world of Luyang. Professionals do professional things. Chen Zhai has served as the commander of a large guild in various online games, and now he is back in his familiar position, like a fish in water. He quickly collected information from multiple channels based on the current situation of the team and formulated a reasonable upgrade plan, so that the growth rate of all members has been steadily promoted. At this time, the 5 members have reached level 5, and the regular equipment on their bodies is also changing towards white player equipment. Judging from the current collective progress of the players, Knight Seiko's comprehensive strength is definitely in the first echelon. The first time they noticed the abnormality in the forest, the 5 rushed here and saw the end of the battle in front of them. Then let's see what happened. Chen Zhai pondered over and over again, his body shining with skills. The hidden profession he changed to is called War Player, which can increase the status of teammates by playing rhythm, and the individual strength is linked to the group strength. There is a very special skill in the professional skill tree of War Player, called Battlefield Echo, which allows you to see afterimages on the recent battlefield by playing rhythm. This skill allows people to know what happened on the battlefield, and then make decisions, which is very practical. At this time, Chen Zhai guessed that some high-level wild monsters had fought in this forest. His purpose of activating this skill is to find out the specific situation of the battle, and see if there are seriously injured guys on both sides of the battle that can be missed. At this time, the 5 people in Night Xichao didn't associate this matter with the player. They didn't think that someone could cause such a big commotion at this stage. So when Chen Zhai took out a harp to play, and the scene of Lin Dong fighting with the Black Abyss Elite's monster Bankini hut appeared, everyone fell silent. The current Lone Wolf player is going against the level 10 Black Abyss Elite monsters, with a small gain. It's exciting. The whole process was smooth, without any unnecessary actions. The visual impact of this picture is too strong, so strong that it made the 5 people in Night Xichao speechless. Logically speaking, a monster of this level may require 30 low-level players to fight together to solve it. But he single-handedly picked it alone. This player is a monster, right? He's so ruthless, the member of Night Xichao said in a difficult tone. His career must be above hiding. The member next to him said firmly, "It's not just as simple as a job. This guy's courage and operation are also top-notch." Another person continued to analyze. The same skill will have different effects in the hands of different players. It all depends on the individual's execution ability and fighting will. They have seen too many empty and data-intensive wine bags and rice bags in the past 2 days. In contrast, the man in the picture in front of him has completely controlled his profession, showing 100% strength. It seems that we were still watching the sky from a well before. Chen Zhai took a deep breath and deeply remembered the battle scene he saw. It has only been 2 days since the players arrived, and he thought that his decision-making was already ahead of most of the players. I didn't expect such a monster to appear here. They are still far behind, and they still need to work hard to catch up. Chapter 12. Lin Dong didn't know that the people in Night Seed Grass had spied on his battle video. Of course, even if he learned about it, he wouldn't care too much about it. Players are different from wild monsters, and information such as level names is hidden. Unless a normal player has mastered insight skills, if he wants to know another player's information, in most cases he can only let the other player actively display it. In the early days of Advent, there were very few players who could master this type of skill and use it at will. Evening Sichao saw that Lin Dong's face was true, but it took time for the other party to use this information to operate any plan. It is impossible for Lin Dong to stay in Golden Dandelion Village for too long, and he will leave here soon to hunt higher-level monsters. If the other party has any plans and ideas, it is unlikely that they will have time to land. The sky was clear and cloudless, and the six suns radiated heat wantonly. With a super high speed of 180 points in naked clothes, Lin Dong quickly returned to Golden Dandelion Village. At this time, it was only a few hours before he went hunting, and it happened to be time for lunch. Just when Lin Dong planned to go straight back to the hotel to recuperate, he unexpectedly discovered that the atmosphere in the village was not right. Several knights in silver armor appeared along the road in the village. The chests of these people are all engraved with the sun emblem. If you look closely at this pattern, you can see a flying bird hovering in the sun. The visitor is not good. Standing at the head of the village to watch the play, Lin Dong understood that the purpose of these people coming to Dandelion Village was absolutely not pure. Suddenly, he noticed that a player came in front of him stooping. An all-knowing eye swept across, and the text of Lu Jin, LV2, appeared in the field of vision. This guy's name alone reveals the wealth of a businessman. Friend, are you interested in knowing where this group of people came from? Lu Jin grinned, with 2 gold teeth inlaid in his mouth. What's the price? Lin Dong, as a senior professional player, immediately understood this person's ways. This is an information businessman. This kind of person is especially common in the large-scale online games in the White Knight world. They are all guys who hook up with large guilds to fight the autumn wind. They both gather intelligence and sell it. Although the Mr. Lu Jin in front of him was sent to another world, he obviously still dealt with the problem according to the previous game thinking and planned to resume his old business in this world. One advantage of doing intelligence business in this world is that the authenticity of intelligence can be guaranteed through contracts. At this time, for Lu Jin, it was the initial stage of setting up a platform to gather contacts. In the final analysis, this kind of business is a network business. At first glance, Lu Jin looks weak and powerless, but if this guy really builds a network, he may not have a foothold in the future. It's all information from the bad street. You just need to give some information if you look at it. Let's make friends. Lu Jin said very sincerely. In fact, he is not so honest with everyone. When he meets some ignorant and stupid players, he doesn't mind killing them at all. It's just that Lu Jin was born as a businessman, knew how to know people, and knew how to deal with people. As soon as Lin Dong appeared, he knew that this eldest brother was a ruthless person worth making friends with. In the face of this type of player, sincerity is the best way to deal with it. Add a friend. If you have high-value information in the future, you can send a message to ask my intention. Lin Dong looked at the guy in front of him and finally popped out a golden eagle dollar. No problem. Let's sign a contract. The moment Lu Jin saw Jining Yuan, he was pleasantly surprised, knowing that he had met a big boss who knew the goods. A person who can throw out gold coins at will without blinking an eye in the early days of Advent is definitely not an ordinary person. Lu Jin knew that such a big man had no habit of taking back what he sent, so he didn't refuse the other party's gold coins, not to mention that he really needed funds to spread the scene. Look at the arrangement. On the one hand, Lin Dong exchanged email addresses with the other party to facilitate follow-up contact, and on the other hand, he checked the contract created by the other party. The content of the contract was nothing more than Lu Jin's service content and various charging standards. There were no language traps, so Lin Dong clicked OK. From this moment on, Lin Dong has registered as a member with Lu Jin and has become an extension of his network. From now on, everyone can use each other and achieve each other. It's a happy cooperation, brother. My name is Lu Jin, and my code name is Golden Tooth. If you have anything to do from now on, just tell me. Lu Jin stretched out his hand with a smile on his face. Well, you can just call me One-Eyed from now on. Happy cooperation. Lin Dong left his code name, and then shook hands with the other party. The code name he left for Jinya actually has a little deep meaning. Odin, who lost one eye, is also called One-Eyed Dragon and One-Eyed Man in mythology. It's just that it may take a long time for someone to understand the deep meaning of this code name. In this way, Lin Dong reached a long-term cooperative relationship with Lu Jin and conducted the first intelligence transaction. After a short greeting, Lu Jin began to introduce the origin of this group of people to him. Among the many gods in the world of six suns, the sun god is undoubtedly the most powerful existence. The world is named after the six suns, and the six suns hanging high in the sky prove that this matter is beyond doubt. According to legend, the six suns are split personalities, and there is only one true and complete sun god. But in fact, there are six sun gods corresponding to the six suns in the world of six suns. Although they belong to the same camp, the symbols and power characteristics of the six gods are different. The symbols of the six sun gods are red dragon, boy, bird, tiger, rock, and mahogany. At this time, the gods standing behind the members of the religious order in Dandelion Village are the divine birds, and their official name is the Liang Divine Bird Religion. This group of people is on the way to perform a mission, and the purpose of appearing here at this time is to restrain the players who descended nearby. Players who are willing to join the Liang Divine Bird cult can open the faction module, have information about the gods they believe in, and obtain unique faction store exchange rights, etc. According to players who have joined the sect, there are a large number of rare general-purpose skills under the Sun God Bird system in the faction store, and there are also job-changing props for the elite professional Sun Knight. Of course, the things in this kind of store are not easy to get, and they cannot be consumed with secular currency, but need to consume contribution points to exchange. As for the source of the contribution, do I need to say more? Of course, you need to perform various faction tasks to obtain it. These routines, game veterans understand too well. However, even knowing that it is a routine, many people have to choose to bow their heads and compromise. This kind of bait is still too tempting for current players. Chapter 13: The Godly Sun Bird and the Return of the Bright Moon. It doesn't matter whether it is the god of games in the White Knight world, or the Liang god bird in the world of six suns. In this world, who is under the command of who is not being used. Since the results are the same, at least sell yourself for a good price. The players actually knew very well that this group of people came here to recruit cannon fodder. But everyone uses each other. It's not shameful. Lin Dong listened to the intelligence and information that Jinya narrated, and he felt infinite emotion in his heart. He looked towards the center of the Golden Dandelion Village, just in time to see the two leaders of the Liang Bird sect were talking with the village chief. The all-seeing eye swept across, and the information of the two cult members came into Lin Dong's eyes. The person with a kind face and a white robe bears the text of Storm Order. Priest Angel, LV-20, while the indifferent knight with a scar on his face is displayed as Storm Order. Knight Commander Daburo, LV-20. Well, they are all stubbles at the peak of the Second Order. He definitely won't go through this muddy water. After bidding farewell to Jinya, Lin Dong turned and walked towards the hotel. This time he met a familiar face. Good afternoon, sir. Have you had lunch yet? Lin Dong greeted the old man who was at the entrance of the village. You're that boy from the White Knight clan. How come you have changed so much? The old man saw Lin Dong with astonishment in his eyes. This old man is not an ordinary person, and Lin Dong's change can be seen immediately. Compared with when we first met, Lin Dong has now been promoted to level 5, and his total attributes have exceeded 500 points. It is strange that the difference is not big. As a new god walking in the world, the status of the king of gods is constantly sublimating his individual power, and now he is just showing his edge. That's not thanks to your old man's advice. Lin Dong smiled and shook his head, completely avoiding talking about his own changes. How about having a meal at my house? We can have a good chat. The old man's expression became calm again, and he stroked his beard and said, Next time, I have arrangements for next time. Lin Dong smelled trouble and refused decisively. Young people, don't rush to refuse. Aren't you interested in hidden missions? The old man deliberately lowered his voice when he said the second half of the sentence. Okay, then it's better to be respectful than obedient. Lin Dong raised his brows, but he didn't expect this old man to have such a trick. The skills and equipment that these players care about in front of him are not very important to Lin Dong. There is only one thing he really cares about, and that is the improvement of character experience or character level. Different from other players, he can get 100 points of free attributes every time he upgrades a level, and his strength will continue to expand as the level increases. In addition, every 10 levels he advances can unlock the next priesthood or god image. This is a qualitative change node. After Lin Dong figured out this logic, he already understood the truth that skills and equipment are fleeting. As long as the level goes up, high-quality skills and high-quality equipment are all within easy reach. In this case, the offer made by the old man was indeed something Lin Dong could not refuse. As long as this so-called hidden mission has enough rich experience rewards, and the risk of the mission content is within the acceptable range, then he will take it. Lin Dong followed the old man to his residence in the village, a secluded and elegant courtyard. Sitting at the door of the small courtyard was a young boy who was soundly asleep. After the old man woke the boy up with a walking stick, he told him to prepare lunch, while he led Lin Dong to drink tea at the stone table in the courtyard. Lin Dong knew the reason why he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry, so he walked at the pace of the other party, admiring the scenery in the yard, sipping the slightly bitter tea soup, and didn't mention the hidden mission. Not long after, the boy came up with lunch. The two removed the tea set together, sat on both sides of the stone table, and began to eat. The young man held his rice bowl while pawing, and the only sound in the yard was the sound of chewing food. The old man looked at Lin Dong, only to feel that he suddenly couldn't see through this young man of the Bei clan. Recalling the first meeting between the two, the other party showed unusual characteristics at that time. The old man knew that players like Lin Dong would show up sooner or later, but he never imagined that this day would come so quickly, and it was only a day away. Today's Lin Dong is clearly still in the First Order realm, but it makes him faintly feel threatened. This guy just left Golden Dandelion Village for one morning, and his strength has changed drastically. Judging from the current situation, perhaps he is the best candidate. At the end of lunchtime, when the tea set was put back on the table, the old man finally spoke. The Liang Divine Birds cult has come to the village to recruit players. I don't think you are interested, the old man said while brewing tea. The hidden mission you mentioned is related to this sect, and you need to stand on the opposite side of the sect. Am I right? Lin Dong's wisdom mark lit up between his brows. He directly saw through the opponent's intentions and sealed his throat with a sword. If I'm right, do you dare to accept it? The old man held the crutch, his eyes changed, and his whole demeanor also changed. The boy who was sitting in a daze by the side had come behind him at some point. His eyes became clear and clear. That depends on your sincerity. Lin Dong didn't care about the pressure the two of them put on him, and answered the old man's question calmly. Very good, you will be able to see it soon. The old man's crutches lit up with a silver-white light, and a complicated magic circle appeared in the sky. Immediately afterwards, Lin Dong's system log actually had a movement. Ding, you have met the requirements for accepting the hidden mission, the Return of the Moon. Hidden mission, Return of the Bright Moon. The spokesperson of the moon is being threatened by the sun. After accepting this mission, you will get the token of the moon. With this token, you can find the trace of the priestess of the moon goddess Shana. After finding Sana and escorting her to any Luna Church stronghold in the kingdom of Heart Shin, the mission is considered complete. After completing the task, you will get the job-changing props of the hidden job Moonblade Assassin. Note, when the task fails, you will be randomly deducted 50 random 4-dimensional attributes. Would you like to accept the hidden mission, the Return of the Bright Moon? Chapter 14, The Connection Between Gods and Games. That's right. The azure brilliance of the omniscient eye flashed in Lin Dong's eyes, and mysterious characters flowed through the eyes. At this moment, he thought about many problems. It seems that the purpose of the Liang bird sect came here is to chase down the priestess of the moon goddess, Shana. The old man was the dark thread buried in Jean Dandelion village by the Luna camp early on, and he had to surface in order to protect the priestess. The fighting skills of the two gods are reflected in the personnel of their respective camps, and the logic of the whole thing is like this. Lin Dong didn't care much about the inside story of this matter. The moment the old man released the hidden mission, the information captured by the omniscient eye and the conclusions deduced by the priesthood of wisdom are his greatest gains. This is the first time he has experienced the process of the local residents of Luyang world dispatching tasks to the players. During this process, Lin Dong figured out how the god of games cooperates with the gods of the Luyang world. Assuming that the game framework woven by the god of games is compared to a food delivery platform, then the players are the delivery riders. The player templates they have can be compared to the rider's app background. So, what role do the gods of the world of Six Suns play in this situation? The gods are naturally merchants that exist for riders, and have their own merchant version of the app background. In this case, the god of games, as the platform side, can assign tasks to these players and set up a medium to trigger special tasks on some characters. At the same time, the gods who are merchants can also delegate the right to distribute tasks, allowing their human spokespersons to issue tasks to dispatch players without violating the platform rules. The gods of the world of Six Suns need the existence of the god of games and players to jointly resist the invasion of the Black Abyss. But this set of things of the god of games also needs the help of the gods of the world of Six Suns to maintain its operation. The relationship between the two is that no one can do without the other. They use each other, and each takes what it needs. What Lin Dong was facing at this time was exactly the second situation. The god represented by this hidden old man should be the moon god. I don't need props for changing jobs. Let's replace the rewards with pure experience points. Lin Dong bargained after glancing at the mission rewards. With the job change of Odin, the king of the gods, he must not look down on other jobs. What's more, the so-called Moonblade Assassin seems to be a hidden profession closely related to the moon god. This is undoubtedly a well-dug hole. Once a normal player accepts and completes this task, it is equivalent to tying himself to the thief ship of the moon god. As a hidden profession, the Moonblade Assassin may not be without the possibility of being promoted to a legendary profession, an epic profession, or even a mythical profession in the future. But these may all be based on the premise of being a cow to the moon god and becoming the opponent's lackey. Others may be willing to accept this path, but Lin Dong doesn't like it at all. Then it will be as you wish. The old man knew that his plan had been seen through, and he was not annoyed as he stroked his beard at this moment. Holding the crutch, he pointed to the air, and the complicated magic circle reappeared, and after spinning a few times, some strange characters appeared, and then disappeared again. Immediately Lin Dong received a brand new system log prompt. Ding, the hidden mission related to you. Mingwei return has changed. Hidden mission, return of the bright moon. The spokesperson of the moon is being threatened by the sun. After accepting this mission, you will get the token of the moon. With this token, you can find the trace of the priestess of the moon goddess Shana. After finding Sana and escorting her to any Luna Church stronghold in the kingdom of Heart Shin, the mission is considered complete. After completing the task, you will get massive character experience and random Luna Familia skills. Note, when the task fails, you will be randomly deducted 100 random four-dimensional attributes. Would you like to accept the hidden mission, the return of the bright moon? After seeing the task rewards change to experience and skills, and the task penalty increased to deduct 100 points of random four-dimensional attributes, Lin Dong smiled slightly and felt that this task was finally interesting. Judging from the skills of the moon god's family members in the mission rewards, he knew that the old man was ungrateful and insisted on marking him with the moon god symbol. It's just that the opponent never imagined that he had the ability to modify the runes. The skills of the Luna familiars are nothing more than just eating them. Anyway, I have a way to transform them into rune skills without any hidden dangers. This task can be accepted. Thinking of this, Lin Dong clicked the confirmation button on the virtual screen to accept the transaction. The syslog is updated. Ding, you have accepted the hidden mission, the return of the bright moon. Ding, the token of the moon has been distributed to the backpack. Please confirm. Lin Dong opened his backpack and took out the so-called token of the moon, which was a palm-sized moon jade, exuding a faint moonlight. At the moment he held the token of the moon, he faintly felt a mysterious connection from another person. If he advances with this connection, he should be able to find the moon goddess Sanam mentioned in the quest. The next thing is up to you, Mr. Lin Dong. The old man stood up and said solemnly. There was nothing wrong with this sentence at first glance, but in fact Lin Dong heard the meaning of beating. After he accepted the mission, the other party probably got some of his player information through the background of the mission. At this time, adding a name to this sentence is nothing more than telling him that if things go wrong, in addition to the punishment for mission failure, the Luna Church may cause trouble for him in the future. Lin Dong launched his all-seeing eyes to scan the old and the young, and got the information of the two. Family of the Moon. Adams, LV20, and Family of the Moon. Allen, LV15. 2 lines of information came into view. Leave this task on me. Lin Dong stood up and walked to the door, turned around and finally said, then goodbye, Mr. Adams and Kid Alien. The door of the small courtyard opened and closed, and the people had already walked away. The boy named Alan's eyes lit up, and he rarely asked, Master Adams, who is he? This White Knight clan is really not simple. The smile that Adams originally had on his face disappeared. At this moment, the shock in my heart was no less than that of Alan. Lin Dong was able to see through the true identities of the two of them. This man is definitely not an ordinary player. Chapter 15. The Liang Four-Winged Beast. After leaving Adam's courtyard, Lin Dong was not in a hurry to follow the guidance of the moon token. His choice was to plunge into the market in the village and start his own big purchases. If there is no accident, he will not come back after leaving Golden Dandelion Village this time. Because the requirement of the hidden mission is to send the priestess of the moon goddess, Shana, to any church of the moon god in the kingdom of Hatshin. If he completes the mission, he should have reached the town where the church is located. In order to ensure that he would not be short of dry food, tools and other items along the way, Lin Dong naturally had to quickly buy and make up for his player backpack. If it was said that when he was hunting for the first time, his procurement plan was relatively careful and economical, This time he will not refuse anyone. As long as it is a good item, and something that may be useful, he will decisively take it down. After completing the purchase like a storm, Lin Dong bypassed the camp of the Solari Order Knights in the village according to his memory, and left the Golden Dandelion village gracefully. At this time, he took out the Moon Jade again and sensed the location of the Moon Goddess Shauna. After determining the approximate location of the target person, he decisively launched the Gale Sprint and started on his way. For regular players, the mana consumption of this skill is not low. However, Lin Dong's intelligence attribute at this time has reached 110 points, and he has the blue bar blessed by the World Tree. A light blue storm suddenly appeared around his body, and the moment he stepped forward, there was a burst of explosion in the air. After running on the plain for half an hour and passing through a basin, Lin Dong finally saw his target. It was a young girl in the blooming season wearing a silver-white wizard robe, with a string of red and blue gemstone headbands on her forehead. With white skin and a graceful figure, her whole person was full of elegance and mystery. After he stood still, his all-knowing eyes scanned the other party, and saw the text of Moon's Servant Shauna, LV12. At this time, she was running fast, as if she was being chased by some creature. Moon Goddess Priestess Shauna? Although Lin Dong was sure that this person in front of him was the object of his protection, he still needed to follow the procedure to match the code and have a chat with the other party. I'm right. Why would Adams give the task to you? A rookie who hasn't even reached the second level? Shauna stopped and panted heavily, her tone a little resentful. She stared at the token of the moon in Lin Dong's hand, with anxious and puzzled expressions in her eyes. Leave it to me. Lin Dong grinned, understanding the other party's contempt very well. Put yourself in your shoes. You need a strong helping hand, and the headquarters sends a guy who is not even as strong as yourself on paper. No matter who encounters this situation, they will have the current reaction. But it doesn't matter, there is just something in front of him that can be used to show off his skills. With his current strength, there is no problem at all in crossing a level to fight against second-level creatures. As for the enemies of Tier 3, it is necessary to fight to know the outcome. You, Shauna, the priestess of the Moon Goddess, didn't trust Lin Dong at all. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly felt Lin Dong's aura change, completely suppressing her. Sana felt that the blood flow in her whole body stopped in an instant, and a cold air climbed up from the tailbone along the spine. At this moment, she finally understood that Adams had indeed sent her strong support, but it was just that she didn't know the goods at first glance. The sense of oppression brought by this man in front of her is not inferior to those Templars she has seen. Now, stand behind me. Lin Dong drew out the Evil Eye sword, waiting for the enemies chasing Sana to arrive. Okay, I'm sorry to trouble you. Moon Goddess Priestess Shauna didn't say much this time, and obeyed Lin Dong's arrangement. She still understands that professional things are left to professional people. Since the man in front of her has enough strength to solve the current crisis, there is no need for her to interfere with his judgment. The moment Sanai hid behind Lin Dong, a scorching fireball rushed out of the forest and appeared in front of Lin Dong. It was a strange creature with 4 wings and 4 legs carrying a scorching sun, and it was looking down at the two of them from the sky. If you look carefully through the raging fire, this creature is as weird as a hyena with wings, with a hideous and ugly face, breathing flames. Lin Dong glanced over and saw the words Divine Blood Alien Species, Sun 4-Winged Beast, LV-17, on the guy's head. This is a beast domesticated by the Church of the Sun. The source of the bloodline is said to have received a drop of blood from the god-bird of the sun. It likes to fight people close to its body, throw people from high altitudes, and also likes to chase its prey and spit flames. Shauna explained to Lin Dong behind him. I see, thank you. After Lin Dong nodded his thanks, he looked at the proud alien beast in the sky. Hit him. Liang 4-Winged Beast was not polite, and took the lead in launching an attack. Countless flame stars flew out from between its wings and fell to the ground profusely. Lin Dong launched the flame entanglement to envelop himself, easily solving the threat of the flame star point. The rampage effect of Bansini's rampage boots is activated. The speed is increased by 20%, and the life value enters a state of continuous consumption. Blast away launch. The storm suddenly blew up, and his body was covered with a light blue wind. The gaze effect of the Evil Eye sword is turned on. This effect instantly acts on the Liang 4-Winged Beast, starting to extract its speed attribute. At the same time, Lin Dong jumped up, using the effect of the Forest Patrol cloak to reach the face of this strange beast. The Liang 4-Winged Beast's expression was extremely astonished. It never expected Lin Dong to appear directly in front of him. Anyway, come down for me first. He swung his sword, breaking the rock and tearing the air, and landed heavily on the head of the Liang 4-Winged Beast. The Godblood alien had no time to dodge and parry, howled and fell to the ground, smashing a deep hole. Chapter 16. Hitama. The roar of the Liang four-winged beast came from the pit, and the scorching flames caused scorched black marks and rising white smoke to appear in the deep pit. This Godblood alien fell into a rage when he was injured, and the fire element in his body was like an ignited powder keg, venting out to his heart's content. Things are going badly. Sana noticed this scene, her pupils shrank slightly, and she was ready to rush to help Lin Dong at any time. Although she already knew that the strength of this strong support was not bad, the enemy was a god-blooded alien species after all, and the fierce power could be called the top level of the second order. At this time, Sana still has doubts about whether Lin Dong can defeat the opponent. The moment Lin Dong landed, the Liang four-winged beast seized the opportunity to kill it, but he calmly threw out multiple sword hawks to affect the opponent's attack. The first two sword hawks blocked the beast's attack route, while the last two pierced its eyes. The Liang four-winged beast didn't expect Lin Dong to master this kind of hands-off skill. Blood oozed from both eyes, and it was on the verge of being scrapped. "You are not qualified to lose your temper in front of me," Lin Dong said, while relying on the all-seeing eye to find the other party's weakness. "That is a hard scale under the shelter of the wings. As long as he cut through that scale, then his blade can pierce the heart of this monster." After seeing this point, Lin Dong decisively narrowed the distance between himself and the Liang quadruped, and entered the stage of close combat. The flames entwine and start again. His weapon and body were surrounded by flames, which directly offset the elemental burning of the four-winged beast of the sun. Although the beast had lost its full vision, it still vaguely retained some vision, and was still trying to grab his shoulders and nibble at his neck. However, this kind of thing is destined to be impossible. Lin Dong's speed was already higher than that of the Liang four-winged beast, and with the blessing of skills and equipment, he completely crushed this guy. Even when the line of sight was not obstructed, it was impossible for the Liang four-winged beast to grab the hem of his clothes, let alone now. Lin Dong held the Cheyenne demon sword and launched 6 consecutive lightning strikes to hit the same hard scale. Although this scale was the hardest part of the Liang four-winged beast, it was still shattered under this concentrated attack. After the Liang four-winged beast noticed this, it tried to escape the threat of death by flapping its wings into the air. However, the moment it spread its wings, Lin Dong's long sword had penetrated from the broken hard scale, and the entire weapon was completely submerged into its body. The spread wings of this beast froze instantly, its huge body collapsed, and its forelegs twitched unnaturally. The Cheyenne magic sword spewed out from the position where it was submerged, bringing out an astonishing fountain of blood. Hita. The Liang four-winged beast let out a final low growl, cutting off the signs of life. The flame on its body was extinguished for the first time since its birth, and it would never have a chance to ignite again. Is this how the second-order peak Godblood variant explained? Shauna, the priestess of the moon goddess, saw the scene in front of her, and her eyes were in a trance for a moment, as if she was in a dream. She fled all the way into exile, knowing how difficult this beast is. Even if she finds 2 second-level helpers, she may not have a chance to take it down. But now this beast has been dealt with by a few face-to-face. The man who solved it was at the first level, crossed a big realm to do this, and his expression was as calm as if he drank a sip of water and ate a meal. On this day, the worldview in Sana's mind collapsed a bit, because she met a Bay clan who was completely in the blind spot of her knowledge. Lin Dong glanced at Shauna, who was stunned in place, and unabashedly let the phantom of the roots of the world tree stretch out, allowing it to swallow the remains of the Liang four-winged beast. "Lead the way. Next, I will be responsible for sending you back to the kingdom of Hatchin." Lin Dong continued without giving the other party time to think. "I see." Seeing this scene, Sana was taken aback again. After she adjusted her mood, she didn't ask anything and chose to kill her curiosity. The strong support sent by Adams has many unknown characteristics. If he wants to return to the church alive, it is best to keep silent. After Sana took a deep breath to adjust her emotions, she took out a roll of maps and began to plan the next itinerary. Lin Dong took the time to check the system log at this time. You killed the sacred-blooded variant, the Liang four-winged beast, LV-17, and gained a large amount of combat experience. Ding! Since the individual you killed belongs to the creature under the command of the god, the battle experience will be reduced by 20%. Please pay attention to maintaining the solidarity relationship between Luyang World and Bay World in the future and reduce unnecessary internal friction. Ding! Congratulations on raising your character level. Your current level is 6. Ding! Congratulations on raising your character level. Your current level is 7. Ding! Congratulations on raising your character level. Your current level is 8. The behavior of destroying the creatures of the Black Abyss is encouraged, but will the lackeys who wiped out the gods be punished by experience? Seeing the system log, Lin Dong couldn't help showing a sneer. This behavior of the god of games is obviously protecting the interests of the upper class and controlling the behavior of the players. It is true that the loss of experience points is a bad thing. Fortunately, World Tree has taken over his drop mechanism, otherwise the benefits in this regard will also be deducted. This is the luck of the misfortune. After adding 300 free attributes again, Lin Dong thought about adding points. Considering that the next enemies might be mostly at the second level, he finally decided to focus on adding points, investing 200 points in strength and 100 points in speed. After adding points, his four-dimensional attributes change as follows: Intelligence, 110, plus 0, Strength, 340, plus 200, Speed, 280, plus 100, Constitution, 110, plus 0. Adding points in this way may have some shortcomings, but the benefits are also very obvious, that is, to obtain high speed and lethality enough to suppress the second-tier enemies. With these two advantages, he was able to resolve the battle at a faster speed when one enemy was many. Chapter 17. For the next 3 hours, Luna Priestess Shauna led Lin Dong forward, crossing 2 mountain ranges. At this time, the sky had turned dark and it was not suitable for traveling. Lin Dong's state is still relatively complete due to the abundance of blue bars, but Sana can no longer withstand this long-distance running. After discussing it, the two chose to stay overnight in a cave where cave bears once lived. This cave still has the aura of this large beast, so there shouldn't be any carnivores without eyes approaching. After the bonfire was lit, Lin Dong took out the dry food in his backpack and distributed it to Shauna. The backpack function that the Bei clan is born with is really enviable. Sana looked at the iron pot Lin Dong set up on the bonfire and the rich ingredients around her and couldn't help feeling emotional. The food reserves I carry are very sufficient, so don't worry about the supplies along the way. Lin Dong cooked a pot of broth casually, then took out an iron fork to skewer bread and grilled it by the fire. When he was in the White Knight world, as a professional player, it was inevitable for him to cook by himself. There is absolutely no difficulty in tinkering with some cookout food these days. Oh, I will trouble you this way. By the way, what should I call you? Sana suddenly thought of the address after taking a bowl of soup from Lin Dong's hand. Call me One-Eyed. Lin Dong thought for a while, but instead of leaving his real name, he chose to use the code name reserved for Genia. Mr. One-Eyed, what a strange name. Shauna covered her mouth with a smile and didn't say much. She began to eat in small bites, chewing slowly to fill her stomach. After escaping this way, she was already a little exhausted, and she was probably going to feel sleepy after eating. The two of them didn't talk too much afterwards. They ate and drank water and stared at the campfire in a daze. Not long after, Sana really started to yawn, feeling drowsy. Lin Dong naturally took over the task of vigil, allowing the priestess to rest at ease. As the living person he escorted for the first time, the other party still had to take good care of him. After confirming that the priestess was asleep, Lin Dong closed his eyes and entered the world of consciousness to check the situation of the world tree. To his surprise, the world tree has been upgraded again, and not by 1 level, but by 2 consecutive levels to level 3. Although the god of games does not encourage players to kill the relatives or descendants of the gods, such creatures are extremely fertile when used as nourishment for the world tree. The 3rd level world tree represents the triple gain of the blood bar and the blue bar. Today, he may be able to carry the priestess on his shoulders to guide the way, and then start the wind and walk for 3 days and 3 nights. Considering that it is impossible for the priestess to agree to this way of proceeding, this plan should only remain in theory. After paying attention to the growth of the world tree, Lin Dong then looked at the branches of the world tree. The Sun Four-Winged Beast drop has been hanging here for a long time, waiting for his processing. After checking all the dropped items, Lin Dong chose to keep 2 skill light spheres and 1 equipment light sphere. Let the remaining drops fall from the branches of the world tree and turn them into nutrients for the roots. The properties of these 3 dropped items are as follows after being transformed into rune characters. Explosive Fangs. Active skill. This skill is mutated from the biting instinct of the Lion quadrilateral beast. After casting this skill, the user can create elemental fangs on the hands or legs, and then use punches or kicks to the fangs are pierced into the enemy's body with a blow, causing a burst of flames. Born from the Bath of Fire. Passive skill. This skill is mutated from the deepest bloodline characteristic of the Lion Four-Winged Beast. After mastering this skill, the fire damage you receive will be reduced by 30%, and the fire-type skills you cast will permanently increase the damage by 30%. Four-winged solar belt, blue attribute bonus, intelligence plus 20, equipment effect. Solar impact. After the wearer activates this effect, a huge pillar of fire will appear behind him as a booster, heading in a certain direction, suddenly rushing for a certain distance. This effect requires the ability of the fire department to be charged, and there is a half-hour cooldown after use. Remarks. The sacred blood from the Liang four-winged beast has undergone unknown mutations. The emergence of the skill of Bursting Fangs can be said to have enriched Lin Dong's fighting methods, making his offensive methods no longer limited to swords. Born from the Ashes was the first passive skill he got, and it was fully used in terms of skill attributes. The role of the four-winged Blazing Sun belt is similar to that of the Forest Patrol cloak, which can be regarded as tactical equipment, which can surprise the enemy in battle. Lin Dong quickly kept these characteristics in mind and completed the construction of the fighting method again. After finishing this matter, he reopened the personal panel to check. The virtual screen is expanded, and the specific information is listed on it one by one. Name: Lin Dong. Player ID: JX456002. Grade: 8. Rank: First Order General Purpose. World Tree Level: 3. Believe in gods. No occupation: Odin, King of the Gods. Intelligence: 110, plus 0. Strength: 340, plus 200. Speed: 280, plus 100. Constitution: 110, plus 0. Free attribute points: 0. Class skill tree: Wisdom core related skills: All-Seeing Eye, Runic Writing. Active skills: Rock Breaking Slash, Blizzard Walk, 6 Strike Blitz. Eagle of Sword Chi, Flame Coil, Burst Fangs. Passive skill: Born from the Ashes. Backpack items: some Golden Eagle dollars, some Black Ling swords, white. Hunter leather armor, no quality. Dry food, Field Adventure Toolbox, etc. Player equipment: Sword Holder's Souvenir, green. Ranger Cloak, green. Bansini's Runaway Boots, blue. Evil Eye Demon Sword, blue. For Winged Blazing Sun Belt, blue. Compared with the poor at the beginning, he is now completely reborn. Looking at the number 8 displayed in the character level column, Lin Dong knew that the time was coming. At the moment of reaching level 10, he will get a new qualitative change, unlocking the next priesthood or priesthood image. If you can accumulate enough experience in the middle of this journey, then you will not be afraid of any changes in the future. Chapter 18. Time goes back to the time after Lin Dong kills the Liang four-winged beast and takes Shana away. The death of the alien beast of the sect immediately attracted the attention of the Sun Cult, and the knights stationed in Dandelion Village rushed to the scene. After surveying the situation at the scene, Father Angel had a low-pitched conversation with Commander Doppelo for a while. Afterwards, the main team of the Liang cult left like this. They seem to have a special method of chasing Sana, and they don't rely on the clues they get at the scene. They just go through the process to understand the situation at the scene. Looking at the back of the Sun Cult as they marched and left, a group of players were not in a hurry to retreat. They are a 7-member team. The guild they established is called Blood Dynasty. The leader, Zhang Mingjia, is also the lucky one who successfully transferred to the hidden profession Stormcaller after his arrival. Unlike Chen Zhai of Night Primrose, the income standard of Blood Dynasty is not strict, but the guild members are subject to many restrictions according to the content of the contract. At this time, there were 2 elite professionals in the 7-person team, namely the Beast Tamer Hunter and the Holy Code Mage, who acted as his right-hand man. The remaining 4 people are ordinary members who have learned general skills in a targeted manner, which can be regarded as the cornerstone of the team. As the leader of the team, Zhang Mingjia is not a gamer. Before choosing Miracle World, he was also a first-class guild leader in a popular game. Sometimes choice is more important than hard work. Zhang Mingjia firmly believed in this truth and decisively chose to bet on this camp of gods after the arrival of the Liang cult. Although he didn't know what the Sun cult was chasing, he understood that this was a rare vote. The members of the Blood Dynasty Guild have already turned to the god camp of Liang Xinyao and opened the corresponding camp store. This time, if they can find the target before the main team, they will not only have the opportunity to follow the church team to the new town, but also have the opportunity to catch up with the line of Father Angel, and in the future, they will continue to get tasks to improve the power of the entire guild. Overall strength. Zhang Mingjia didn't know what Father Angel's plan was, but he had his own plan after watching the scene where the Liang quadruped beast and Lin Dong were fighting. The 7 members of Blood Dynasty kept the scene intact. After waiting quietly for half an hour, another team from the guild finally appeared. That's right, it was another well-known guild group from Golden Dandelion Village, the people from Evening Sika who came here. The circle of players in Golden Dandelion Village is very small. Only 2 days after the players arrived, Zhang Mingjie had already heard about Chunjai's methods. The reason why Knight Primrose appeared here was because Chunjai had received his invitation. After the exchange of benefits, Chunjai decided to help him launch a battlefield echo and investigate the scene. Shall we start now? Chunjai asked, standing in the middle of the battlefield. Let's do it. Zhang Mingjie nodded, signaling for the other party to start. The two signed a contract, and he had already paid the reward in advance. After Chunjai cast the battlefield echo to show the picture, everyone was cleared. Look carefully. According to the contract, I will only play for you once. After reminding Zhang Mingjie, Chunjai took out the harp and started playing. When the melodious piano sounded, countless illusory notes rose from under the battlefield and then built a virtual screen. The center of the screen reflected the scene of Lin Dong's fierce battle with the Liang four-winged beast. Since the echo could not restore the entire battlefield, everyone only saw part of the battle at the end, and finally saw the scene of Lin Dong leaving with Sana. Players at this stage have solved the Godblood alien species at the peak of the second level alone. Is this really a real picture? Everyone in the Blood Dynasty looked at Lin Dong's back in the screen, and their hearts were as shocked as the people in Night Seedgrass when they witnessed the battle between Lin Dong and the Black Abyss Elite's strange Bakani Hut. Has it become stronger again in less than a day? Seeing the figure in the picture, everyone in Night Primrose could not help but twitch their faces. A powerful enemy is not to be feared. As long as you fight and catch up, you will have a chance to win. But when your enemies are progressing faster than you, there is nothing but despair. Did you see Chunjai? That woman is the target of the Liang bird sect. Are you interested in doing it together? Zhang Mingjie noticed the existence of Lin Dong, but his eyes stayed more on Shana. Are you desperate? That guy is not something you can provoke. Chunjai was speechless after seeing Zhang Mingjie's reaction. It's just a player. After all, it is impossible to match the strength of the team. Zhang Mingjie shrugged and said, before coming here, the Blood Dynasty team had just finished clearing a nearby monster lair, and the character level of the entire team had skyrocketed to level 8. They are one notch ahead of the other players in Golden Dandelion Village in terms of experience, and they have opened the store of the Liang Divine Bird Camp to supplement their strong cards. As the helm of the guild, Zhang Mingjie has enough confidence in the current strength of the Blood Dynasty. It's true that we are players, but if you use the common sense of the game to measure reality, you will suffer a lot. Chunjai said solemnly. Chunjai, I didn't expect you to lose your courage the more you fool around. If you don't dare to do this business, then I will keep it for myself. Don't regret it when the time comes. Zhang Mingjie said disdainfully. That's all for now, goodbye. Chunjai saw that the other party was going to go his own way, so he stopped trying to persuade him. He winked at the Night Seagrass partners, and then led the team away. Boss, is there something wrong with the player in that screen? Looking at Chunjai's leaving back, a member of the Blood Dynasty with a shield said anxiously, Humph, as long as he's the same group of players who descended as us, he won't be able to turn the world upside down. Zhang Mingjie said firmly, looking at the direction where Lin Dong and Shana left. That's right, no matter how strong a single player is, can it beat the strength of a team? Another team member chimed in time. Just when others were about to speak, the beast-taming hunter in the guild successfully found the scarf that Sana had left behind in a bush. Thanks to Chunjai's echoes from the battlefield, otherwise they might have to spend a lot of effort to find this scarf. Chapter 19. Can this scarf be used? Zhang Mingjie rubbed his fists and asked the beast-taming hunter. Don't worry, it's enough. The beast-taming hunter assured by patting his chest, and then summoned the pet on the spot. At this moment, the taming hunter's pet space opened, and a red wild boar walked out of it, howling with joy. Its physique is extremely muscular, almost as big as a van. In the biological world, pigs have a special nose with snout, a wide olfactory area, and very dense olfactory nerves, so they have a very sensitive sense of smell and can smell and distinguish any smell. This wild boar is exactly where Zhang Mingjie's confidence in chasing Lin Dong and the other two lies. Not only can it carry a team of 7, but it also has a developed sense of smell. It is almost born for this kind of task. The reason why the Beast Tamer Hunter was able to overwhelm the Holy Code Mage as the second in command within the team was entirely because of the help of this partner. Old man, it's up to you. The animal trainer put the scarf near the boar's nose after calling everyone to get on the pig. Buhibuhi. The wild boar uttered a strange cry, and then carried everyone on its back and started running towards the correct direction where Lin Dong and Sana left. The tamer hunter sits on the pig's head and casts various buffs to ensure the endurance of the pig's long-distance rate. Behind the beast tamer hunter, the Holy Code Mage took out a golden book, chanted obscure spells, and put blue halos on the beast tamer hunter's body to ensure that his blue volume remained on the security line, He took out a bottle of medicine and drank it from time to time. In this way, 2 people and 1 pig formed a rush mode that is almost a perpetual motion machine, showing the amazing efficiency of teamwork. Turning back the time to the present, after 2 days of trekking, Lin Dong and Shauna are far away from where the Golden Dandelion Village is located. At this time, according to the map's instructions, they were still about a week away from the kingdom of Hatsheen. Now that things have progressed to this point, Lin Dong has already seen the sunk cost of this hidden mission. In order to escort Sana to the Luna Church, he gave up a lot of wild monsters along the way, or the experience of walking. Of course, this trade-off is worthwhile for the time being. Escorting the Moon Goddess Priestess to a safe place and completing this hidden task, he will surely be able to enter a wider world and at the same time have some intersections with the gods. These hidden benefits are not necessarily useless to him. As the saying goes, it is not shabby to rely on a big tree to enjoy the shade and to find a backer before he grows up. As the priestess' physical strength was exhausted again, the two stopped again to rest. At this time they are on the edge of a plain and will soon enter the mountainous area again. The priestess collected firewood skillfully and was about to cooperate with Lin Dong to set up the fire. During the 2 days of getting along, they had established a preliminary tacit understanding. Miss Sana, I might have to wait for cooking. Lin Dong looked in the direction of Ping Yuan, narrowing his eyes slightly. With the excellent vision of the all-seeing eye, even though they were 10 miles apart, he had already spotted the traces of the Blood Dynasty and his party in advance. No mistake, the other party came for them. Has anyone caught up? Sana put down the firewood, and the 2 moon-shaped weapons on her body rose out of thin air. Don't worry, it's just a group of White Knight clan guys. I can solve it myself. Lin Dong took out the Evil Eye magic sword, put on a series of player equipment, and got ready for work. I'm sorry, Mr. One-Eyed. I'm the one who lagged behind. Sana said with a sigh. She had already discovered that Lin Dong's physical strength was comparable to a monster, and his speed was even more terrifying. If it weren't for her shortcoming, the 2 of them might have reached the border of the kingdom of Hatsheen by now. As the target of protection, you have no reason to apologize for this kind of thing. Lin Dong shook his head, didn't say much, and faced the enemy with his sword. 7 players and 1 pig. Although the lineup is weird, it is really not a good thing. Lin Dong launched his all-seeing eyes to scan these people and found that they were all at level 7 to 8, and according to the timeline, they were all current first-line players. 10 minutes later, under the control of the animal trainer, the wild boar braked suddenly and stopped less than 50 meters away from Lin Dong. Brother, you are the one who took away the woman that the Liang cult was chasing. Zhang Mingjie jumped off the boar and said, That's right. Are you going to take this muddy water? Lin Dong stood in an extremely relaxed state, with the priesthood of wisdom blessing his thinking ability, and he was constantly perfecting the battle plan in his mind. At the same time, the all-seeing eye is constantly collecting information from this group of people and feeding it back to his mind. Lin Dong soon figured out the opponent's staffing, 1 hidden profession, 2 elite professions, and 4 high-level unprofessional players. The 3 professional players are both the leaders and the main output units, while the remaining 4 non-professionals are not just a collection of people, but have functions that cannot be ignored. Among the 4, 2 hold shields and 2 hold staffs. Their functions are front row and support. This is a well-established style of play built around professionals, and it may be a fixed lineup that the opponent intends to work on for a long time. Seeing this, Lin Dong actually already understood that there are professionals in large-scale game guild battles in the opponent's group. Among the players who can be chosen by the god of games to come to the world of Luyang, there are indeed a lot of talents. Brother, you should have a mission related to that woman. Listen to my advice. Give up that mission and join our guild. We can help you make up for the lost part. Zhang Mingjie assumed the attitude of a corporal at this moment. Zhang Mingjie wasn't trying to cast doubt on the ground. Every word he said was sincere. Just judging from the video footage, the player in front of him is fully worth attracting, and he will definitely be a super fighter when he grows up in the future. If signing a contract can resolve this dispute and accept a talent by the way, why not do it? You may not be able to make up for my loss. Lin Dong shook his head, rejecting the other party's condescending invitation. Really? Then wash your neck and wait to die. Zhang Mingjie smiled ferociously, not too surprised by the result of Tanbong. Killing players may be a psychological obstacle for some people, but the vote of the Blood Dynasty is to kill a player, and all of them have already had blood on their hands. Now choosing to face swords against fellow countrymen can be said to have no psychological burden at all. Chapter 20. Liang, shine on me. Zhang Mingjie resolutely crushed the sun blessing stone in his pocket at the moment when he and Lin Dong were torn apart. Suddenly, a big sun phantom surrounded by divine birds appeared in the sky, and the orange sunlight fell on the 7 members of the Blood Dynasty. This blessing stone is a one-time buff item that he exchanged at a high price from the store of the Lion Godbird faction. It can increase the 4-dimensional attributes of all members of the entire team by 30 points in the next half an hour. What does 30-point full attribute 4-dimensional mean? Equivalent to an average of 120 points of free attributes. Everyone's combat strength at this time is equivalent to gaining 10 levels of gains. This blessing stone was originally a big weapon they left for boss-level enemies, but now it is used to deal with a single player. From this point, it is not difficult to see Zhang Mingjia's true attitude towards Lin Dong, an enemy. He said verbally that he didn't care about this kind of lone wolf player, but psychologically he was 100% vigilant. Fearing that he would capsize in the gutter, he had no intention of saving his cards. The 7 members of the Blood Dynasty, who were bathed in the blessing of the scorching sun, took out their respective combat weapons, and they were already in a state of tension. Of course, it is not polite to come and go, and Lin Dong is not polite. The gaze effect of the Evil Eye magic sword is activated. The target was Zhang Mingjia, and Bansini's gaze began to extract the speed attribute of the guild leader. Burst Fangs activate. Multiple sharp flaming fangs appeared above his fist. Lin Dong strode forward. Everyone made a defensive posture, and the 2 players who took on the task in the front row even arched to the front of the array. However, the target Lin Dong chose was beyond everyone's imagination. The burst fangs plunged into the body of the unattended red wild boar, and then triggered a flame burst in the second stage. Boom! The wild boar's last wail was covered by the explosion, and the exploded corpse produced a cloud of blood and scattered pieces of meat, and the scorched burning smell rushed into the nostrils of everyone present. Under such circumstances, it was inevitable that the Blood Dynasty's formation would have flaws. In the blood mist, Lin Dong maintained normal vision conditions with his all-seeing eyes. The blazing sun impact effect of the 4-winged blazing sun belt was activated at this moment, and a huge pillar of fire appeared behind him. Under the sudden boost of the fire pillar, Lin Dong's figure suddenly appeared beside the 2 auxiliary non-professional players. The 2 of them didn't have time to yell out in surprise, but there was a look of astonishment on their faces, and then Lin Dong wiped their necks without hesitation. Regarding the matter of killing other players, he has already done a good job of psychological construction. At this time, I really did it, but my heart was a little bleak. 2 streams of blood spurted out in an instant, and the bloody data light broke away from the bodies of the 2 players and disappeared into the void strangely, leaving 2 cold corpses on the spot. Lin Dong watched this scene, witnessing the player's death for the first time. What the god of game looted at the last moment was the player's soul remnant. This god is so cold and cruel that he never misses any opportunity to use waste. No. At the moment when the blood mist dissipated and visibility became clear, Zhang Mingjia roared angrily when he saw the prompt message in the system log. Although the professionals guarding both sides of him didn't speak, they also had ugly faces, and the remaining 2 unprofessionals with shields were rabbits and foxes, looking at Lin Dong's face with unspeakable fear in their hearts. They have obviously obtained the buff of the Sun Blessing Stone, but why are the 2 auxiliary unprofessionals still taken by the second? At the same time, through the inspection of the omniscient eye, Lin Dong found that the attributes of the 3 professionals had dropped slightly, which seemed to be a permanent loss of attributes. I see. He just thought for a moment and immediately understood the reason. The trust between players is maintained by the contract. Why should the 4 unemployed who joined the Blood Dynasty be your lackeys? Naturally, they hope to be protected by the guild. Judging from the current clues, the Blood Dynasty should have signed a protection clause. Once the unprofessionals die, then these professionals will not have a good time and need to bear the penalty of attribute decline. The 3 professionals are obliged to protect these non-professional players who sacrifice their own development potential and choose to support or front row for development. With the existence of the contract, these non-professional players can feel at ease and don't need to worry about being reduced to cannon fodder. Since this is the case, Lin Dong has a clear idea of what to do next. No, stop him. Zhang Mingjia realized the problem instantly after he noticed that Lin Dong's eyes were locked on the teammate, holding the shield. The opponent seems to have seen through the internal flaws of their team. If the 2 front rows continue to die, the attributes of the 3 of them will drop again, and at that time they will probably be left to be eaten by mermaids. According to Zhang Mingjia's structure, the original duty of the unprofessionals in the front row was to resist firepower and create output space for the professionals. But with the sudden change of the battle situation, the positions of both sides suddenly changed. In order to prevent their attributes from continuing to be punished by the contract of permanent decline, The three professionals activated their exclusive skills with black faces in an attempt to force Lin Dong back. As a storm caller, Zhang Mingjie set off a strong wind. The Holy Code Mage created a head-sized lightning ball, and the beast-taming hunter threw a huge boomerang. Facing the three incoming attacks, Lin Dong unhurriedly unleashed Flame Coil to coat his evil-eyed demon sword with flames, and then sprinted to bypass these attacks at high speed, and instantly came to two shield-wielding swordsmen. In front of the person, the two unprofessionals reacted differently. One gritted his teeth and held a shield to push forward, while the other stupidly chose to turn around and run away. Lin Dong locked the back of the fleeing man with his omniscient eyes, took out a white-quality black diamond sword from his backpack and threw it out, and at the same time, the other hand holding the evil-eye magic sword launched a rock-breaking slash to forcefully slash the shield, killed another person who was stubbornly resisting. The black water chestnut sword that came out of his hand just hit the back of the fleeing man, pinning him to the ground and taking his life. Although Lin Dong didn't use any skills during this process, his strength value was as high as 340 points, which was equivalent to an attribute that a professional with full strength plus points could only have at level 30. This unemployed person's 8th level attributes don't have all the investment physique, so it's absolutely impossible to stand up to it. In this way, the 7 members of the Blood Dynasty lost 4 unemployed people and the remaining 3 professionals, with a loss rate of more than half. Faced with this fact, Zhang Mingjie, who had been punished by attribute drops 4 times in a row, was numb. Chapter 21. As the survivors of the Blood Dynasty, the 3 professionals felt a little at a loss at this moment. According to their original assumption, although Lin Dong is strong, he should be passive in the face of the attack of the 7 people. During the pursuit, they internally rehearsed the tactics for facing Lin Dong numerous times. Some were in charge of containment, while others were in charge of attacking. Everything should be done in an orderly manner. However, they absolutely did not expect that the wild boar would become Lin Dong's entry point, and then the situation would change into what it is now in an instant. The 4 unemployed died instantly, leaving the 3 of them alone to suffer a tribute punishment. The loss of the cornerstone of the team is like a big tree that has lost all its branches and leaves, except for 3 bare poles. Can this tree still survive? At this moment, they finally realized Lin Dong's sense of oppression and understood what kind of player they had chosen as their enemy. The beast-taming hunter had goosebumps all over his body, and a sense of despair rose in his heart that he had never felt before. He wondered if there was a possibility of the 3 of them attacking together. The scripture mage's mind was in chaos, restraining his trembling. He didn't know which spell he should use first to restrain Lin Dong. It's true that we are players, but if you use the common sense of the game to measure reality, you will suffer a lot. As the leader of the guild, Zhang Mingjie recalled Chun Zhai's advice at this moment and felt regretful in his heart. According to the common sense of the game, Lin Dong, who arrived at the same stage as them, could not be the opponent of the 7-member team. However, this is not a game world, but a real different world. Some people are not measurable according to the common sense of the game. This is a power beyond their cognition. Go all out. There is only one dead end if you choose to escape now. Zhang Mingjie said after taking a deep breath. Damn, you have to help me win a chance. The scripture mage began to chant the mantra. Leave the tasks in the front row to me. The beast-taming hunter took out a red potion and poured it into his mouth. His eyes turned into beast-like pupils. The 3 of them were ready to fight to the death at this time, and they took out the moves at the bottom of the box at the same time. Zhang Mingjie summoned a storm to engulf him, turning into a sharp spiral of wind, ready to go. The beast-tamer hunter took the potion and recklessly activated the animalization skills attached to his profession, and with a roar, he blocked in front of the 2 of them. The Holy Code Mage made a bow and arrow gesture, chanted the spell to create an elemental bow and arrow, and the blazing sun condensed into a sharp point. This skill is called Fire Sun Retribution Arrow. It is a powerful killer move obtained by exchanging all the contribution points of the Blood Dynasty. It can be said to be the team's last hope at this time. Zhang Mingjie's Storm Spiral and Beast Hunter's Beast Transformation both exist to delay Lin Dong, and this arrow is the ultimate move. The 2 of them guarded in front of the Holy Code Mage, guarding against Lin Dong's attack. However, they were stunned to find that Lin Dong didn't seem to care about the mage's movements, and let the Liang punishment arrow charge up and prepare. He intends to evade the attack. I'll seal his retreat. Zhang Mingjie recalled Lin Dong's previous posture of using the wind sprint. If the opponent can use that skill again, the arrow of Liang punishment may not be able to accurately hit the opponent. This time cannot hesitate. The spiral of wind sweeps out. Zhang Mingjie is ready to risk his life for his life, and intends to hold Lin Dong close to him. It's a bit courageous. Lin Dong raised his eyebrows when he saw Zhang Mingjie approaching him and activated the explosive fangs again. Multiple flaming fangs appeared on his fist again. The fangs formed by the condensation of these elements were intertwined and extended, sharp and sharp. Bansini's Rampage boots light up, and the equipment effect, Rampage, is activated. His speed was raised to a higher level again. The all-seeing eye locked Zhang Mingjie's position in the storm barrier, and his fist broke through the storm directly, piercing through the opponent's body. The explosion effect of the exploding fang took effect. Zhang Mingjie's body collapsed and exploded, and the flame of life was extinguished. At the moment when his life came to an end, his eyes reflected the fire of Lai Yang's punishment arrow, and he felt a little relieved. As the guild leader, he made a wrong decision and ruined the entire team, but at the end of his life he thought he had done what he was supposed to do. Labor and management have confessed, you must live on. Under Zhang Mingjie's dying wishes, the arrow of Liuyang's punishment escaped from the hands of the Holy Code Mage, drowning Lin Dong and Zhang Mingjie like an angry dragon breaking free from its chains. The violent fire elemental plowed a deep furrow in the earth, and the scorched land exuded an aura of destruction. The Holy Code Mage was panting heavily, and his eyes were full of joy after the catastrophe. Although the animal trainer standing in front of him felt sorry for Zhang Mingjie's passing, he was also glad that he was a survivor. However, their joy lasted only 2 seconds. The moment the flames dissipated, they saw a standing figure, so the devil-like player was not taken away. After being attacked by Liuyang's punishing arrow, this guy's clothes became ragged, his physical condition was unscathed, and his eyes were still sharp. Is that all? Lin Dong grinned while holding the evil eye magic sword. The Holy Code Mage's attack is indeed powerful, but unfortunately the opponent's foundation is too shallow. When facing the flames, he activated the flame-wrapping body in time, and at the same time, the 30% fire immunity effect of the passive skill Born of Fire, the 110 points of physical attributes, and the blood bar gain of the World Tree all played a role, offsetting this time's damage. Monster. The beast-taming hunter finally collapsed. He grabbed the absent-minded scripture mage beside him, threw it at Lin Dong, and then ran away resolutely. The Holy Code Mage was suddenly stabbed in the back by his teammates, and before he could react, Lin Dong's sword had already pierced his chest. The Holy Code Mage failed to leave a last word. His eyes lost the color of life, and he died a bit useless. Of course, the arrow of Riding Sun's punishment had already emptied his mana bar, and in fact, the Holy Code Mage didn't have much ability to resist. Rest in peace. Lin Dong pushed it to the ground and looked at the beast-taming hunter, who left in a hurry. This farce from the players is finally coming to an end. Chapter 22. Looking at the back of the beast-taming hunter, Lin Dong originally planned to go after him directly to make up the knife. At this moment, he opened the professional skill tree on a whim and looked at the skill icons of Eagle of Sword Chi and 6 consecutive lightning strikes, with some insight. The Priesthood of Wisdom gives him the ability to accumulate inspiration through combat and optimize and transform skills. At this time, Lin Dong's thoughts were like a fountain, and the icons of the 2 skills kept beating, forming thin lines and veins, and then entangled together. The skill icons of Sword Chi Eagle and 6 consecutive Blitz faded and disappeared during this process. In its place is a brand new skill icon featuring a flock of white eagles. 2 seemingly unrelated skills were integrated and promoted at this moment, and a lot of skill-related information flooded into his mind, and this new skill was instantly mastered. Then let's call it a day. Lin Dong locked onto the figure of the beast-tamer hunter and swung the evil-eyed magic sword out of thin air with dozens of combos. The cries of the falcons rang out at this moment. The white sword energy turned into an eagle shape and flew out together, presenting an overwhelming momentum to press out. No, the beast-tamer hunter's perception was quite excellent, and when he sensed that the danger was approaching, he subconsciously looked back. When he saw the frenzied eagle-shaped sword energy in groups, despair appeared in his eyes, and then he was overwhelmed. After a bloody data light rose and disappeared, a corpse fell to the ground. After that, the Blood Dynasty Guild was declared extinct. Lin Dong mercilessly mobilized the roots of the World Tree to clean up the battlefield, and then returned to the rock, where Sana stayed behind. Mr. One-Eyed is really not an ordinary person. Do we need to move to a resting place? Shauna was relieved when she saw Lin Dong return safely. Although they were far apart, she still saw the general situation of the battle. This was a crushing one-sided crush, and the group of white knights chasing them failed to cause any trouble to the accompanying bodyguard from the beginning to the end. He is a man like a monster. There is no need to transfer. These people are just acting alone, Lin Dong said firmly. The all-seeing eye captured the information of the audience, and did not find any member of the Blood Dynasty to tip off the news, and no specific props were triggered during the whole process. I see. Then I will set up the camp as usual. Sana nodded, believing Lin Dong's judgment. Then she mobilized the moon wheel weapon and set up some trigger-type magic mechanisms centered on the rock, and made some preparations for camping and resting. Compared with Lin Dong, her frontal combat ability may not be strong, but she has a lot of small means related to escape. After the two had a simple meal, Sana leaned against the rock and put on a blanket to rest. Lin Dong is still in charge of the night watch task. With 110 points of intelligence and the help of the world tree in the spiritual world, he is now in a half-asleep and half-awake vigilant state, which is enough to restore his mental state. Lin Dong, who was sitting by the campfire, maintained his equipment, then opened the system log to view the information records of the entire battle. You killed player number DF895641, LV8, and gained a small amount of combat experience. Because you initiated an attack on the player and killed a player, you have entered the red name state. Attention! Killing between players is not encouraged. Your battle experience will be reduced by 20%. Please pay attention to maintaining the unity relationship between players in the future and reduce unnecessary internal friction. You killed player number AK814586, LV8, and gained a small amount of combat experience. Your crime index has intensified, and the red name status will last longer. Ding! Congratulations on raising your character level. Your current level is 9. You killed player number LN642136, LV8, and gained a small amount of combat experience. Your crime index has intensified, and the red name status will last longer. Attention! Killing between players is not encouraged. Ding! Congratulations on raising your character level. Your current level is 10. Ding! You have a new understanding of the skills Sword, Chi Eagle, and 6 consecutive Blitz that you have mastered, and the data of the 2 skills are being merged. Ding! You have successfully comprehended Falcon Hunting, active skill. Eagle Hunting, active skill. This skill is promoted by the fusion of Sword, Chi Eagle, and 6 Strike Blitz. The user can form multiple Sword Chi Eagles to shoot out in unison through continuous slashing. The upper limit of the number of Sword Chi depends on the breathing rhythm of the user. There is theoretically no upper limit. You killed player number WV893612, LV8, and gained a small amount of combat experience. Looking at a series of information in the system log, Lin Dong first noticed the existence of the red name status. Regarding this state, he knew it through the memory of the novice guide in the early days of his advent. Just like the lackeys of hunting gods will be restricted, the god of games does not want internal friction between players and has set stricter restrictions. In addition to the greatly reduced experience gained, there is another trick, that is, the status of red name. Players in the red name state are killed by other players and will drop many items in the form of a high explosion rate. At the same time, players who kill red-named players will not be punished by red-named players, and the experience gain will also increase significantly. After entering this state, there is only one way for red-named players to wash away their sins. That is to hunt Black Abyss monsters and atone for their crimes. The system will record the battle records of red-named players and pardon the player's crimes after the crime value is erased. Lin Dong didn't have the habit of getting used to the system and activated the rune text to directly interfere with the data in this state, and then violently broke it. He didn't know if the god of games could detect this kind of abnormal data, but the sky was high and the emperor was far away, so there was no need to worry too much. The god of games himself is far away in the world of Bay. Even if he has means to target him, he still has the confidence to cover him with soldiers. Chapter 23. After easily solving the problem of red names, Lin Dong continued to browse the system logs and stopped in front of the new skill of falcon hunting. The priesthood of wisdom was a surprise to him. The mutation promotion of runes and the promotion of the priesthood of wisdom are all routine operations. This is the first time he has encountered the fusion of skills. After the data fusion of the Eagle of Sword Chi and the 6 consecutive lightning strikes, the effect presented is quite powerful. He has already used falcon hunting once, and now he has a deep understanding of the strength of this skill. Eagle hunting basically retained the strengths of the original 2 skills, combined the strengths of both, and then burst into a new light. This is a group battle skill with great potential. Not to mention that the attack form belongs to the hands-off type. The upper limit of the sword energy depends on the breathing rhythm of the user, which means that there is no upper limit to the strength. After acquiring this skill, his leveling efficiency has improved linearly. After completing the current hidden task, Lin Dong can find some areas densely populated by wild monsters and start harvesting experience points. After confirming the characteristics of this skill, he immediately set his sights on the attribute panel. Although the experience gained from killing players is small, the experience provided by the 8 players still pushed him to level 10. For other players, level 10 is just the apex of the First Order realm. Only when one breaks through this level and reaches level 11 and enters the realm of the second level will there be a real qualitative change. But Lin Dong is different. Odin, the king of the gods, can selectively unlock a kind of god intelligence or god image every time the character level of Odin is increased by 10. This is his unique qualitative change point. The choices Lin Dong faces are quite rich, and this is a question that requires careful consideration. Looking at the professional skill tree module in the player interface, he suppressed his excitement and decided to temporarily postpone this multiple choice question and make a decision after completing the process of adding points and loot. Regarding the question of adding points, Lin Dong didn't think about it for long. The final allocation plan for the 200 points of free attributes obtained this time is a balanced and even distribution of 50 points for each attribute. After adding points, his 4-dimensional attributes change as follows: Intelligence, 160 plus 50, Strength, 390 plus 50, Speed, 330 plus 50, Constitution, 160 plus 50. The slant of the sword and the balanced development each have their own shortcomings. Adding points in this way is certainly a bit more stable, but the victory is that there are no shortcomings. With his current 4-dimensional strength, it is impossible for any player to win in a single event. The big advantages of strength and speed are enough to suppress any player, and the follow-up of intelligence and physique can ensure that the blood bar and blue bar will have more benefits after being amplified by the world tree. After solving the problem of adding points, Lin Dong closed his eyes and entered the spiritual world. On the branches of the indomitable world tree, there are more than a dozen balls of light hanging at this moment waiting for confirmation. These are all drops from 8 players. With Lin Dong's current net worth, he doesn't particularly care about ordinary skills or equipment. It's just that the 7 members of the Blood Dynasty who came this time, as the players of the first echelon, have a lot of eye-catching things. After some trade-offs, he finally left 3 skill light spheres and 2 equipment light spheres, keeping a total of 5 dropped items. After making the choice, Lin Dong waved his hand, letting the remaining dropped things become the nourishment of the world tree. After these drops were absorbed by the root system, the level of the world tree unexpectedly took a step forward, reaching a new height of level 4. It is really a surprise that such a result can be exchanged for a bunch of low-value skills, equipment, and sundries. After leaving the spiritual world, Lin Dong opened his backpack and transformed the 5 dropped items he kept into runes as usual. After the processing process is over, the information of these dropped items changes to the following. Famater, active skill. This skill is mutated from the high-pressure wind blade. This skill can be cast empty-handed or assisted by a sword. After activating this skill, the user can create a crescent-shaped wind blade with cutting power attacking the enemy. This attack has a miraculous effect on breaking down the barriers of high-defense enemies. Arrow through the sky, active skill. This skill is mutated from the arrow of Riding Sun's retribution. This skill can be cast empty-handed or assisted by a bow and arrow. After activating this skill, the user can accumulate strength by pulling the bow and shooting arrows. Create energy arrows to shoot at the enemy, and the energy arrows have the ultimate penetrating effect. Beast Calling, active skill. This skill is mutated from the Hunter's Beast Contract. Users can use this skill on beasts, and then conduct spiritual confrontation and contract judgment. After the spiritual confrontation is successful, the contract agreement is deemed to be reached, and you will gain the absolute loyalty of the corresponding beast, open up your own pet space to store the target, and use your own mana instead of food to maintain the life of the contracted beast. Note: once the spiritual confrontation fails, the skill user will be affected by the spiritual level. Trauma. This skill currently allows a maximum of 10 contracted beasts. Golden Dandelion's Promise, green, necklace attribute bonus, intelligence plus 10, equipment effect. Lover's Prayer, the wearer recovers 1% of mana every 10 minutes. Remarks: this is an agreement between ordinary lovers, a token of love, with the power of sincerity. The equipment is still pure after experiencing unknown mutations. Mountain Ash Ornament, green. Headgear attribute bonus, intelligence plus 10, equipment effect. Nature's Favor, the wearer's summons have the characteristic of increasing the recovery rate of stamina. Remarks: only those who know how to respect nature can be recognized by nature, experienced an unknown mutation. Chapter 24. Looking at the results of the transformation, Lin Dong's eyes stayed on the 3 skills. These three skills come from the three professionals of the Blood Dynasty. It can be said that Lin Dong selected the most valuable part after deliberation. The Wind Demon Tearing comes from the Storm Caller, that is, Zhang Mingjia's high-pressure wind blade. After the modification, this skill has a good degree of freedom. The method of casting is not limited to being empty-handed or holding a weapon, and it is used to deal with the barriers of high-defense enemies. It has a miraculous effect, which can be regarded as both lethality and functionality. The arrow through the air comes from the Holy Code Mage, but it is not the opponent's professional skill. The professional skills of the Holy Code Mage are not outstanding, but the arrow of Riding Sun punishment he launched at the critical moment of life and death is a bit interesting. This skill is used to target other players, and it must be the result of lore. If Lin Dong hadn't been born from the ashes of fire and used the flame winding for protection, plus elements such as the world tree and high physical attributes, he would still be a bit embarrassed to eat this arrow. Therefore, he finally retained this skill that obviously came from the Liang Divine Bird Camp, and then transformed it into a piercing arrow. The same as Feng Ma Tir, the method of casting this skill is not limited to whether it is empty-handed or wielding a weapon. It needs to be charged as a disadvantage, but the attack comes with an extreme penetration effect. Generally speaking, it is both good and bad. The last skill, Beast Recruitment, comes from Beast Tamer Hunter, which is the most special functional skill among the three skills. There is a possibility of failure in casting this skill, and the cost is not small. Of course, once the casting is successful, he can harvest beast helpers like the Hunter Red Boar. The advantage of this type of helper is absolute loyalty and super high obedience. In addition, they are also easy to store and can be stored in the pet space when they are not needed. Lin Dong's current intelligence attribute is as high as 160 points. There may be a chance of overturning when subduing high-level beasts, but if he tries his hands with some low-level guys, he should be sure. Compared with the original Hunter's Beast Deed, the modified Beast Conscript has great advantages. Not only the upper limit of contracted beasts allowed has changed from 1 to 10, but he can also use his own mana instead of food to maintain the life of contracted beasts. Lin Dong thinks that the blue bar is long, and it may be a bit difficult for other hunter professions to support 10 beasts at the same time, but he doesn't take this expense seriously. The reason why he kept this skill was that apart from thinking it was unique enough, he also had another purpose, which was to prepare means of transportation for Sanaa. The little girl's speed was still slow. If he can successfully subdue 10 fast-legged beasts in the future, then 10 beasts will take turns to give Sanaa a replacement vehicle, and their speed will increase several notches. After confirming all the characteristics of the beast call, Lin Dong put the matter of catching the beast on the plan, and then looked at the 2 items in the equipment section. None of the 3 skills he chose to keep was simple. For the same reason, although these 2 pieces of equipment are only of green quality after transformation, their equipment effects are very rare. The promise of the golden dandelion comes from the master of the Holy Scriptures, and its appearance is in the shape of a pendant intertwined with 3 golden flowers. Judging from the description of the equipment, this piece of equipment may be a reward for the Blood Dynasty to perform the entrusted tasks in the village. The effect of this piece of equipment is to restore 1% of the mana of the wearer every 10 minutes. At first glance, this seems tasteless, but it is different when it comes to Lin Dong. This is a percentage entry. For people with poor blue stripes, the percentage may not mean much, but it is different when placed on a blue stripe monster like Lin Dong. His blue bar is already very exaggerated now, but his potential is still unlimited. As long as the level of world tree continues to increase, his blue bar will continue to skyrocket. In this case, the effect of recovering 1% mana every 10 minutes is very valuable. The quality of this piece of equipment is green, which is also good news for Lin Dong. This means that he can use the ability of runes to combine this piece of equipment with suitable monster materials and continue to improve its quality. If the effect of this percentage equipment can increase in the process, then the value of this necklace is limitless. After Lin Dong equipped it on himself, he looked at the next second piece of equipment. The front texture of the mountain gray decoration is like some kind of beast's leather, and there is a small buckle on the back, which is a neutral hair accessory. This piece of equipment allows the wearer's summons to gain the characteristic of increasing the rate of stamina recovery. The reason why the 7 members of the Blood Dynasty were able to catch up with them was also due to this characteristic to a certain extent. The interference of the rune text made the quality of this piece of equipment rise from white to green. There is a weakened version of the stamina blessing effect on the original white equipment. Lin Dong now masters Call of the Beast, so he can use this effect as well. After confirming the effect of this equipment, he pinned it in his hair and equipped it. This kind of accessories that do not take up the main position, for now, the more the better. After dealing with these dropped objects, Lin Dong turned around and finally planned to face the most critical problem. He took a deep breath to get ready, then opened the player interface and clicked on the icon representing Professional Skill Tree. At this moment, the power of Odin, the king of the gods, was fleeting. In a trance, he seemed to see the Valkyrie in the Hall of Valor welcoming him. Time, prophecy, kingship, wisdom, healing, magic, poetry, war, and death. One of the 9 priesthoods has been lit up. The Eternal Gungnir, the Golden Ring of Draupnir, the supreme throne of the 9 realms, the combination of ferocious wolves Kili and Kaliki, the raven partner Falcon and Wuni, the 8-legged horse Sleipnir. Massive, the image of God awaits his call. The benefits of priesthood. Lin Dong has a deep understanding. Whether it is the priesthood of wisdom as the source, the omniscient eye that is always in effect, or the rune script that interferes with the operation of the system indiscriminately, their functions can be said to be better than the other. The comprehensive gain of the priesthood can be said to make him leave all players behind in the early days of his advent. Of course, it is not advisable to ignore the existence of the image of the gods just after trying the benefits of the priesthood. The image of gods is a growth-type equipment that comes and goes when it is called. The strength of the equipment will increase with the improvement of the personal level, and it will always be at the top quality corresponding to the character level. If these two concepts can be placed on an equal footing, the image of God must have its strength. The main difference between the two is that the former belongs to comprehensive improvement, while the latter has obvious tendencies. So how should he choose this time? Chapter 25. Lin Dong looked at the rhythmic bonfire in front of him and added a few pieces of wood to the fire. After a short thought, he decided to try the role of the image of God and compare the differences between the two powers. After completing this multiple-choice question, he faced a new multiple-choice question, which was which image of God he should choose. This time Lin Dong made a judgment without hesitation. He is not in a stable social environment now, but here is the world of Luoyang, which is full of dangers. More often than not, he should not look to the future, but should pay more attention to his feet. Right now, the task of escorting Sanaa is still in a dangerous stage, and the group of people who appeared in Dandelion Village may not give up easily. Therefore, his choice should proceed from the actual situation and choose a big killer that can directly play a role in war. At this point in his thinking, Lin Dong ruled out most of the images of gods and only kept 2 options, that is, Gungnir, the Eternal Spear, and Draupnir, the 8-legged horse. Gungnir, the gun of eternity, is Odin's main weapon, forged by the dwarves from the branches of the world tree. The type of this weapon can be regarded as a javelin. As a throwing spear, it is very powerful and can penetrate everything. Sleipnir is Odin's mount, transformed from Loki into a mare, and born of the god horse Svartalfari. It is born with 8 legs and is the best horse in the world, capable of crossing the sky and even entering the underworld. On the surface, one of these 2 choices represents absolute power and the other represents absolute speed. In fact, it also represents Lin Dong's attitude in the face of crisis. Should he fight to the death or leave the green hills behind without worrying about firewood? Lin Dong might have chosen the latter before embarking on this path of killing, but now he firmly chooses the former. When meeting on a narrow road, the brave wins. Escape can only be saved for a while. No one can escape their own destiny. If so, choose to fight. Thinking of this, Lin Dong put his hand on the virtual screen and selected Gungnir to light it up. The moment it was lit, Gungnir, the spear of eternity, vibrated, and this artifact was excited for its reappearance. Lin Dong stretched out his hand and shook it towards the void. Golden light spots formed in his hand, and a slightly curved spear appeared. The length of the whole gun has reached an exaggerated 3 meters long, and it penetrates fiercely, like a flying dragon that is about to take off. The tip of this long spear is shining with a golden light of divinity, with a huge gem inlaid in the middle. The body of the spear has a trajectory arc like a shooting star passing through the sky. Branch. Lin Dong held the weapon and fiddled with it for a while, only to feel that the weapon was extremely light, dancing like an arm. It was obviously the first time he had met her, but he felt a little joy of reunion after a long absence. This weapon seemed to be his old buddy, calling out to him constantly, hoping to get his response. "I'm right here." Lin Dong held Gungnir, the Spear of Eternity, and learned more about it. Gungnir, also known as the Spear of Eternity, is known as the Lost Spear of the Heavens, and Gungnir, the Meteor Gun. It is the exclusive weapon used by the Nordic god Odin. This gun was made by the evil god Loki during the incident caused by Sif, and he asked the dwarf to make it. The tip of the gun is engraved with runes, and the handle of the gun is made of branches of the world tree. Its ability is quite simple and powerful. That is, if you throw it, you will definitely hit the target. Gungnir can penetrate anything and then fly back to the owner's hand by itself. When Odin throws the gun, it will emit a bright light across the sky. The people on the ground call it lightning, and another way is meteor. According to the myth, the person who swears to the throne Gungnir will surely fulfill his oath. After Lin Dong was familiar with the composition of this new power, he let go of his hand and let the eternal gun shatter into light spots all over the sky. At this time, he opened the system log and saw the data information of Gungnir. The Eternal Gun Gungnir? A special data group born from unknown reasons. You cannot show anyone the relevant information of this weapon. Effect 1. God's creation. This weapon has the nature of skills and is deeply bound to the profession. It cannot be seized and used by anyone. It can only exist as a weapon with the number JX 456002. Effect 2. Growth Follow-up. This weapon has the characteristic of accompanying growth, and the equipment strength will increase with the increase of the personal level of the number JX 456002. Effect 3. Break the boat. This weapon can bear the power of the number JX 456002 without an upper limit, including the level of the overdrawn world tree as a bet. Effect 4. Meteor Trail. When the weapon is thrown out, it cannot be restricted by any skill capture. It will definitely hit the target when it is thrown, and it will fly back to the owner by itself after penetrating the target. Effect 5. Obsession Bearing. Anyone who swears to the throne Gungnir will surely fulfill his oath. The stronger the fighting obsession of number JX 456002 is, the sharper the weapon will be. Effect 6. Indestructible Hallow. Once the weapon is condensed, it cannot be destroyed by external force, and it can only be determined by the personal will of no. JX 456002, whether to continue to exist. There are 6 jaw-dropping effects, each of which can be added to a certain piece of equipment alone, and it can be upgraded to multiple gears, and it is even called an artifact. After lighting the gun of eternity, Lin Dong finally realized what the image of God is. It is not only equipment, but also a skill, as if it exists in the border area between these two concepts. For Lin Dong at this stage, this big killer has no room to play for the time being, and no one is worth asking Lin Dong to invite it out. However, sooner or later it will have a chance to show up. Perhaps that day is not too far away. Chapter 26. The morning air was a bit cold, and Sana woke up from her sleep. At this time, she just saw Lin Dong sitting in front of the fire, opened his eyes. "Good morning, Mr. One-Eyed." Sana greeted briefly, and then began to pack her bags. "Good morning, Miss Shauna." Lin Dong nodded, activated the flame twine, and sent a fire to the fire, and then added a few pieces of firewood. He simply toasted toast and dried meat, boiled a pot of hot water, and the two quickly solved the problem of breakfast. "I have a way to speed up your marching efficiency, but we may need to stay on the grassland for a while," Lin Dong said, while taking out the shovel from his backpack to bury the fire. "I see. I'll follow your arrangement." Although Shauna felt that the two should not continue wandering on the grassland, she still chose to trust Lin Dong's judgment at this time. She knew that Lin Dong would not be aimless, since it said that it could increase her speed. It must be true. If taking a little risk can increase your speed and get you into the kingdom of Hatchin one step ahead, then it is worth taking a little risk. After the two left the rock, Sanai followed Lin Dong, and then saw him kill a prairie horned bull in an instant, cutting the beast's body to pieces. The bloody smell of the sharp-horned cow spread instantly, and was carried to farther places under the breeze of the grassland. Killing this LV4 creature didn't bring him much experience. Lin Dong didn't intend to release the roots of the world tree to loot the drops. He had other uses for this cow carcass. "Mr. One-Eyed, this will attract many beasts." Shauna frowned slightly, not understanding Lin Dong's intention. "I know, that's exactly the result I want." Lin Dong didn't explain too much. Anyway, it won't be long before his purpose will be revealed. In less than 10 minutes, a howl of a wolf came from a distance, and then a group of gray-haired wolf-shaped beasts surrounded the two of them and the body of the sharp-horned bull. There are a total of 8 wolves in this group, each of which has the size of a calf, with the words Qingyao Wolf, LV7, on their heads, and the leader of the Wolf King is displayed as Qingyao Wolf King Elite, LV10. After Qingyao Wolf King Ong Tian shouted, he began to approach Lin Dong. Compared with other blue-toothed wolves, its fur is green and white, with a unique nobility and luster. 8 should be enough. Lin Dong inspected the group of beasts and decided to accept them all. Beast Call activate. According to the principle of catching the thief first, he directly selected the Wolf King in front of him for mental confrontation and contract judgment. Qingyao Wolf King fell to the ground with a whimper, unable to resist Lin Dong's mental coercion at all, and lost in the mental confrontation in an instant. The moment the contract was concluded, a diamond-shaped imprint appeared on its brow, and it became Lin Dong's loyal dog. Now that the Wolf King has been won, the next thing will be much easier. 10 minutes later, Lin Dong successfully subdued all the Qingyao wolves, let them have a full meal, and brought all 7 wolves except the Qingyao Wolf King into the pet space. Miss Shana, it will be at your disposal from now on. Lin Dong signaled the Qingfang Wolf King to come to Shana obediently. Mr. One-Eyed, I didn't expect you to come up with such a method. Shana admires it. Shana touched the head of the Qingfang Wolf King and instantly understood Lin Dong's arrangement. With the 8 wolves taking turns acting as means of transportation, she will no longer hold Lin Dong back. Let's go. Those people from the Solari cult have not given up on chasing. Lin Dong remembered the priest Angel and the knight commander Daboro he had seen in Jean Dandelion Village. Compared with the player group of Blood Dynasty, that group of people is the real hard stubble. Before activating the Eternal Spear, he might still be a little wary of these second-order peak local masters. Now, instead, he hoped that these people would be more competitive and keep up with his own pace. Next, let's go in the direction of Dewdrop Valley. There is a special road to go there. Sana took out the map and suddenly remembered a shortcut. According to their original traveling speed, that ride would not be able to catch up. But it's different now. With the rotation of 8 wolves as a means of transportation, it should be in time. I have no objection. Lin Dong nodded, looking at Qingyao Wolf King's obedient appearance like Era, feeling a little emotional in his heart. Martial Nordic warriors believe that if they can be blessed by Odin during the war, they can get a force with the spirit of a bear and the bravery of a wolf, and become an invincible berserker on the battlefield. In addition, in the chapters of Ragnarok, Odin he was buried in the mouth of the demon wolf Fenrir. For Odin, the wolf is a special animal. This pack of wolves came to him, more or less because of chance. During the next journey, Sana led the way on the Qingfang Wolf King, while Lin Dong fell aside, while maintaining a state of galloping in the wind, and the speed of the journey was extremely high. Another 2 days passed, and after the 8 wolves changed their shifts, the 2 finally arrived at Dewdrop Valley. It was dusk at this time, and the 2 ate and rested on the spot. Taking advantage of this time, Shana told Lin Dong in detail about the special ride they were about to take. Mr. One-Eyed, do you know the origin of the name of Golden Dandelion Village? Sana asked, holding a water glass. Oh, is there a story about golden dandelions passing through the sky every year? Lin Dong poked the firewood in the bonfire, remembering the story Atoms of the Moon told himself back then. That's right, that's not a legend, but a miracle, Shana said with a smile. Miracle. Lin Dong rubbed his chin, recalling the 2 words. Yes, the wandering god living in this land often appears in the form of a dandelion, wandering within a certain range. Saying that, Sana took out 2 fluffy little umbrellas from her bosom, handed one of them to him. Is this a dandelion seed? Lin Dong activated his all-seeing eyes to scan over this strange object, and saw that it contained a small amount of highly condensed divine power. The strength of this kind of divine power is similar to that of the Liang 4-winged beast back then, but the nature of the divine power is different. You're half right. This is the offspring of the gods. The owner can follow the god of God, and this is the starting point, Sana said with a smile. Chapter 27. Through Shana's explanation, Lin Dong probably understood what kind of adventure he would face after nightfall. A bus driven by the swaying god does not know where it will go, but it will definitely leave the current place and arrive at a nearby area. Dandelion ZD is the ticket to get on the train, and Dewdrop Valley is the departure station, and the departure time is tonight. After tonight, getting rid of the pursuers is a sure thing, and maybe they can go straight to the edge of the border of the kingdom of Dahatsian. In the following time, the 2 ate and chatted, and the bonfire burned silently, making a crackling sound or 2 from time to time. From time to time, Lin Dong asked Sana about the details of the ride, and Sana answered his questions very seriously every time holding the dinner plate. The flickering fire flickers on and off in the mountains, and the whispering insects in the distance of the Dewdrop Valley rise and fall. Unknowingly, the moonlight seemed to cover the earth with a layer of silver gauze, and the time finally came to the night time. It started. Sana suddenly whispered, "Yeah." Lin Dong nodded and unconsciously touched his pocket with his left hand, where the small dandelion umbrella was lying there. Not long after Sana's reminder passed, countless faint lights suddenly appeared in the dark grass tens of kilometers around. Numerous small golden dandelion umbrellas suddenly appeared around, shining a little bit of light, like stars twinkling in the sky. Hum, buzz, buzz. As if they had been summoned by some kind, they spread their wings and flew towards the sky, and soon formed a golden river with a diameter of tens of meters reaching the sky. Lin Dong looked up at the golden river and suddenly felt his body became light. He was floating into the air. The shimmering light emitted by the dandelion body that he had put away in his pocket at this time was still bright through the clothes. Mr. One-Eyed, it's now. Sana also floated into the air. She kicked her legs up a little faster and opened her arms to embrace the dandelion river. Okay, Lin Dong got enough boost just by launching the wind sprint for a moment. He came from behind and grabbed Shauna's hand, and then rushed towards the golden river. The majestic divine power of the swaying god was beautiful under the observation of the all-knowing eye, and for him it surpassed the appearance in front of him. Spectacle. The golden river went all the way, and it didn't take long to pass over the golden dandelion village. This precarious journey has started. A butterfly with 6 wings, a huge muscular frog, a cicadere with donuts on its head. The two immersed in the golden river saw countless weird creatures during the ride. When this river passes through a place, it will bring some strange things. When everyone gathers together, they will start holding a banquet. Time seems to have lost its meaning in this river, and everyone enjoyed the atmosphere of the banquet to the fullest, singing and dancing, drinking and drinking. At this time, Sana was already lost in this atmosphere, dancing an exotic dance. Lin Dong wandered on the edge of the banquet. His all-seeing eyes shone with wisdom, keeping him in a sane state from beginning to end. Through the observation of the all-seeing eye, all the food in the banquet is non-toxic. He sipped a glass of red wine and didn't eat too much. Looking at the figure of the priestess, Lin Dong didn't intend to wake her up, because he didn't know if waking up the other party rashly would cause any mental trauma. According to Sana, passengers on the precarious journey will be in this state until the end of the journey. Her state is a normal reaction, but Lin Dong is the abnormal one. In this sane state, Lin Dong was observing the state of the Golden River while admiring the various wonders in the banquet. This divine power is on the verge of exhaustion, and if there is no accident, it will dissipate in half an hour. At that time, it may be time to end the journey and return to the world. Mr. One-Eyed, get ready to get out of the car. A moonlight lit up between the eyebrows of Shauna, who was dancing in the banquet, and finally found herself at the end of the banquet. It's just that what shocked her was that Lin Dong woke up earlier than her. Or maybe he was affected by falling into the precarious god at all. Faced with such a phenomenon, Sana opened her mouth slightly, a little unbelievable. She became sober by relying on the blessing of the gods. So how did Lin Dong, a Bay tribe, do it? This is a rare opportunity. Let's have a drink. Lin Dong probably guessed the other party's mental activity, and without explaining too much, he took 2 glasses of red wine from the tray of a giraffe waiter next to him. Oh, then wish us a smooth journey on the next journey. Sana came back to her senses and put away her curiosity. Well said, cheers. Lin Dong clinked glasses with her and poured the mellow liquor into his mouth. Time passed by bit. The divine power in the Golden River dissipated, and all kinds of bizarre things disappeared. Bursts of joyful calls of birds in the morning came from nowhere. The light spots on the Golden River gradually dimmed, and the dandelions disappeared. After disappearing, they returned to land. The world returned to calm, and everything just now seemed to be just a dream. The two looked at the unfamiliar land in front of them, and still had a bit of aftertaste about the banquet just now. Lin Dong suddenly saw that a golden dandelion did not leave, but stayed in front of him. Miss Shauna, what's the situation? Lin Dong asked, pointing at the light sphere. Accept it. This is a gift from the god of precariousness. That god does everything according to his will. Maybe he hopes to have more opportunities to interact with you. Sana looked at this scene, a little surprised, but felt very reasonable. For a special Bay tribe like Lin Dong, let alone the god of floating, she wanted to win him over and absorb him into the church of the moon god. It's just that the timing is wrong now. I see. Lin Dong held the ball of light and left this special souvenir. Chapter 28. Holding the golden dandelion in his hand, Lin Dong opened the system log thoughtfully and saw the changes in himself after the wandering journey. Ding! You are in the banquet ceremony of the gods, and you have received the blessings of the gods. Because of the blessing of the gods, you have comprehended the primordial sacrifice, active skill, primitive sacrifice, active skill. After activating this skill, you can choose the name of the 6 suns world or related gods to pray and chant the words of sacrifice, and then offer a sufficiently rich sacrifice, waiting for the god's response and reward. Note, this is the blessing from the god of faltering or the enlightenment from ancient times. Because of the blessing of the gods, you comprehended the dance of fluttering, passive skill, swaying dance. Passive skill, you have a 5% chance to dodge and save any offensive skills, and the buff skills are not within the judgment range. Note, you have been watched and favored by the gods, and you can use this skill to have a certain relationship with the corresponding gods. Ding, you are in the banquet ceremony of the gods. You have eaten the sacrament in the banquet, and you have obtained the buff effect of permanently increasing all attributes by 10 points. Note, the buff effect of Holy Communion will only take effect once. It seems that he is being targeted. Lin Dong played with the dandelion souvenir in his hand, a little surprised at the generosity of the precarious god. The two skills seem a little weak, but the permanent increase of all attributes by 10 points is equivalent to the player's income from upgrading 4 levels, not to mention that the opponent has left a piece of high-quality material. Adding these things together, the value is not low. Primal Sacrifice is an active skill that can offer sacrifices to heaven, earth, or gods, which is actually equivalent to a special means of contacting gods. The probability of evading skills in the erratic dance is appallingly low, and the main function should be to establish contact with the erratic god. The meaning of these two skills combined is too obvious, like a mobile phone plus a business card. The other party is waiting for him to contact. Lin Dong looked at the two skills and originally planned to directly activate the runes to transform them, but he gave up after hesitating for a moment. Opportunities to directly talk to the gods are rare, so let's save this path for now. After the 4-dimensional information changes, his panel data are as follows. Name, Lin Dong Player ID, JX456002 level, 10 rank. First Order General Purpose World Tree level. For occupation, Odin, King of the Gods Intelligence, 170, plus 10, Strength, 400, plus 10, Speed, 340, plus 10, Constitution, 170, plus 10, Occupational Skill Tree, Priesthood, Wisdom Imagery, Eternal Gungnir Associated Skills, All-Seeing Eye, Runic Writing Active Skills, Rock Breaking Slash, Wind Sprint, Flame Entanglement, Bursting Fangs, Falcon Hunting, Wind Demon Tearing, Piercing Arrow, Beast Call, Primitive Sacrifice Passive Skills, Born from the Ashes, Swaying Dance Beast Recruitment, Blue Fang Wolf King Elite, LV10, Asterisk 1, Blue Fang Wolf, LV7, Asterisk 7 Main Player Equipment, Sword Bearer's Souvenir, Green, Ranger Cloak, Green, Bansini's Runaway Boots, Blue, Evil Eye Demon, Sword, Blue, Four-Winged Blazing Sun Belt, Blue, The Promise of Golden Dandelion, Green, Mountain Gray Decoration, Green. Seeing that the power column broke through the 400-point mark, Lin Dong felt the gentle power flowing in his body grow stronger again. He slowly raised his right hand and stretched it out in front of his eyes. Then the 5 fingers suddenly clenched into fists. Snapped. There was a crisp sound of explosion, as if a bomb had exploded in his hand. After checking his own changes as quickly as possible, Lin Dong looked in the direction of Sanaa. After returning to the earth, the priestess of the moon goddess began to investigate the surrounding environment to confirm the current location of the two. Seeing that Sanaa could not come to a conclusion for a while, Lin Dong simply summoned the Qingfang Wolf King from the pet space again and asked him to assist Sanaa in the investigation. And he took this opportunity to do one more thing. That is the equipment upgrade. From the observation of the omniscient eye, the golden dandelion given by the god of faltering is an excellent material, and it is too wasteful to keep it as a souvenir. It is the best choice to use it in time and transform it into your own help. His final choice for player gear to go with this precious material is the Ranger Cloak, Green. This piece of equipment can glide for a certain distance in the air, and it comes from the Black Abyss monster. It belongs to player equipment with tactical effects. With his level up, the strength of the main equipment has transitioned to blue. He didn't want to give up the gliding effect of the Forest Patrol Cloak, since he could find a chance to improve it. He shouldn't be stingy with the material. After choosing the combination of the Golden Dandelion and the Patrol Cloak, a golden spirit pattern appeared between Lin Dong's eyebrows. The black runic characters flowed out from the golden lines, and the two items began to intertwine and merge. After a flash of brilliance, the Golden Dandelion and the Patrol Cloak disappeared, and a large and luxurious purple cloak appeared. It has a white plush trim and a dandelion in bloom at the center of the cape embroidered in gold thread. The properties of this new equipment are as follows. Floating Golden Phantom, Cloak. Purple Attribute Bonus, Speed plus 20, Equipment Effect. Floating Trio. After activating this effect, the wearer can gain the ability to fly for a short time, and 2 clones will appear beside him, and the clone will follow after being hit. After being shattered, it will turn into dandelion light spots and fall. Remarks. The grace from the gods makes mediocre equipment glow with new brilliance. Seeing the effect of this equipment, Lin Dong can only say that he was pleasantly surprised. In his original expectation, the quality of the cloak can be improved to blue, which is not bad. He didn't expect it to become his first purple equipment. Although the gliding effect of the patrol cloak has disappeared, the flying ability of the new equipment is obviously a more stable means of staying in the air. At the same time, the ability of the new equipment to create two clones to confuse the enemy's judgment is also very practical. This effect does not require the avatar to be too agile. As long as it can deceive the opponent even for a moment, it is meaningful for the entire battle situation. Chapter 29. Lin Dong put on the new cloak again, and Sana, who was investigating the current location, just came back. According to Sana's investigation, their current location deviates from the original route, but they are not far from the kingdom of Hatsheen. After the route was replanned, the two started on the road again. This time the accident finally knocked on the door. When they walked out of the forest, they saw the battle flag fluttering in the wind not far away. The divine bird flying around the sun on the banner exudes a miraculous radiance, as if it is about to fly out of it. Those who greeted them were the two main forces of the Sun God Bird Order, Father Angel and Knight Commander Doppelo. Lin Dong had seen these two guys in Golden Dandelion Village. Both of them were level 20 peak powerhouses. Behind these two, the Knights of the Order lined up from both sides. The array was neat and full, and the average level was around 13. In addition, there are many small groups of players on the periphery of the entire encirclement network. The situation was good 1 second, and ambushed on all sides the next second. It seems that they have used expensive divination methods. Our journey is over, Mr. One-Eyed. Sana saw the battle in front of her, her eyes revealing despair. She knew that Lin Dong was good at fighting, and could even deal with second-tier enemies. But in the current situation, the two of them want to deal with a group of second-rank members of the Sun Sect, plus countless White Knight clan. Such a thing is completely impossible to achieve. How do you know if you don't try? Lin Dong rubbed his chin, already thinking about the starting point of the war. There should be a combination of many factors for the people of the Liang Bird sect to appear here. They know how to stay near the border in advance to wait for work, and there is a way to lock the position of the priestess. The difficulty of this hidden mission can be said to be hell level. Give up, Mr. One-Eyed. They won't make things difficult for you if you leave alone. Sana said with a wry smile. When it is necessary, I will give up on you. But tell me now, who is more troublesome, the priest or the knight commander? Lin Dong turned around and said seriously. The priestess was lucky. The gecko had already cut off its tail when encountering other players, so she chose to give up the mission. But he is different. Although there is hell ahead, it is not impossible to break through. Father Angel has the qualification to dispatch the divine power of the scorching sun, and he is the most difficult of all. After hearing Lin Dong's words, Sanai raised her head in disbelief. She had already planned to catch her without a fight and face her own end. But what is this man talking about? He is clearly a profit-seeking Bei clan, and he had the opportunity to leave, but he chose to stay. Lin Dong's attitude does not contain any worldly sophistication. It is completely extremely confident in his own strength. Now that one has the consciousness to die, what is the courage of dying? Seeing her teammates in this state, Sana, who was about to give up, rekindled her fighting spirit. Isn't this one from the White Knight clan planning to leave? Father Angel asked, slightly surprised. According to the information provided by other players, Angel knew that the other party had killed the Liang four-winged beast and the 7 members of the Blood Dynasty. This player's strength is not bad. If the other party can tactfully retreat, he won't bother to pursue it. The knights sent this time are all his confidants, and it will hurt to lose them at will. I'm not leaving. I don't think you are enough to make me back down. Lin Dong said frankly. Do you know what you're about to face? The bloodthirsty light lit up in the eyes of the commander Doppelo, and a huge flame phantom rose from his body in an awake state of a wolf. Looking for death, Father Angel shook his head and had no intention of communicating with Lin Dong again. The majesty of the Liang divine bird cult cannot be violated. Since the other party dares to provoke, then stay. The dormant players around were dumbfounded when they saw Lin Dong express his attitude. They thought that the ruthless man who was said to have destroyed the Blood Dynasty by the solo group would give in, but no one guessed that he would choose hard steel. Players at this stage haven't grown up yet, so how could someone be able to face a complete formation of gods alone? It is indeed true that the sky wants to cause people to perish. It must first make people crazy. Lin Dong in front of him seems to be losing his mind to all players. Only he knows how sober he is. Mr. One-Eyed, what do I need to do? Shauna knew that Lin Dong must be in charge of the frontal battle. In order not to affect Lin Dong's performance, the two should communicate in advance. Just apply the buff skills you have mastered to me as much as possible. Lin Dong shrugged and said. Although the two of them have never fought side by side, he has a certain understanding of Sanaa's abilities and tendencies. This guy's career has a very obvious tendency to assist, and the best choice must be to hang behind him. I see, this is exactly what I'm good at. Sanaa took a deep breath, and the 6-month badge that she was carrying flew up. A illusory bright moon appeared behind her, and beams of moonlight fell from his hands onto Lin Dong's body. Are you sure you don't need to stop them? Father Angel asked, looking at the Knight Commander Doppelo. It's just a trapped beast that's still fighting. I like more active prey. Knight Commander Doppelo grinned, not paying attention to Sanaa's performance. Accompanied by Sanaa's singing, Lin Dong raised his eyebrows, and suddenly found that the other party's buff was a bit beyond his expectation. He opened the system log to confirm, and saw a number of unexpected prompts. Ding! You have received the blessing of Moon Spring Clear Stream from the Priestess of the Moon Goddess, and the mana recovery speed has increased by 20%. Ding! You have received the blessing of Moon Judgment from the Priestess of the Moon Goddess, increasing all attributes by 20 points. Ding! You have received the blessing of Moon War Dance from the Priestess of the Moon Goddess, and your attack has a 10% penetration gain. Lin Dong turned his head, only to find that Sanaa's movements hadn't stopped. What a professional. Chapter 30. White Knight Clan, are you ready to face death? Knight Commander Doppelo signaled the other knights to stand still, while he came to Lin Dong alone. He smiled, and the scar on his face was as terrifying as a living centipede writhing. Doppelo gave Sanaa enough time to superimpose skills, and regarded Lin Dong in front of him as his next toy. In order to capture this moon goddess priestess, he has not seen blood for many days, and he needs to vent his desire for destruction. Retire first. It has nothing to do with you for the time being. After Lin Dong said this to Doppelo, he raised his hand and summoned Gungnir, the eternal gun. Countless golden light spots appeared out of thin air, and then converged towards his palm, and finally condensed into a simple gun shape. The 3-meter-long peerless murder weapon was revealed in the world, penetrating and spreading to the entire field with indomitable force. Buzz, a burst of golden energy rippled, and Gungnir's blade emitted a ray that was more dazzling than the sun, and the radiated light was furious like thunder and lightning. This powerful artifact, known as the Lost Spear of the Heavens, and Gungnir, the meteor gun, is now in his hands, willing to be driven by him at will. How is this possible? Priest Angel, who was about to watch a show with his hands folded on his chest, changed his expression drastically when he saw the weapon. He didn't know the origin of this weapon, but he felt the fierce divine power of this weapon, and found out that Lin Dong was aiming at himself. You can't take this shot. You will die if you take it. Priest Angel forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart, trying to use his own divine power to hook up with Liang Godbird, hoping to change the situation with the power of the gods. But his action was too late. A smile appeared on Lin Dong's face, and he used up all his blue bars to bless Gungnir. Then he threw it with all his strength and threw it violently. Laugh! A shrill scream like howling ghosts and gods rang out in the air. It was the regular sound formed by the place where the gun was thrown. A shocking white light passed through the sky like a comet, and its trajectory was no different from that of a meteor. Countless spider web-like cracks appeared in the surrounding space. Faced with such a majestic and astonishing attack, Angel activated his God-given eyes to try to see through its flaws. However, when he entered the observation state, he only saw countless mysterious and regular patterns entangled on Gungnir, and his eyes that saw this scene showed cracks like ceramics. Angel subconsciously covered his eyes, and black blood still flowed out from the gap between his fingers. Gungnir spun at a high speed during the flight and turned into an indescribable holy light, and spiral ripples of power appeared behind the gun body. In the end, it successfully completed its mission. The never-ending spear of eternity pierced through the 3 nested magic protections of Priest Angel, leaving a huge circular wound on his chest, completely destroying the heart of this scorpion of the blazing sunbird. However, things are not over yet. After penetrating Angor, Gungnir continued to fly with vast and majestic energy fluctuations, blasting many knights along the way, and finally returned to Lin Dong's hands. Holding this shocking weapon in his hand, Lin Dong looked around and had a panoramic view of everyone's horrified expressions. With a wave of his hand, he dispersed it into golden light spots that fell all over the sky. At the same time, the shadow of the roots of the world tree opened its teeth and claws like a monstrous monster, and rushed out of his shadow. The roots pulled the bodies of priest Angel and the fallen knights, turning them all into their own nourishment. Father Angor, who is known as the Wrath of the Sun, is the most powerful combat force of the Sun God Bird sect this trip. Faced with such a result, the surviving knights and onlookers felt goosebumps all over their bodies. A chill climbed up from the tailbone along the spine, and the suffocating chill made all the hairs on their bodies stand on end. As Angor's deputy knight commander Dopalo was not much better at this time. The scene of Angel's death played back in his mind, as if his heart had been severely whipped and his body convulsed and trembled. The moment they saw Gungnir, the Eternal Spear, everyone felt their minds were completely swallowed up. The moment Knight Commander Dopalo saw Ganjourney flying out, the world of consciousness had an illusion that the world was collapsing. He knew something was wrong, but he couldn't move his body. He didn't regain control of his body until the weapon disappeared from his vision. As a result, Father Angel died on the spot, and no one could prevent this from happening. At this moment, Knight Commander Doporo put himself in his shoes and thought about it. If he were to face the Eternal Spear, he would also die, because that weapon was completely beyond cognition. It is not like an attack that can be dodged or resisted, but more like a death sentence written by the god of death, and you can only accept the result silently. No matter how stupid Dopalo is at this moment, he understands one thing. That is, the enemy in front of him must not be defined by the eyes of other Bei clan. Are you going to stay and die? Lin Dong looked at the players who stood there blankly, and the words he said were extremely domineering, looking down on the world. The bystanders who heard this sentence woke up instantly, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured from the top of their heads. They were covered in cold sweat, and before lowering their eyes, they remembered Lin Dong's face, and then silently retreated into the darkness like rats in the sewer. These people have either already left, or they may still be hiding in secret trying to make a profit. But no matter what, as long as Lin Dong does not show signs of decline in the next battle, they will not dare to return to the sun. At this time, he alone can reach thousands of troops. Chapter 31. Killing the blazing sun god's family at the peak of the Second Order, Father Angor. In one blow, Gungnir's performance in the first battle fully conformed to its divine weapon status. Of course, Gungnir's ability to show such ferocity is entirely inseparable from Lin Dong's full bet. In order to ensure the power of this shot, he paid all his mana, which was the first time he came to this world and ran out of mana. However, he was not at all worried that he would fall into Kong Land's embarrassing situation. What he gambled on was that after devouring Angel's body, the level of the world tree would be further improved, and his blue bar would be expanded. Of course, it doesn't matter if this fails. As long as the priest falls smoothly, his character level will definitely increase again. If he lacks mana, he can completely tilt his intelligence attribute. It may seem stupid to play Wang Zhan with the strongest whole card at the beginning of the game, but Lin Dong has his own thinking. First of all, according to Shauna's information, Father Angel is the most troublesome guy in this group, and solving him in advance will benefit the next battle. Secondly, Angor is the leader of the entire religious order. Capture the thief first and capture the king first. Beheading can disrupt the opponent's overall plan and make the opponent temporarily lose their commander. And then there is the issue of aura, the first to kill the strongest leader of the enemy. Those players directly frightened and left the battlefield. The effect of this is also immediate. Finally, and most importantly, he took this opportunity to upgrade his level and reach the second order realm above level 10. This is a qualitative change point for all players, including him naturally. Lin Dong looked around at the remnants of the Sun Godbird cult who did not dare to act rashly, and checked the system log. You killed the goddess of the riding sun, Father Angel, LV20, and gained a lot of combat experience. Ding! Since the individual you killed belongs to the creature under the command of the god, the battle experience will be reduced by 20%. Please pay attention to maintaining the solidarity relationship between Luyang World and Bei World in the future and reduce unnecessary internal friction. Ding! Congratulations on raising your character level. Your current level is 11. Ding! Congratulations on raising your character level. Your current level is 12. Ding! Congratulations on raising your character level. Your current level is 13. You killed Rodiria, LV13, a Knight of the Order of the Sun, and gained a small amount of combat experience. You killed Sibyak, LV14, a Knight of the Order of the Sun, and gained a small amount of combat experience. You killed Korzo, LV13, a Knight of the Solari Order, and gained a small amount of combat experience. You killed the patron of the Liyang God Bird, and you will be watched by him for a while. The wrath of the gods is an indiscriminate disaster. Please pay attention to protecting yourself. Ding, it is found that you have broken through to level 13, and you have successfully awakened your natural ability. Please check carefully. Is it flagged? Lin Dong used the all-seeing eye to find a special vein on his body, which is the gaze of the gods prompted in the system log. Looking at the line, please take care to protect yourself. Lin Dong thought of the insurance company that didn't pay and that didn't pay in his previous life. Isn't the meaning of this sentence just asking for more blessings? The god of games ignores their personal wishes and brings everyone to this different world to die, without even planning to support them. It is really shameless. Considering that there is still a Liang god's family on the scene, Lin Dong is not in a hurry to deal with this mark. After killing the commander of the Night Dobolo, we will clean up together, so as to save one thing from being done twice. Still on the battlefield at this time, Lin Dong's thoughts were running extremely fast, and he checked the changes of the world tree first. After absorbing Father Angel, the level of world tree jumped again, reaching level 6. After his mana bar was improved again, he was no longer in an empty mana state. In this way, he can add points normally. The 3 levels brought 300 points of free attribute. Lin Dong decisively divided them evenly. That is, each attribute added 75 points, without hesitating even a second on this matter. After adding points, his 4-dimensional attributes change as follows. Intelligence, 245, plus 75. Strength, 485, plus 75. Speed, 425, plus 75. Constitution, 255, plus 75. After adding points, Lin Dong let out a sigh of relief and looked at the last sentence in the system log. The second level of Luyang World is called Professional Level or Talent Level. If cultivators below the 10th level can only be regarded as the reserve forces of the entire large system, then they are the regular army from the 2nd level onwards. Practitioners who reach this level can not only obtain their initial occupation through job transfer, but also reflect their true self and awaken their own innate abilities. Relying on the professional panel and talent characteristics, the strength of the cultivator will usher in a qualitative leap. Only by knowing how to combine one's own talent and professional characteristics, and deeply exploring the intertwined potential of the two, can one become a real strong man. When Sana met Lin Dong just before, she felt that he was incapable of fighting against the Liang four-winged beast, precisely because there was such a gap between the two. However, the position of God King is really domineering, and he forcibly filled this gap, giving Lin Dong the ability to beat up second-stage professionals regardless of the difference in rank. Now that he himself has entered this stage, professionals at the same level as him will be suppressed to death, and there is no possibility of a comeback. Lin Dong's awakened talent is called Heart of the Storm. This talent gave him the ability to control the storm to fight. From now on, he can summon a storm to surround himself, causing restrictions and damage to nearby enemies. He can cast a powerful tornado to attack the enemy. In addition, he can also use the power of the storm to fly. These 3 abilities can be regarded as the use skills of the Heart of the Storm. With the continuous development, he can play more tricks. Odin is the pioneer of the wild hunt in Nordic folklore, and the storm is the wind of death brought by Odin. He was able to awaken this innate ability. To a large extent, it should be the influence of the king's position. Chapter 32, The Enlightenment of Duopolo. A pocket tornado appeared in Lin Dong's hand, and the power of the Heart of the Storm had been tamed by him within a few breaths. On the battlefield at this moment, Knight Commander Dobolo and the surviving Riding Sun Knights are still gritting their teeth. I've given you a chance to leave, but I didn't expect you wouldn't leave. Lin Dong shook his head and smiled lightly. That kind of attack, I don't believe you can hit it a second time. Commander Dobolo took a deep breath, and his eyes returned to their original sharpness like a knife. Oh, then just pretend I can't hit the second shot. Lin Dong shrugged indifferently. After all, the Gun of Eternity is a means of suppressing the bottom of the box. If it is abused, sooner or later the nature of its power will be seen through by others. In the next battle, there is actually no need for Gungnir to appear on the stage, and his conventional methods are enough to solve it. Then go to hell. Knight Commander Dobolo took out a bottle of fiery red potion, raised his head and drank it dry, then crushed the glass tube. This tube of reagent is called the Blood of the Sun, and it belongs to the internal potion of the Solari cult with extremely violent medicinal effects. It is said that the creator is the mahogany side of the 6 sun gods. Using the blood of the sun will cause irreversible and huge damage to the 5 internal organs of the human body, ruining one's career as a professional. But on the contrary, he will temporarily gain the power of the 3rd stage. Knight Commander Dobolo didn't know how credible Lin Dong's words were, so he could only choose to go all out and strive for a result of death. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain to the gods. The third stage of Luoyang world is called the psionic energy level. Professionals who reach this stage will unlock the high-purity power called psionic energy, and the elemental means they have mastered will be activated. At this time, what he is building is the elemental creatures that can be created by elemental activation. 4 scarlet fire eyes drawn by the power of the blazing sun appeared behind the commander Daboro, and then a huge flame dog was born around the position of the eyeballs. The whole body of this giant dog is condensed by the fire of the sun, the explosive muscle arcs are lifelike, and the mouth is full of jagged fangs, which are extremely terrifying. Scorching Sun Demon Dog, kill. Cavalier Dopolo exhausted all his strength, raised his hands, and pushed forward. The flame creature with 4 eyes let out a ferocious howl and rushed towards Lin Dong mightily. Lin Dong watched this third-order elemental creature approaching him coldly and launched a group of eagle hunting with the evil eye magic sword in his hand. Countless air currents were torn apart in an instant, making a howling and hissing like an eagle's chirping. Under his continuous swinging of the sword, 20 eagle-shaped sword chi flew out one after another, assembled into a huge queue and pierced into the giant dog's body, beating it torn apart. The flames on the giant dog kept churning, and the wounds began to heal one by one. Lin Dong activated the Heart of the Storm, using the power of the storm to fly high into the sky, and then controlled the storm to surround himself and stick to the giant dog's body. The flames and the storm confronted each other head-on. At the moment when the 2 elemental forces collided, Lin Dong launched the Wind Demon Tear, allowing it to combine with the storm surrounding. Feng Ma's tearing attack was like a red-hot sharp knife inserted into the cooled and solidified lard, almost without feeling any hindrance. The fierce Sun Demon Dog was constantly cut under this vicious combination, and more than half of the element's body was destroyed while wailing. The tenacity of this elemental monster was beyond his imagination. According to the analysis of the all-seeing eye, if he ignored it, the opponent only needed a few breaths to recover. Everything is not over yet. Knight Commander Dopolo laughed wildly, his eyes full of madness. There were obvious burn marks on the man's body. A very clear red texture appeared on half of his face, and the blood vessels on his temples were throbbing. The fire poison brought by the blood of the sun has penetrated deep into his heart, and the power of the 3rd level is eroding his life. However, as a gambler who has risked everything, he has nothing to lose and nothing to fear. This time, Lin Dong also realized how deep the obsession of the gods is. In order to protect the interests of the gods behind them, they have an attitude of no hesitation. As the deputy of the order, the Knight Commander Dopolo is so troublesome. If the priest angel, who was once the leader, is alive, he must be in more trouble than him. Looking at the body of the giant dog that is constantly being repaired, Lin Dong suddenly felt that he was doing a loss-making business. It is of no benefit to him to kill this 30th level elemental creature because he finally gets rid of the Knight Leader Daboro and can only get the Knight Leader's drop. That being the case, it's better to behead the operation and exterminate the source of the Luoyang demon dog's power from the root. Thinking of this, he launched a gust of wind and rushed towards the Knight Commander Dabolo. Combined. Seeing this scene, the Knight Commander Dopolo was heartbroken and did not choose to evade. He stood on the spot with his palms folded and roared. The red texture on his face took over the entire face. Under his urging at all costs, the Luoyang demon dog successfully completed the restoration, opened its bloody mouth from behind Lin Dong, and bit down. After Lin Dong discovered this scene, he activated the active effect of the fluttering golden phantom cloak. After the fluttering trio took effect, he jumped up and rose into the sky, with 2 phantom clones appearing beside him. The Luoyang demon dog failed to answer the question of choosing one of the 3. After biting a clone, countless dandelion light spots floated to the ground. Seeing this scene, Knight Commander Dopolo felt a little thumped in his heart, knowing that he was going to end the game. Goodbye. Lin Dong stood high in the air, raised his left hand forward in a bow and arrow gesture, and pointed in the direction of Daboro. Shot through the air and launched. At this moment, the heart of the storm condensed into an elemental bow and arrow, and a sharp blue arrow was condensed with an arrow through the air. Collapse. The moment Lin Dong let go of the bowstring, blue arrows poured out, and the blue bar that had been accumulated for a long time bottomed out again. Boom. Blessed with the heart of the storm, the piercing arrow caused a hurricane to roll in all directions, and the cyan beam of light occupied the entire field of vision of the Knight Commander Daboro. In the eyes of the other party, it became the only color in the world. No. In the strong wind, Doppelow's pupils shrank violently. His expression became stiff and frightened. His back was wet, and his hair almost stood on end. The cyan beam of light pierced through his chest in an instant, and the violent wind took his life away. He fell on his back with his eyes open, and the Liang demon dog behind Lin Dong dissipated in an unwilling roar, leaving only ashes on the ground. Knight Commander Doppelo, the lamp goes out after death. Chapter 33. Gods, Old Tai's Attention. After losing the priest angel and the knight leader Daboro, the remaining knights of the sun god bird cult were nothing to Lin Dong. Although the levels of these knights are all around level 13, they are also at the second level of strength. But creatures of the same level can still have a gap like a gap. These knights didn't have the authority to use the sun power like Angel did, and they didn't have the fighting methods like Daporo, so they were too weak. Holding the evil-eyed demon sword, Lin Dong charged into the formation of these knights, completing a complete slaughter like a tiger stepping into a flock of sheep. After killing all the members of the Solari cult, he released the roots of the world tree again to swallow all the corpses, quickly completing the cleaning of the battlefield. After finishing these things, Lin Dong looked at the grassland not far away and sneered. Man made money. Birds died for food. Most of the players didn't really leave. They were still dormant nearby at this time. These people think they are smart, but they don't know that Lin Dong's all-seeing eyes swept over them, and their figures are as obvious as lights in the middle of the night. He had already killed enough people today, and it was rare for him to kill again, so he simply opened the pet space and released the King Fanglang family. Let these fierce beasts greet these guys well. Lin Dong gave an order on a single thought, and the Qingfang Wolf King next to Sana let out a wolf howl and led the team to scare the players. These players immediately understood Lin Dong's meaning and retreated resentfully, scattered like birds and beasts. One person wiped out the entire team of the Liang Divine Bird Order, and the players present didn't know if he still had the energy left. But no one dared to bet, because no matter how weak Lin Dong's strength was, he could still solve the top bird, and no one wanted to be the wronged one. At this point, they can only feel that there are people outside the world. How long does it take for the player group to arrive before this kind of monster appears? Let people live. After the players who eat melons feel awe of Lin Dong and deeply remember his face, they can't help feeling a little longing and motivation in their hearts. Before coming to this world, who hasn't imagined that one day he can become the supreme being and control the life and death of other living beings? That puppet bear was right. Human beings' unique desire for power, desire for destruction. Many desires can be satisfied in this world. The premise is that you can master enough strength, otherwise they can only live a life similar to the past in another world. No, never. These players took Lin Dong as an example, and a raging fire of ambition was ignited in their hearts, and the trajectory of their fate has changed dramatically since then. Sana looked at the messy battlefield and sat down on the ground relieved. She raised her hand and could feel her whole body trembling. This is the joy of life. Looking at Lin Dong's majestic figure, Shauna felt countless emotions in her heart. At this moment, she was extremely thankful that Lin Dong took up this task and came before her. If Adams had entrusted this task to other players in the Golden Dandelion Village, she would have escaped death on the road, and she might not be able to make it here. Today everyone thinks she is mortal, including herself. But there's only one person who doesn't think so, and that's Lin Dong. Her difficult path of survival, which was supposed to be close to death, was forcibly crushed into a broad road under this man's intervention, and he was still the same as before, and he still had spare strength. I really don't know where the limit of this man is. Go ahead. Lin Dong blew a whistle to call back the Qingyao wolves, leaving only the Qingyao Wolf King for Shauna, and sent the rest back to the pet space. Okay, Mr. One-Eyed. Shauna sat on the Wolf King and was in charge of guiding again. Things have developed to this point. In fact, she is already safe. By the time the Liang Bird Church noticed the destruction of Angor's team, she had already entered the kingdom of Hartshin and successfully obtained the protection of the Luna Church. As Sana expected, the two did not encounter any risks on the road ahead. When night fell, they set up camp again and stopped to rest. After the two had dinner and discussed the upcoming itinerary, Sana went into her tent to rest. After the threat of death gradually disappeared, her tense nerves were finally relaxed. This time she slept very soundly. Lin Dong was in charge of the night watch according to the old rules, and opened the system log to check the follow-up income of this battle. You killed the Sun God's companion, Knight Commander Doppelo, LV-20, and gained a lot of combat experience. Ding! Since the individual you killed belongs to the creature under the command of the god, the battle experience will be reduced by 20%. Please pay attention to maintaining the solidarity relationship between Luyang World and Bei World in the future and reduce unnecessary internal friction. Ding! Congratulations on raising your character level. Your current level is 14. Ding! Congratulations on raising your character level. Your current level is 15. You killed Zerad, LV 13, a knight of the Solari Order, and gained a small amount of combat experience. You killed Kinuk, LV 14, a knight of the Solari Order, and gained a small amount of combat experience. You killed Sikomos, LV 13, a knight of the Solari Order, and gained a small amount of combat experience. You kill the patron of the Luyang Divine Bird again, and you will receive continuous attention from the other party for a period of time in the future. The Wrath of the Gods is an indiscriminate disaster. Please pay attention to protecting yourself. Sustained attention? Lin Dong noticed the last two lines of words and found that the marking of the blazing sun bird had intensified. It seems that because the crime doubled, the attitude of the gods also changed. He raised the back of his hand and looked at it. According to the observation of the omniscient eye, the imprint was on the back of his hand. The black divine bird emblem has extremely delicate and precise veins, revealing a curse-like smell. Lin Dong sneered, activated the runic characters to cover the mark, and the black ancient characters flowed out from his fingertips, erasing the mark of the gods incomparably domineeringly. Well, now the matter has become a headless injustice case. Chapter 34. With the cracking and dissipating of the god mark, Lin Dong's experience in using runes has risen to a small level. The ability of this skill to interfere with the system is improving along with his use and the strengthening of the priesthood of wisdom. Having solved the problem of imprinting, Lin Dong once again faced the problem of adding points. After killing the Knight Commander Daburo, he raised 2 levels again and gained 200 attributes. Different from the previous balance points, this time he invested 100 points in the intelligence attribute and the speed attribute respectively. The purpose of investing intelligence is very clear, that is to increase the length of the blue bar and indirectly increase the strength of the eternal gun. The investment speed is related to the heart of the storm. Since the natural ability tends to be speed, then his subsequent fighting style should also change accordingly. After adding points, his 4-dimensional attributes change as follows. Intelligence, 345, plus 100, Strength, 485, plus 0, Speed, 525, plus 100, Constitution, 255, plus 0. After solving the problem of adding points, Lin Dong closed his eyes and entered the spiritual world. At this time, dozens of light spheres have been hanging on the branches of the vibrant world tree, waiting for confirmation. The Luyang Divine Bird sect is full of loyalty, and all of them have left souvenirs here. Lin Dong first paid attention to the level of the world tree. After devouring Daburo, it really moved forward and reached level 7. The height of the world tree represents how much gain he can get under normal conditions, and also represents how much bargaining chips he can rely on Gungnir when the crisis comes. Its growth has always been one of his top concerns. After confirming the changes of the world tree, Lin Dong began to choose the dropped objects he wanted to keep among the many light spheres. These drops range from goodies from Angor and Dabalo to a lot of normal items from Solar Knights. Lin Dong skimmed through these items and couldn't help staring at a very special golden ball of light. There is a little golden glow inside this light sphere, which is very unique, and it looks like a strange thing sealed in amber. This is divinity. After Lin Dong confirmed the nature of the dropped object through the omniscient eye, he was inevitably a little excited. What is divinity? That is the high-level energy bestowed by the gods. This kind of power can only be made and used by the gods. It can be used to instill objects to make artifacts, and it can also be used to transform the dependents of the gods and label the living beings with their own labels. This is a very special energy that can be attached to people, beasts, various treasures, a certain place, or even a certain concept, etc. Lin Dong rubbed his chin, remembering what Sana said before. Father Angel has the qualification to dispatch the divine power of the scorching sun, and he is not an ordinary family member of the gods. This divinity should have fallen from him. Divine power will only bring trouble to other players, and there is no way to apply it. However, this kind of power is of great significance to Lin Dong. As a newborn god, he is still weak. This kind of divine power is the best supplement for him. According to the information captured by the all-seeing eye, the best way to use divine power is to strengthen the priesthood or the image of God. This precious divinity, Lin Dong thought for a moment, and finally devoted it to the priesthood of wisdom. When the Master of Wisdom, on the trunk of the professional skill tree changed to Master of Wisdom +1, He felt that his head had passed through countless clear streams, and his thoughts became extremely smooth and clear. The comprehensive memory has been improved, logical analysis has become faster, and the ability to analyze and calculate the battle situation has become faster. Lin Dong examines his own changes from the perspective of a third party. Compared with strengthening the Eternal Spear, the reason why he finally chose the Priesthood of Wisdom is because its effects are more comprehensive. Apart from these physical changes, the Omniscient Eye and the runes related to the Priesthood of Wisdom have also been improved to varying degrees, and the influence of divinity is quite considerable. It's a pity that priests with divinity are too rare, or else their priority hunting target would not be Black Abyss monsters. Lin Dong smacked his mouth and began to make choices about the light spheres hanging on the world tree, letting the useless falling objects fall straight to the root system of the world tree and turn it into its nourishment. After world tree absorbed nearly 90% of the dropped objects, its level continued to increase, reaching level 8. Lin Dong kept 3 skill light spheres, 2 equipment light spheres, and 1 monster material. This monster material comes from a Sun Knight, and it belongs to the opponent's personal inventory. After processing all the drops other than the materials into rune characters, the final information of these drops is as follows. Furnace Breathing Method. Active skill. This skill is mutated from the Solar Knight's breathing method. After activating this skill, your heart rate will increase, the blood supply and blood flow speed will also increase, and your whole body will enter a state of high temperature. Various physical qualities have been greatly improved. Maintaining this state for a long time will continue to temper the body, resulting in benefits such as improving the toughness of the epidermis and the density of the muscles and bones. Sunshine Meditation. Active skill. This skill is mutated from the prayer method of the blazing sunbird. You have selected the sun as the source of star power in the vast sea of stars. The speed of returning blue blood and returning blood, the more blazing the sun is, the more excellent the effect of this skill will be. Fire Thrust. Active skill. This skill is mutated from the judgment of the sun. To activate this skill, you need to have a fire-type skill as a precoordination. After igniting the weapon, you will complete a fast and swift forward thrust. This skill has the penetrating feature. Deals more damage to enemies with higher armor. Sunny Blessing Robe. Blue Robe attribute bonus. Intelligence plus 20. Equipment effect. Energy storage. This equipment can continuously absorb the energy of sunlight from the outside world for storage and convert it into mana when the wearer needs it. Replenishes the wearer's deficit. Remarks. The sun's blessings will not disappear even at night. Relentless Slaughter. Blue Chorus attribute bonus. Strength plus 20. Equipment effect. Cruelty. The attack of the wearer has a chance to trigger the bone-crushing feature, causing the bones in the attacked unit to be affected by the strength, and then appear break. Remarks. Those who despise life will not show the slightest mercy to the enemy in battle. Mountain Stone. Material. The mountain monster is a kind of creature that wanders between the mountains and the wild. It has a burly body and likes to use moss and insects as its own food. After the edification of the body, there will always be strange stones in the body, and these stones are like pearls and old clams, with special properties. Chapter 35. After completing the processing of all 5 dropped items other than the Mountain Monster Stone, Lin Dong began to examine the transformation results of these equipment skills. The Melting Furnace Breathing Method is transformed from the housekeeping skills of the Knight Commander Daboro, and the Solar Knight's breathing method is slightly reflected in Daboro's battle. This skill can not only improve physical fitness in all aspects in battle, but also continuously temper the body in daily exercise. It is true that it has both sides. The prototype of the Sunshine Meditation, the Sunny Bird Prayer, comes from Father Angel. This unlucky guy didn't have time to show any skills, so Lin Dong sent him away unreasonably. The effect of Yin-Yang Meditation can be said to have greatly improved Lin Dong's endurance during the day. This skill is more effective when the sun is more blazing. It is simply a magical skill in an environment with 6 suns in the sky, like the world of 6 suns. Compared with these 2 status-type skills, Fiery Spike is more straightforward. The style of this skill is very distinct, that is to be desperate and charge forward. The Fierce Spike is so overbearing, and it complements the sprinting effect of the 4-winged Liang belt. After counting his new skills, Lin Dong looked at the remaining 2 pieces of equipment. The effect of the Sunny Blessing Robe is very unique, and it is not too much to simply understand it as a solar power bank. This piece of equipment can store sunlight and convert it into mana, and its practicality is beyond doubt. For many mage professions, if the blue bar is empty, they will become the target of slaughter. For them, having such a piece of equipment is equivalent to having a second life. The breastplate of Ruthless Slaughter has the bone-crushing feature, and the effect of this feature still needs to be verified in actual combat. Of course, as a piece of blue equipment, its protective performance is good enough, even if the bone-crushing feature is a bit tasteless, but at this stage Lin Dong definitely can't find a more suitable breastplate than it. After equipping these two pieces on his body, Lin Dong began to think about the matching partner of the Mountain Monster Stone. Currently, he has 3 pieces of green equipment on hand, namely the Sword Bearer's Souvenir, the Promise of the Golden Dandelion, and the Mountain Gray Decoration. After the scan of the Omniscient Eye and the analysis of the Priesthood of Wisdom, the compatibility between the Mountain Monster Stone and the Mountain Ash Ornament is the highest, and the combination of the two has the best effect. After reaching this conclusion, Lin Dong started directly. The black runic text was covered on the Mountain Monster Stone and the Mountain Gray Decoration, and the two items began to intertwine and merge. After a burst of brilliance flashed by, the shape of the Mountain Gray ornaments changed dramatically, and the overall size became larger, with an additional relief of the roaring mountain monster. Chapter of the Mountain Monster's Roar, Blue. Headgear Attribute Bonus, Intelligence plus 20, Equipment Effect. Mountain Monster's Wrath. The summoner of the wearer gains the characteristic of increasing the recovery rate of stamina and enters a ferocious state when encountering an enemy. Seaway increased by 20 points. Remarks. The mountain monster who died in the attack left his own unwillingness on this piece of equipment. For Lin Dong, the magical costume of the hunter profession is better than nothing. The green-toothed wolf is of limited help to him now, so he can consider releasing it next time and replace it with some vicious ones. After completing the synthesis of the chapter of the roaring monster, Lin Dong basically processed all the spoils of this battle and turned them into a part of his own strength. The time came to the next day in a blink of an eye. After packing up all the items, the two continued to set off on the road. This time they did not encounter any obstacles, and after crossing the border of the kingdom of Hatchin, they arrived at the nearest city, York. In the center of the city stands a huge statue of a woman exuding holiness. The Luna Church is the state religion of the Hatchin kingdom, and the identity of this woman is self-evident. She is Yeltana, the moon god, the powerful deity who rules the night. Sana came here with a mentality like a pilgrimage, and after silently saluting, she brought Lin Dong to the location of the Luna Church. What appeared in front of Lin Dong was a gorgeous and huge building complex. As expected of the state religion, this country is the stronghold of the moon god Yeltana. Lin Dong opened the system log to check, and the hidden task has been completed as expected. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden mission. Bright Moon returns. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining massive character experience and random skills of Luna's family members. Ding! Congratulations on raising your character level. Your current level is 16. Ding! Congratulations on raising your character level. Your current level is 17. Ding! Congratulations on raising your character level. Your current level is 18. Ding! Congratulations on raising your character level. Your current level is 19. Ding! Due to the favor of the gods, you have obtained the skill of the moon god's relatives. New Moon Vigilance, active skill. New Moon Alert, Moon's favor. Active skill. This is the favor given by the moon god Yeltana. After activating this skill, the user can convert mana into moonlight and radiate it, killing enemies who are in stealth, etc. Mark it so it can't hide. The rewards for going up to 4 levels in a row are quite impressive. If Lin Dong's level is lower, he might be able to go up to 5 levels in a row. Lin Dong couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the so-called moon god's dependent skills. This kind of visualization skill is very precious to other players, but to him it is not as useful as the Omniscient Eye. There is a chance that this skill can be modified with runes to see if there is room for rescue. The 400 points of free attributes in hand are evenly distributed this time, and 100 points are invested in each attribute. After adding points, his attributes will change as follows. Intelligence, 445, plus 100, Strength, 585, plus 100, Speed, 625, plus 100, Constitution, 355, plus 100. Lin Dong stood at the gate of Luna Church and paused for a moment. In fact, he could choose to retire now. However, in consideration of the escalation of activities in the Kingdom of Hatchin for a period of time to come, he finally decided to be affiliated with the Luna Church. In fact, long before coming to the church, Sana offered to recruit him on behalf of the Luna Church. Now he's just following the trend. Chapter 36. With Sana leading the way, Lin Dong successfully entered the interior of the Luna Church. With the scan of the all-seeing eye, he discovered countless secret sentinels along the way. Shauna's identity seemed to be very special. They walked through unimpeded all the way, not even a priest who came up to inquire about the situation. Lin Dong walked around, admiring the various paintings on the ceiling of the church, and strolling with the mood of visiting a museum. He looked relaxed on the surface, but actually he was a little wary of the sight of the gods. After the skill of New Moon Alert was loaded on his body, he could clearly see a regular thread through his all-seeing eyes connecting himself with the moon god in the dark. When Sana came to a long corridor, she stopped. A mature woman with a light veil appeared not far in front of her. She was wearing a crescent-shaped jade jewel, and her clergy attire was trimmed with gold. It was obvious that she had a high status in the church. Beside this mysterious woman stood a smiling old man, similar in temperament to Atoms of the Moon. Such a strong divine breath. Lin Dong just glanced at the figure of the other party and immediately lowered his eyes and stopped observing. The woman in front of him revealed a terrifying reserve of divinity in the short scan of the omniscient eye. If the divine power he obtained from Liang Priest Angel is counted as 1 unit, then there are at least 1,000 units in this woman. Did the moon god come from the gods, or did you mean that the gods descended? Lin Dong didn't think about this question carefully, and he wasn't even interested in taking another look at the other party. As the so-called curiosity killed the cat, turning a blind eye to some things may not be a bad thing. Mr. One-Eyed, are you really not going with me? Sana turned around and asked. No, York City is very suitable for me. Lin Dong shook his head and rejected the other party's proposal. Before entering the church, Sana, who learned that Lin Dong was willing to join the Luna Church, gave him 2 choices. One is to stay in the church in York City, become a member of the Luna Church, and obtain a stable source of missions. The other is to follow Sana to the royal capital of rocks in the kingdom of Hardshin, where he has the opportunity to obtain clues to the inauguration of a legendary career. Faced with this multiple-choice question, Lin Dong chose the former without hesitation. At present, this area is more suitable for his future planning. The royal capital rocks sounds like a good place, and the legendary class is even more attractive to ordinary players. But Lin Dong is well aware of the principle that the price is equal to the benefit, and if you want to get a legendary job, you may need to offer your loyalty to the moon god. He bears the position of the god king, and it is safer to keep a fixed distance from the gods. I see, Bishop Daxon, I will leave this matter to you. Shauna sighed and said to the old man, Don't worry, Miss Sana. The old man called Bishop Daxon nodded. Mr. One-Eyed, I am grateful for your care along the way. Goodbye. After saying this solemnly, Sana bowed and thanked Lin Dong. See you in the imperial capital one day. I know how to find you. Lin Dong said with a smile. He understood that Shauna's salute was for Bishop Daxon, and this little girl was showing her position and helping him fight for his interests. As the head of the Luna Church in York City, Bishop Daxon naturally understood the meaning of this salute. Surprise flashed in the eyes of the old man, and he nodded towards Sana. Giving this young man of the Bay tribe the best treatment is the meaning of this nodding. Oh, after Shauna heard Lin Dong's answer, a faint red glow flew across her face, and she left with the mysterious woman. Hearing Lin Dong's answer, she immediately thought of the token of the moon. Mr. Lin Dong, let's have a good chat next. Bishop Daxon came to Lin Dong and said, Then I will trouble you, Lord Bishop Daxon. Lin Dong held the hand extended by the other party, showing a cooperative attitude. The other party is obviously also an agent of the gods with the authority to issue missions, and he can know his name, probably because he checked the business backstage records. Half an hour later, Lin Dong left the Luna Church. The following information appeared in his system log. Ding, you have turned on the faction module function, and the current god you believe in is Yartana, the moon god. Your reputation in the current camp is respected. Ding, you have successfully unlocked the Luna store, and the current contribution balance is 0. Like other players, Lin Dong successfully enabled the faction module function after joining the Luna Church. The panel updated the information about the belief in the gods, and at the same time obtained the store exchange rights of the Luna camp, etc. Unlike other players, he received preferential treatment, and his initial prestige reached the respect level. Faction prestige is a mechanism similar to membership levels, divided into plain, friendly, respected, revered, worshipped, and other levels. The higher the faction prestige, the more items can be exchanged in the faction shop. Many players often have sufficient contribution points, but are stuck by the prestige level, unable to exchange for their favorite items. Daxon did give him a lot of preferential treatment. If normal players want to achieve the reputation of the respected level, they need to complete a large number of faction tasks. Being able to get this kind of convenience in the early days of his arrival will make his journey much easier in the future. Lin Dong opened the Luna store and checked. The things here can be roughly divided into two types: physical objects and non-physical objects. Detailed division can be divided into 6 categories: skills, equipment, blessings, money, exploits, and strange objects. In terms of skills, they are basically the series of gods related to the moon god, and the more eye-catching equipment is also the god set soaked in the power of the moon. Blessing exchange items are quite special. It is considered a service item. After completing the exchange of blessings, the exchanger needs to go to the church to accept the continuous buff effect imposed by the priest, and the duration of different blessings is different. Money may not seem classy enough in these exchange categories, but a lot of money means a lot of purchasing power. As the saying goes, a penny stumps a hero. For many powerful people, money is still important. Combat exploits are the same as blessings, and they can also be regarded as non-physical exchange items. The Church of the Moon God belongs to the state religion of the Hatshin Kingdom, and has great power to interfere with the entire state apparatus, including the allocation of titles and fiefdoms. Players can obtain the title and fiefdom of the country by exchanging enough military exploits, and then cultivate their own private army. This kind of item is not important for casual players, but it is very tempting for those who are in charge of the guild and want to make contributions in this world. Finally, there is the part of strange objects, which refers to things including but not limited to monster materials, special spiritual plants, and the remains of gods. Any item that does not fall into the first 5 categories can be placed in the 6th category. These items are the most attractive rewards for players with side jobs such as blacksmiths and potion masters. After seeing the dazzling array of exchange items, Lin Dong also somewhat understands the mood of players flocking to them. Of course, there are trading platforms among players, but before the player base grows, the items circulating on the trading platforms are definitely not as rich as the faction stores. Chapter 37, The Precarious Tennis. After walking out of the Luna Church, Lin Dong looked at New Moon Alert on the virtual screen, raised his hand, and put it down again. Considering that this skill is considered as a related skill between himself and the Church of the Moon God, he finally gave up his plan to transform it. The hidden mission has been completed, and now he is back to the state of free exploration. Next, Lin Dong has many options. He can continue to pursue the traces of the Black Abyss monsters, or he can properly receive some missions from the Luna Church. However, before that, he had one thing to do first. That is to contact the other party through the 2 skills left by the precarious god to see what the other party's purpose is. Considering the sacrifices needed to launch the primitive sacrifice, Lin Dong bought a bottle of Moonlight Fountain, a specialty of York City, at a potion shop in the city for a few golden eagle dollars, and then left the city. After all, this is the territory of the moon god Yaltana, so one must not underestimate the opponent's minions. If he contacts another god in the city and is discovered by the Luna Church, it will be difficult for him to tell whether he is a spy or not. After Lin Dong left the city, he chose a secluded place at random, and then took out the Moonlight Fountain he bought. After simply piling up soil and setting up the altar, he launched the primitive sacrifice. As he chanted the arcane incantation, the altar shimmered bright yellow, and 3 branches emerged from a ribbon. The thickest branch points to heaven and earth, and the remaining 2 branches point to the moon god and the swaying god respectively. This skill is obviously able to display his network of gods. After Lin Dong selected the dandelion pattern representing the god of faltering, the Moonlight Fountain in his hand disappeared. An illusory dandelion appeared on the altar, exuding a holy meaning. If nothing else, the deity answered the phone. Yaya, friends of the White Knight clan, hello. Dandelion swayed happily on the earthen altar, making a voice as immature as a child. Are you the god of wandering? Lin Dong fiddled with the dandelion with his hands. Hey, that's my priesthood name. People who know me usually call me Tinas. What's your name? Dandelion said to herself. Call me One-Eyed. Tinas, what is the purpose of your contacting me? Lin Dong asked straight to the point. One-Eyed, I remember. As for the purpose, do you believe in the existence of luck? Tinas did not answer his question, but threw another question instead. Luck? Lin Dong raised his eyebrows, pondering over these 2 words. The priest of wisdom automatically retrieved the memory in his mind and helped him associate it with the illusions in the romance of the 3 kingdoms. In the Battle of Shangfangu, Zhuge Liang put 2/3 of the food and grass of the Shu army into Shangfangu, and it was determined that Sima Yi could be burned to death in Shangfangu. However, heaven helps Chao, but not Han. When Sima Yi's family was besieged by the fire, it suddenly rained heavily to allow Sima Yi to escape. Later, Zhuge Liang, who was about to die, set up a 7-star life-continuing lamp array in his military tent in order to renew his life. As a result, Wei Yin didn't know about the matter and hurriedly broke into Zhuge Liang's army tent, which inadvertently caused Zhuge Liang to fail to continue his life and passed away. These two cases related to luck illustrate two truths. One should not die, and one's fate is exhausted. That's right. When the hero in myths and legends first appeared on the stage, the whole world had to make way for him, and gods from all walks of life had to offer gifts to him, because he was favored by fate and possessed great luck. And when he finished after my mission, I often disappear or die unexpectedly. Tina C. said with infinite emotion, because at that time, fate will no longer favor him, right? Lin Dong rubbed his chin and interjected. That's right. The so-called luck is something similar to potential. Everyone has their own luck. The more luck a person gathers, the more likely he will have unexpected and higher achievements in the future. Tina said firmly, so you came to me because I have strong luck? Lin Dong finally figured out the deep meaning of the other party. Yeah, you are so smart and one-eyed. My priesthood is called precarious, which is actually related to fate, so I can tell you clearly that your future is limitless. Tina C. looks like a roadside stall fortune tellers always say that the other party has a bloody magic stick. I see. Tell me about the benefits you can give and the rewards you hope to get in return. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes slightly, but he didn't expect that the other party actually felt that he was lucky, so he chose him. Hey, if you want to talk about the benefits, you can feel it yourself. Tina C's tone was mysterious. Lin Dong looked at the system log, frowned, and instantly understood what the other party meant. Ding! You have been blessed by the gods. Due to the blessing of the gods, you have temporarily gained disintegration, active skill, falling apart, active skill. After activating this skill, you can convert your mana into dandelion seeds for wide area sowing, and the falling seeds will continuously provide you with real vision. During the existence of seeds, you need to consume mana continuously to maintain. Because of the blessing of the gods, you have been temporarily displaced, active skill, drifting, and wandering. Active skill. After activating this skill, you will be temporarily blessed with the divine power of wandering and will perform an uninterrupted random teleportation. After the teleportation ends, your luck will be at a low ebb for a period of time. A large-scale eye insertion skill and a random teleportation trick. Lin Dong looked at the 4 words, temporarily obtained, and understood that these 2 skills are trial versions, and only when he nodded and agreed to this transaction will it really belong to him. What are the attributes of these 2 skills? From the perspective of positional warfare, disintegration is definitely a magical skill. This skill can obtain a wide range of real vision, and it is also the best skill to ensure your own safety when used in the scene of traveling. Needless to say, the random teleportation that cannot be interrupted means a high probability of life-saving chance. This skill is a way out in any situation. As long as it is not teleported to the enemy's face, the user has a high probability of escaping. Seeing this, Lin Dong had to admit that the unsteady god had indeed made a condition that he could hardly refuse. Chapter 38. Yeah, what's up? Tina seemed to have expected his reaction long ago, and her tone was a little triumphant. Tell me your request. Lin Dong had already made up his mind. As long as Tina's request does not cross his bottom line, he can agree to it. Hey, are you worried that I'm making some outrageous demands? Dandelion shook her head cheerfully, dancing wantonly on the altar. As long as you know. Lin Dong rolled his eyes. Don't worry, I only have one request. That is, when you are able to go on a world tour one day, you can take my seedlings with you. Tina said seriously. World tour? Do you mean the day when I return to the White Knight world? Lin Dong asked after savoring these words. That's not accurate. What's the point of just having a world? It's my dream to travel all over the world with a powerful guy. Tina said with infinite longing. So that's how it is. With the blessing of the priesthood of wisdom, Lin Dong figured out a lot of things at once. He thought of the wandering journey not long ago and understood how pure the god's wish was. As a god born from dandelions, this guy has a certain obsession with a precarious life, and he just wants to see the outside world. The 2 skills it brought out have extremely distinctive survival characteristics, and they are obviously used to protect its investment objects. Lin Dong is definitely not its first investment object, but so far no investor has really gone out of the world of Luoyang and grown enough to travel all over the world. At this moment, he suddenly felt that this guy's ideal did not seem to conflict with his ultimate goal. After inheriting the position of God King, his ambition is to take the world of Luoyang as a springboard, integrate the 3 worlds of Heiyuan, Luoyang, and Bei, and then continue to move forward. The foundation of cooperation between the two is very solid, and there is no reason to refuse. Then let's have a good cooperation. Lin Dong reached out his hand to the phantom of the dandelion on the altar. Yeah, looking forward to your next story, my partner. The light spot on Dandelion's body turned into an illusory palm. In this secluded place that no one knows, one person and one god have reached a consensus of cooperation thousands of miles away, and their paths began to intertwine. All the gifts of fate have already been secretly priced. In this cooperation, Lin Dong has gained the present, while Tennis, the god of precariousness, may gain the future. Both parties have their own visions for this cooperation. The moment after the handshake, Lin Dong's system log indicated that the two skills of disintegration and displacement had changed from the temporary trial version to the permanent use version. After gaining this divine ally, Lin Dong did not let him go easily. He asked all kinds of questions that he was eager to know at the moment. Many of these questions are things that only the gods can get a glimpse of, and they really cannot be answered by ordinary people. Facing the bombardment of Lin Dong's questions, Tennis did not show any impatience, and patiently answered every question he asked. Even if she didn't know the answer to the question, she tried her best to give her own opinion, without putting on airs of God at all. This god has a problem with chatterbox, and naturally likes to chat with people. At this time, it is rare to meet a human who is willing to listen to her thoughts, and the chat is very enjoyable. After Lin Dong got all the information he needed, he simply bid farewell to Tennis, and then destroyed the mound altar he had piled up. With the help of the fragments of information provided by the god, Lin Dong can be regarded as completing his understanding of the current world situation. The Black Abyss world invaded the Six Suns world, and the Six Suns world formed an alliance with the White Knight world, and the two worlds joined forces to resist the invasion of the Black Abyss world. This background is real, and the god of games is not lying on this point. In addition to constantly tearing apart space rifts and allowing their own legion members to come to the world of Luyang, the Black Abyss world is also polluting the local powerhouses in the world of Luyang, establishing hidden churches, and so on. This is information that the god of games did not mention, and many churches did not mention on the surface. This piece of information will be hidden under the water, probably because the gods are worried about arousing panic among the people. The person in charge of the White Knight world is the god of games, and it is he who keeps sending players to this world to act as toolmen. The world of Six Suns is the front line of today's war, and the people who talk about it are the Six Sun gods. The gods cooperate with the god of the game to provide a place to train players and teach players various knowledge. The two worlds seem to be united against the enemy, and the active rebels are trying to encroach on their Abyss world. In fact, there is also a game relationship within the alliance of the two worlds. The god of games is taking the opportunity to spread his clergy ability to the world of Six Suns, and at the same time, the world of White Knight is still improving itself by obtaining resources and knowledge from the world of Six Suns and studying the civilization samples of the Black Abyss. The world of Luyang is also not idle. Everyone is infiltrating the player group, assimilating these people into their own deep believers, and incorporating the tools of the god of games into their own strength. This farce between the three worlds fully illustrates a truth. That is, there is only a question of survival between the world, and there is no benevolence, righteousness, and morality. While sorting out these relationships, a doubt in Lin Dong's heart was also answered. It is not surprising that the power to speak in the world of Six Suns is in the hands of the sun gods. So why is Bay World the platform of the god of games? Regarding this point, Lin Dong found out the reason after discussing with Tina C. As a modern world, White Knight world is characterized by deep entertainment. For modern people, the game world has become the second world. The reason why the god of games is powerful is based on this phenomenon. Just as it is said that the more frequent the war, the stronger the god of war will be, the more important the human actions or the appearance of consciousness, the stronger the corresponding god. The sun god of the Six Suns world and the game god of the White Knight world follow this principle for their strength. Chapter 39. After bidding farewell to the god of wandering, Dinas, Lin Dong returned to York City. Considering that he will live in this city for a period of time, Lin Dong specially hired a tour guide to take him around. The tour guide seemed to be working as a housing agency part-time and recommended him information on buying and renting houses on the way. Lin Dong thought that his adventurous life had no place to live, so he chose to stay in a hotel for convenience and rejected these proposals. Owning his own house is certainly safer, but now that he has mastered the wide area warding skills of falling apart, he doesn't have to worry about safety issues. The buildings in York City are quite rich in color and have a strong artistic color. According to the guide's introduction, The houses here are all built by construction professionals. Most of them are proficient in the shaping magic of the earth element and have profound attainments in material science. The main structure of the house is often shaped through the magic of the earth element and then carefully carved and personalized decoration. Through this explanation, Lin Dong felt suddenly enlightened. In the White Knight world where he lived, all kinds of large-scale industrial machinery were used to build houses, but it was completely different in the Six Suns world. The civilization systems of the two worlds are different, which leads to great differences in the lifestyles of the two worlds. This is very interesting. In addition to introducing the buildings to Lin Dong, the tour guide also recommended to Lin Dong the special food of York City, braised pork-flavored ice cream. Through the observation of the omniscient eye, Lin Dong found that the ice cream was covered with a layer of cheap potion, which had the effect of temporarily changing the taste. It is simply the technology and hard work of Luyong world. Although he has seen through this food trick, he is happy to be deceived once. Well, the dense taste of the potion mixed with the ice cream does produce the feeling of braised pork. In the process of visiting York City, he can also find traces of players from time to time. After coming to this world, the players are integrated into every corner of the Luyong world like a spring rain. They themselves are like a blank sheet of paper. They can be painted with any color at will and become different roles of different forces. Most of the players in York City belong to the Martial Art Museum or the Bounty Guild, and there were also some people who groped to join the gray organizations under the dark side of the city. Among these organizations, Lin Dong is most interested in the Bounty Guild because its system is said to be the most sound, and the bounty hunters are an important part of maintaining peace in York City. According to the tour guide, the Bounty Guild is a membership-based organization, and as long as you apply to join, you will become a member. The more tasks performed and the deeper the seniority, the higher the membership level will be. Bounty hunters often face three types of missions: resident missions, deposit missions, and reward missions. The so-called resident tasks are continuous existence and can repeatedly receive tasks that have been completed many times. Missions of this type are often linked to city management, funded by the many powerful forces behind the city of York. The content of the task includes, but is not limited to, clearing the monster group near the city, patrolling at midnight, cleaning the city's sewer system, and so on. These tasks are aimed at the bottom-level newcomers among bounty hunters. The deposit task is a unilateral contract between the hunter and the client. The hunter pays to hold the task first and gets back the deposit and bounty after completing the task. The advantage of this kind of mission is that there will be no competition from other hunters, and the disadvantage is that the deposit will not be returned if the mission fails. The last type of reward task is to only look at the results, and no one cares about the process. This kind of mission only recognizes the final mission certificate, such as the head of the target person. No matter who killed the target, as long as he lost his head and was taken advantage of by others, then he could only consider himself unlucky. This type of mission is the most likely to be cut off. After many senior hunters stumble, his story will become a talking point in the tavern. After listening to the tour guide's narration, Lin Dong had the most basic vigilance against this group of people. There are not only local professionals among the bounty hunters, but there should also be quite a few player groups. It is not impossible for him to face them when he executes the mission issued by the Luna Church. If we really meet at that time, then everyone will have their own destiny. Following in the footsteps of the tour guide, Lin Dong spent a morning getting a rough idea of York City. After the tour guide left, he set off for the church, ready to find something to do for himself. Just as Lin Dong passed by a fruit shop, there was an explosion from the jewelry store behind him. A pillar of fire rose into the sky, and the sound of alarm bells was loud. Lin Dong turned around just in time to see a player rushing out of the shop with black smoke, and a bird controlled by the animal trainer just fell. After completing the mission, the bird soared into the sky and fled away. Looking at the figure of the other party leaving, he suddenly felt that some players came to this world to make movies. After coming to the Luna Church again, Lin Dong randomly grabbed a priest who was passing by and asked about the place where the Bei clan received the mission of the church. The priest was very enthusiastic after realizing Lin Dong's prestige level and led him to a dark palace in the church. According to the priest's introduction, the name of this building is Shadow Moon Door Room. Shadow Moon is an intelligence organization affiliated to the Church of the Moon God, and this is where Shadow Moon's information flows in York City. Now, as a member of the church, he went to this place if he wanted to perform tasks to earn contribution points, except that the mandatory tasks and emergency tasks were directly issued by the higher-ups. In addition to arranging tasks for players, the staff of Shadow Moon Door will also provide a lot of detailed information related to the tasks. After Lin Dong entered the palace, he saw a moon-shaped lantern hanging in the center of the palace at first sight. This lamp is the only light in the palace. There is no sunlight here. Under the gloomy environment, there are hundreds of large bookshelves filled with vast seas of files. Chapter 40. After entering the Shadow Moon Door room, Lin Dong stopped a staff member to confirm the situation. After the other party confirmed his identity, he gently asked him to wait for a while, and then left quickly. According to the other party's arrangement, Lin Dong looked around and sat on the bench in the aisle of the palace to wait for the news. Next, he immediately experienced the benefits of respected reputation. The priest in charge of handling the business personally came to invite him to the quiet room to discuss, skipping the process of waiting in line for normal players. Lin Dong proposed to receive the task. The priest immediately handed over a list for him to choose, and then the staff responsible for the previous notification even poured a cup of coffee to him. After he finished choosing the task, the priest handed over another document, which listed the members of the church who were currently free. According to the priest's explanation, as a player with respect and prestige, according to the regulations of the Luna Church, he has the right to apply for 2 church members to assist in completing the mission. This evil privileged society. While feeling emotional in Lin Dong's heart, he silently thanked that little girl Shauna again. Without her parting instructions, Bishop Daxon would be kind if he could give him a friendly initial reputation. Lin Dong finally drank his coffee and refused the prestige benefits of the coordinator. Whether it is the existence of World Tree or his priesthood ability, etc., it should not be exposed to more people. When he left Luna Church again, there was a red dot mark on Lin Dong's taskbar. At the same time, his system log pop-up information is as follows. Ding, you have accepted the task, the mystery of the Ooze Monster. Mission, the mystery of the Silt Monster. Xiaoya village near York City is being harassed by silt monsters. Normally, this kind of creature is gentle and will not be an enemy, but now it has led to the disappearance of many villagers. Please investigate it. The reason is to solve the problem fundamentally and return the peace of the Luna believers in Xiaoya village. The mission period is 7 natural days. After completing this task, you will get rich experience points and 500 contribution points, and your prestige progress will be accumulated. When the mission fails, you will lose part of your reputation, and there may be a drop in your reputation level. There are 2 reasons why Lin Dong chose this mission among dozens of missions. First of all, the level of the Ooze Monster is usually between level 10 and level 20, which is in line with his current level. Secondly, the rewards of this mission are simple enough, unlike other mission rewards that are mixed with Luna characteristics such as divine skills and divine equipment. His standard for accepting tasks has always been to give priority to experience points and other rewards later. The difficulty of this task is that it has a certain investigative nature, and it is not suitable for reckless people who can't do things but their brains. Although Lin Dong thinks he is not a genius in solving crimes, he thinks this problem can still be overcome. After all, the ability of the all-seeing eye to collect clues and the IQ blessing of the priesthood of wisdom can be regarded as sharp weapons for investigation. What's more, he also got the skill of disintegration, which is a large-scale ward in the hands of Tennis, which can also be a help for this mission. After leaving the city of York, Lin Dong summoned the Qingfeng Wolf King as a means of transportation, and while browsing the files related to the incident, he headed towards Xiaoya village. On the way, in addition to directing the Qingfeng Wolf King to move forward and read documents, he also performed the furnace breathing method and yin-yang meditation, achieving 4 functions at one mind. This kind of thing may be absolutely impossible for ordinary people, but Lin Dong has the blessing of the priesthood of wisdom. Just like a multi-core computer, handling multiple processes at the same time is as simple as eating and drinking water. Maintaining the operation of the furnace breathing method can temper the body, and the sun meditation can absorb the power of sunlight, which is also beneficial to exercise the spirit. As the saying goes, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. He did not underestimate the role of this kind of persistence that needs to be persisted day and night. Since it has the ability to maintain it, why not do it? Even now that Lin Dong has good skills and equipment, and the road ahead looks infinitely better, he still remembers his initial weakness and bewilderment. He knows very well what kind of awareness is needed to survive in this cruel world. Xiaoya village is a subsidiary village of York City, and the distance between the two is not too far. Lin Dong rode the Qingyao Wolf King for 2 hours and finally arrived at his destination. The villagers of Xiaoya village were wary of the outsider, and at first they greeted him with a hoe and a cane. After Lin Dong took out the mission certificate issued by Yingwei and stated his identity, the villagers immediately changed their faces and welcomed him into the village enthusiastically. Everyone can rest assured. The moon god has not abandoned us. Mr. Knight of the church has arrived. Mr. Knight, please save us. That group of damned silt monsters, please let them pay with blood. Moon god Yultana, thank you for the brilliance you sprinkled on Xiaoya village. Moon god, Xiaoya village is finally saved. Mr. Knight, what a simple title. Lin Dong looked at the villagers who were in panic all day long, made his promise, and comforted everyone. After the crowd dispersed, he started an on-site investigation based on the suspicious points mentioned in the file. The village head of Xiaoya village and several middle-aged men cooperated with Lin Dong's investigation, explaining what he knew in detail. After synthesizing the information in his hands, Lin Dong bid farewell to the people in Xiaoya village and headed towards the area where the slime monsters existed. If this case is a thread, then the mud monster is undoubtedly the thread of the whole thread. Find the thread first, then you can follow the clues to sort out the whole thing. Of course, erasing the entire ball of thread when necessary may or may not be a solution. After arriving at the swamp near Xiaoya village, Lin Dong raised one hand above his head and launched the disintegration. At this moment, his mana was consumed rapidly, and a dandelion as large as a mallet appeared in his hand. Lin Dong grabbed the dandelion and shook it, and the little golden umbrellas took off in the wind and floated to every corner of the swamp. After they took root, they radiated a faint light, vaguely conveying the true vision to Lin Dong's mind. Lin Dong seemed to have hundreds of monitor screens out of thin air, instantly bringing most of the swamp area under surveillance. A black mosquito passed in front of the dandelion's small umbrella, its slender wings showing in the sunlight. Lin Dong caught a glimpse of this scene and instantly saw the details of the other party. Well, male mosquitoes. Chapter 41. Lin Dong stood on the edge of the swamp, closed his eyes, and began to look for traces of the used monster through the real vision provided by the many dandelion offspring. In this process, he failed to find the trace of the used monster immediately, but instead found a group of purple electric lynxes. The level of this kind of wild monster is in the range of 15 to 20, and it is a second-order creature which can mobilize purple electric current to attack the enemy. They are fast, fierce, and have a good sense of smell. The physique of this wild monster is not small. Standing upright is similar to that of an adult human, and its fur of various colors looks shiny. He had read the information related to Xiaoya village in the dossier, but he didn't expect to come across it. At this moment, Lin Dong felt the soul of his animal trainer ignited. He had wanted to replace the 8 wolves under him for a long time, and now was the right time. Thinking of this, Lin Dong decisively opened the pet space to release the Qingfeng wolves, and then disassociated himself from the 8 wolves. A Pokemon trainer in Jinxin Town released Pokemon due to various force majeure. Lin Dong is different. He just likes the new and dislikes the old. In view of the fact that these blue-fanged wolves have followed him all the way, there is no credit but hard work. It is kind enough for him not to order these blue-fanged wolves to besiege Zidian Shanmao. The Qingyao wolves didn't understand the situation for a while, and the leader of the Qingyao Wolf King tilted his head to look at Lin Dong, not knowing what he was doing. Hurry up, before I change my mind. Lin Dong waved his hand and patted the Wolf King on the head angrily. Qingyao Wolf King finally understood what he meant, bit the neck of an ignorant silly wolf, and left with his men. After leading his men to run for a certain distance, this guy turned his head to look at Lin Dong before finally disappearing from his sight. This area is equivalent to a mountainous area. Although it is not the most suitable environment for their survival, it is not too harsh. Forget each other in the rivers and lakes. Lin Dong looked at the direction where the Qingfeng wolf disappeared and let the group of guys fend for themselves. The melancholy in Lin Dong's heart lasted less than 5 minutes, and soon he was immersed in the expectation of catching a new pet. According to the real vision provided by the Dandelion Sons, Lin Dong quickly rushed to the area where the Zidian lynxes were active. Meow! The Zidian lynx with a purple crystal growing between its brows roared rebelliously. Lin Dong could tell at a glance that this was the leader of the bobcats. After sweeping his omniscient eyes, the words, Purple Electric Lynx King Elite, LV20, appeared above his head. The other lynxes around responded to its roar with a series of noises, and purple lightning arcs danced on their fur. A purple ball of light appeared in the sky, and these guys actually knew how to cooperate to complete an attack together. Do you think I will give this chance? Lin Dong twisted his neck and made a loud noise, then fully activated the furnace breathing method. He had already maintained the basic operation of the furnace breathing method, but now he just increased the power and let it enter the wartime mode. Accompanied by the frantic rotation of this skill, Lin Dong spit out a breath of white air, and his whole body entered a high-temperature state. His body surface was slightly red and shiny, and the warm-up session was completed in an instant. At this time, the lightning ball in the sky had swelled to the size of a basketball, and it might fall down at any time. Kill. Lin Dong was unarmed, and chose not to take out the evil eye magic sword in order to prevent the pet from being hurt. He activated the blazing sun impact effect of the four-winged blazing sun belt, and a huge pillar of fire appeared behind him. Under the sudden boost of the fire pillar, Lin Dong's figure suddenly crashed into the herd of lynxes, and he slammed his knee on the face of the king of Xidian lynxes. At this time, his idea was to sign a beast contract with the king of bobcats first, and the rest of the bobcats would be much simpler, and the process was still the same as last time. It's just that today's Xidian lynx king was unlucky. The brutal effect attached to his breastplate's ruthless slaughter was triggered, and the bone-crushing feature was applied to its head. The king of Xidian lynx was instantly crushed, his head shattered, and at the same time blood mist burst out from the sky. Seeing this scene, Lin Dong was a little speechless, feeling that his way of catching pets was still not professional enough. Next time, if you encounter dizziness, paralysis, and other types of skills, you can choose to keep one to assist in completing the renewal of pets. Of course, it would not be a pity to lose the king of Xidian lynx. It is certainly convenient to have a boss to manage the beast team, but there is no need to force it. After losing the king of bobcats, the huge lightning ball maintained by the remaining bobcats was affected and collapsed on the spot. Lin Dong activated his innate ability Heart of the Storm, creating a violent whirlwind that engulfed all the bobcats, making them just like socks in the whirlpool of a washing machine, spinning with the current, with no possibility of breaking free from the whirlwind. At this moment, his attribute advantages can be said to be fully reflected. It was true that this group of bobcats belonged to the second-order creatures just like him, but the gap in strength was in front of them, and they could only be at his mercy. Lin Dong stood in the calm area in the center of the cyclone, locked a purple electric lynx through his all-seeing eyes, and dragged it out. The summoning of beasts is launched at this moment, and the spiritual confrontation and contract judgment are launched. Xidian Shanmao was originally weaker than him in mental strength, not to mention still dizzy in the whirlwind. It can be said that he has no resistance at all. After Lin Dong easily subdued it, he kicked it into the pet space. The next thing is the pipeline operation. Unlike the group of Qingfang wolves who couldn't make up 10 places, the group of Xidian bobcats was relatively large, and the 10 Xidian bobcats he contracted in the end were all middle-aged LV-17 players. After completing all the bobcat contracts, Lin Dong stopped the cyclone and let the survivors go. Looking at the corpse of the king of purple electric lynx in front of him, he didn't waste it in the end. He spread the roots of the world tree and devoured it. The experience value given by Xidian Lynx King was just a drizzle, and it failed to make Lin Dong reach the qualitative change point of level 20. It's just that the east corner is lost, and the mulberry elm is harvested. Lin Dong closed his eyes and inspected the dropped objects from the world tree in the conscious world. Oh, there are unexpected surprises. Chapter 42. One of the drop items of the King of Xidian Lynx has a skill light ball that caught Lin Dong's attention. This skill can eliminate the sound of footsteps, which is very helpful for assassination or night battles. Lin Dong kept it, and then transformed it into runes. The attributes are as follows. Hunting Quiet Step. Passive skill. This skill is mutated from the hunting posture of the Xidian Lynx. After activating this skill, the sound of your steps will be eliminated, so that your whereabouts can be better hidden. Note: user, you can choose to enable or disable this skill. After the skill conversion was completed, Lin Dong tried to jump a few times on the spot, and found that the muscles on the soles of his feet naturally produced a little ups and downs. It is this wonderful undulation that cancels out all sound. With this kind of skill, if he can kill a few enemies of the assassin class in the future and supplement the assassination skills, he is fully capable of expanding new business. After busying himself with catching bobcats and experimenting with new skills, Lin Dong did not forget his purpose of coming here, and seized the time to continue looking for traces of the ooze monster. After half an hour passed, Lin Dong decided to change the search area. In view of the fact that no trace of the ooze monsters has been found in the current area, he decided to push the surveillance range of the Dandelion Daughters deeper into the swamp. The heart of the storm opened again, and Lin Dong flew across the sky riding the wind. After finding a suitable rock in the swamp area with omniscient eyes, he fell down again. It fell apart and launched a second time. Lin Dong raised his hand above his head as usual, and then waved the huge dandelion, causing the little golden umbrellas to ride the wind and float to the new area of the swamp. The Dandelion Daughters landed again, and the picture of the new area was sent back to the monitor display in Lin Dong's mind. A new round of investigation has begun. This time Lin Dong was not in vain, and the descendants of Dandelion soon found traces of the ooze monsters in the swamp. These monsters are like sharks in the ocean with their fins exposed, lurking under the swamp. Only their heads are exposed. Seeing the target unit appear, Lin Dong resolutely walked against the wind again, and arrived at the place where the ooze monster appeared at the fastest speed. The ooze monsters lurking under the swamp saw Lin Dong appearing in the sky, let out a ferocious roar, then stood up and threw a huge mudstone projectile at him. These ordinary projectiles are full of impact under the blessing of huge strength, and they make a sound of breaking through the air during the flight. Lin Dong dodged these attacks lightly, and finally saw the whole picture of this monster. They have bloated and fat bodies, which look like some irregular water polo. The surface is covered with stinky green mud, and some guys have mountain rock fragments stuck in their bodies. The average level of these wild monsters is around level 15, and there are about a dozen of them. After seeing these monsters, Lin Dong probably understood the reason why they became violent. He saw the familiar black smoke from the slime monster. That kind of texture that is incompatible with the world of Luyang and has a corrosive atmosphere is absolutely unmistakable. This matter has the intervention of the Black Abyss monster. Lin Dong carefully observed the existence of these black smoke threads and found that each of them was connected to the head of the ooze monster, and the other end of the black smoke threads led to the deeper part of the swamp. That monster was very vigilant, and he didn't show up to destroy it himself, but chose this roundabout way. It was precisely because of the opponent's methods that the mud monster became violent, attacking and taking away the villagers. As Lin Dong expected, with the help of the all-seeing eye and the priesthood of wisdom, the mystery finally found the answer. At this moment, he recalled the Bankini hut he had dealt with, and compared it with the current opponent who was hiding behind the scenes to control the silt monster. It was not difficult to see that this Black Abyss monster had more brains. In most cases, enemies with IQ are definitely more difficult to deal with than enemies without IQ. After Lin Dong figured out the current situation, he had his own ideas in mind. At this time, he was only halfway away from the experience required to reach level 20, and it should be enough to deal with the mud monsters in front of him. The qualitative change is just around the corner. He can completely attack the enemy after unlocking the new priesthood or image of God. There is no need to rush, since the other party has the willingness to lie dormant. Even if the slime monsters are wiped out, he may not necessarily show up. So things are simple. Lin Dong launched Flame Coil to wrap all kinds of sundries in the backpack, and then threw these low-damage fire bombs on the heads of the ooze monsters. This common behavior of attracting monsters in the game is very effective when used on the slime monsters. These guys themselves become violent and delirious due to control. Can't give up. After Lin Dong led these monsters to the rock where he once stood, he landed on the rock again, and then sent all the Zydian lynxes he captured not long ago to work. If it was in the swamp area just now, these bobcats would not be of much use. Now that there are mountains and rocks as a support, the 10 purple electric lynxes will be useful. Although they still couldn't end up fighting the silt monsters in the swamp, there was definitely no problem standing on the rocks and casting lightning-type magic. Give me a big hello. Lin Dong stood behind the purple electric lynxes and activated the effect of the chapter of the monster's roar equipped with the monster's wrath. This brand new piece of blue quality equipment can turn the summoned creatures into a violent state, and it is suitable for this kind of scene at the moment. Meow. With the addition of the chapter of the roar of the mountain monster, the expressions of all the purple electric lynxes became fierce, and the sound of the jumping purple thunder was loud, and thunderbolts appeared in the sky, falling like electric pillars, and the people in front of them were shocked. A swamp turned into a minefield. Looking at the impotent and furious silt monsters in the swamp, Lin Dong, standing on the rock, had nothing to do and took out the burritos in his backpack and took a bite. For the sake of this group of new employees working so hard, we should give them extra meals when we find an opportunity. What do bobcats eat? What do small fish do? Lin Dong chewed on the burritos, pondered boring questions, and silently harvested levels and drops. Maybe this is just standing up and making money. Duh. Chapter 43. Under the collective bombardment of the Zydian lynxes, the elite unit in the silt monster let out an extremely angry scream. It tried to get close to the rock, but to no avail. This most skinny silt monster made its final killing move before falling down. Its belly showed obvious swelling, and then around its mouth as the center, a layer of invisible shock ripples appeared. This ripple even washed away the elements of lightning, and the invisible shock wave spread to the front of the rock, and in the end it just peeled off a layer of sand and stone, without hurting Lin Dong at all. The slime monsters suffered a group annihilation in this way, and all of them died completely. As the instigator and bystander of the whole incident, Lin Dong reaped the benefits and made a lot of money. After the berserk state faded, the Zydian lynxes, who were exhausted, laid down on the ground, exhausted. After Lin Dong put these guys into the pet space, he looked at the countless broken threads of black smoke. Even though all the silt monsters had been killed, the traces left by the creatures of the Black Abyss did not disappear because of this, and he was still able to find them by following the clues. Of course, he is not in a hurry to do it yet. The most important thing now is to clean the battlefield and confirm his level changes. After Lin Dong released the root phantom of the world tree and swallowed all the corpses in front of him, he opened the system log. Congratulations on successfully killing the silt monster, LV-15, and gaining a lot of combat experience. Congratulations on successfully killing the silt monster, LV-16, and gaining a lot of combat experience. Congratulations on successfully killing the Use Monster Elite, LV-15, and gaining a lot of combat experience. Ding! Congratulations on raising your character level. Your current level is 20. Congratulations on successfully killing the silt monster, LV-15, and gaining a lot of combat experience. Sure enough, there is no prompt message related to Heiyuan. After Lin Dong saw the system's reaction, he confirmed again that the slime monsters were not polluted, but simply controlled and affected. Anyway, he finally reached level 20 as planned and ushered in a qualitative change again. Lin Dong thought about the next step to light up the target, and at the same time completed the addition of this upgrade. 100 points of free attribute, all invested in speed this time, continue to improve swimming ability. After adding points, his four-dimensional attributes change as follows. Intelligence, 445, plus 0. Strength, 585, plus 0. Speed, 725, plus 100. Constitution, 355, plus 0. After the speed reached 700 points, Lin Dong had the illusion of being as light as the wind. Now his speed is not to say that it is the best in the world, but he may be able to suppress enemies of the third or even fourth tier. After adding points, he should be more inclined to the remaining 3 attributes, especially Constitution. The higher the world tree level, the higher the income of the blue and red bars. For him, the physique attribute is definitely the second most profitable attribute. After quickly distributing the free attribute points, Lin Dong then confirmed the dropped objects hanging on the world tree. Most of the used drops are not very useful to Lin Dong. In the end, he only left 2 skill light spheres and 1 equipment light sphere, and all the remaining drops were turned into the nourishment of world tree. After these dropped objects were transformed, the level of the world tree was raised again to level 9, which is considered to have lived up to his hard work. After leaving the spiritual world, Lin Dong processed the 3 dropped items, and the remaining skills and equipment became as follows. Rotten Mud Ball. Active skill. This skill is mutated from the slime monster's mud bomb. After casting this skill, the user can guide the surrounding soil into a mud ball to attack the enemy. The mud ball will have a rotten attribute, which is harmful to flesh and blood units, cause skin and flesh damage. Strong Stomach. Passive skill. This skill is mutated from the rapid eating of the Use monster. The eating efficiency of the skill owner is improved, the digestive system is greatly strengthened, and he can heal his own damage through eating behavior and restore the lost HP. Shadow of Swamp Memory. Blue. Shoulder Armor Attribute Bonus. Intelligence plus 20. Equipment Effect. Swamp of Corrosion. After activating this effect, the 10 square meters around the wearer will be transformed into a swamp, and you will be in the swamp while slowing down the movement speed. The enemies will be affected by the corrosion effect, and their resistance to magic will be greatly reduced. Remarks. No matter how many years have passed, the silt monster always has feelings and obsessions for this swamp. Rotten Mud Ball is a relatively insidious earth element skill. Lin Dong retained and modified it for the purpose of insidious people, mainly because he thought it could be used in conjunction with flames to create a more powerful firebomb. Needless to say, the Strong Stomach, this passive ability that improves digestion and can recover blood through eating, is definitely the most valuable of the 3 dropped items. Swamp Memory. Shadow Shoulder Armor. This piece of equipment can be called the Quagmire Maker. It is useless against some long-range enemies. But in the future, if someone tries to fight him in close quarters, Lin Dong can definitely give him a surprise. Lin Dong quickly grasped the true meaning of the 2 skills, equipped himself with the blue shoulder armor, and turned the drops of the Use monster into his own combat power in a blink of an eye. After dealing with these matters, Lin Dong scanned around through the monitoring field of view of the Dandelion Daughter to confirm the surrounding situation. After confirming that no external force would suddenly intervene to affect him, he opened the player interface and clicked on the icon representing the professional skill tree again. This time Lin Dong saw pictures related to Nordic mythology again, and the world tree supporting the 9 realms appeared in his vision, which was in its full glory. There are many creatures living on the huge body of the world tree. At the top of the tree is an eagle named Vedfrnir. In the middle are 4 stags eating leaves and a squirrel called Ratatosk, and at the bottom of the tree is Black Nidhogg the dragon. Time, prophecy, kingship, wisdom, healing, magic, poetry, war, and death. One of the 9 priesthoods has been lit. The Eternal Gungnir, the Golden Ring of Draupnir, the supreme throne of the 9 realms, the combination of fierce wolves Kili and Kaliki, the raven partner Falcon and Wuni, the 8-legged horse Repnir. Just only Gungnir has become full of agility, and the others are still gray and dilapidated, waiting to be lit. It's time again to make big choices. Chapter 44. Looking at the dazzling array of options, Lin Dong hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to light up the 8-legged horse Sleipnir. The ancients said that being able to advance and retreat is the real magic weapon. He has already held Gungnir, the gun of eternity, and possesses a strong offensive ability. Now add the image of God, which represents absolute speed, and that is to truly meet the standard of being able to advance and retreat. Looking at the horse-shaped icon representing the 8-legged horse Sleipnir on the virtual screen, Lin Dong started to light it up. Sigh. There was a long hiss from Sleipnir, expressing its joy of waking up from the endless silence. While lighting up Sleipnir, Lin Dong also instantly learned all kinds of information related to the 8-legged horse. In Norse mythology, there was a gambling contract between the giant craftsman responsible for building the outer wall of Asgard and the gods. The craftsman can take away a huge reward as long as he completes the wall within 6 months, and he can only have 1 horse as a helper. The gods thought it was impossible for the craftsman to complete the project on time, but who knew that the craftsman owned Svadir Farley, a magical horse, which transported stones very quickly, and the progress of the project was quite fast. When the gods panicked, they ordered Loki to stop him, and Loki transformed into a white mare to lure Svadir Farley. Later, Loki's incarnate mare gave birth to the 8-legged horse Sleipnir and gave it to Odin. This is the origin of the 8-legged horse Sleipnir. There is an interesting riddle in folklore. Which 2 have 10 feet, 3 eyes, but only 1 tail? The answer to this riddle is Odin rides on Sleipnir. From this point, it is not difficult to see the significance of Sleipnir to Odin. Like Gungnir, the eternal lance, Sleipnir is also an important part of the image of God King Odin. Lin Dong sorted out the information and tried to summarize it into a horse-raising experience, which will be used as a guide for getting along with Sleipnir in the future. At this time, on the virtual screen, the icon representing Sleipnir was flickering like a penguin message seeking interaction. Through the link of the God King, Lin Dong can feel Sleipnir's emotions. This guy really wants to come out and act wild now. Like a certain Pikachu who doesn't like to stay in the Pokeball, Sleipnir also doesn't like to stay dormant in the silent dark world all the time. There's really nothing I can do about you. Lin Dong reluctantly chose to summon. Golden light spots converged in front of him, and a huge shadow appeared in front of Lin Dong. Then, a white 8-legged steed as tall as a mountain stood in front of Lin Dong with a snort. It doesn't have any harness in its body, and it looks very natural. A spar-like glow flowed from the white fur, and the 8 majestic legs of the horse clapped excitedly to the ground, causing small whirlwinds to rise and fall. Shilulu. Sleipnir hissed softly, his eyes full of flattery. You guy, if you don't want to stay in the illusory world, then you should abide by your duty. Lin Dong can certainly control the horse completely, but the individual will of the creature cannot be completely restricted. If you want this guy to be obedient, you still need tap from time to time. Shilulu. Sleipnir nodded earnestly and took the initiative to sit down on his knees, his eyes full of anticipation. In this case, let's run around and don't use any features. Lin Dong knew what Sleipnir meant, touched its neck, and then rode up. Sleipnir himself has a spiritual connection with him, and he thought that the feeling in the riding state was not bad. What he didn't expect was that the difference between getting off the horse immediately would be so huge. The moment this divine horse stood up, a feeling of flesh and soul blending together, a feeling of unity between man and horse suddenly appeared in his heart. At this time, Lin Dong was driving Sleipnir, and he really had a sense of control like an arm, as if everything was under his control. Given that there were still creatures from the Black Abyss to deal with, Lin Dong restrained the urge to have fun and ran around the periphery of the swamp for a few laps, feeling a sense of oneness that was swift and swift. After the equestrian session was over, Lin Dong let Sleipnir move about freely. At this time, he opened the system log and checked the data information of Sleipnir. Eight-Legged Horse Sleipnir? A special data group born from unknown reasons. You can't show anyone the relevant information of this unit. Effect 1. Divine Creation. This unit has the nature of skills and is deeply bound to the profession. It cannot be captured and used by anyone. It can only exist as a summoned object with the number JX456002. Effect 2. Growth Follow-Up. This unit has the characteristic of accompanying growth, and the individual strength will increase with the increase of the personal level of the number JX456002. Effect 3. Break the Boat. This unit can carry the power of the number JX456002 without an upper limit, including the level of the overdrawn world tree as a bet. Effect 4. Freely Retractable. The unit can freely switch between 4-legged, 6-legged, and 8-legged gears. In the quadruped state, the energy consumption is the lowest, and it has the two characteristics of charging and trapping. When galloping on the battlefield, the higher the intensity of the battle, the stronger the body's resistance ability. In the 6-legged state, the mana consumption is increased, and the phantom and trampling characteristics are added to the 4-legged basis. When locking the enemy to launch an attack, the lethality is greatly improved. In the 8-legged state, the mana consumption is intense, with all the characteristics of the 4-legged and 6-legged, with the ability to flicker, jump, and span space. Effect 5. Divine Descendant. As a descendant of the god Masvidurfali and the deceitful god Loki, this unit can strengthen the personality of the Lord and has an unparalleled carrying capacity. Effect 6. Conquer the 9 realms. This unit will not die due to external forces, but will only disappear for a short time. After growing to the limit state, it has the ability to travel around the world and travel to the heavens. Chapter 45. Lin Dong looked at the data information of Sleipnir, thinking about the magical effect of each effect. The effects of God's creation, growth follow-up, and end of life are almost the same as those of the Eternal Spear. They are like the standard configuration of God's image, so there is no need to go into details. The fourth effect, freely retractable, is definitely the most characteristic effect of this guy. 4-legged, 6-legged, and 8-legged gears have different mana consumption and their own characteristics. The 8-legged opening can obtain the 4 characteristics of charge, trap, phantom, and trample, and also has the ability to cross the void. It is true that it can advance and retreat freely. When seeing this, Lin Dong suddenly remembered that the behavior of giving Matthew the hoof in his previous life was jokingly called the 4-wheel alignment service of car maintenance. According to this standard, it is estimated that Sleipnir will be charged twice for a 4-wheel alignment. Looking at Sleipnir, who was looking around and chewing grass roots, Lin Dong shook his head, hoping that this idiot would become more mature and stable after adapting to the environment of Luyang world. Considering that 8-legged horses are as rare as 3-legged toads, he immediately added a travel rule to Sleipnir. It can go out for a walk on weekdays, but it must be kept in quadruped mode to avoid unnecessary attention. That's pretty much the case with ease. The fifth effect, the effect of divine descendants, Lin Dong does not need it for the time being. Strengthening personality and super carrying capacity are abilities that are only used by high-end bureaus at the level of gods. As for the sixth effect of conquering the 9 realms, Lin Dong can only say that sooner or later, unfortunately not today. The ability to travel around the world and travel around the heavens is exactly what the swaying god Tennis dreams of, but Lin Dong is definitely unable to grasp it for the time being. In general, the data of the 8-legged horse Sleipnir is worthy of its status as the image of God. There are parts that can be used directly and parts that are not considered for the time being. After turning off the virtual screen, Lin Dong recalled the purpose of this trip. According to the plan, he lit up the new image of God, and he should get down to business next. Thinking of this, he rode Sleipnir and began to follow the direction of the black smoke line, walking into the deepest part of the swamp. Sleipnir, who is the god king's mount, is now in the swamp, and in quadruped mode. It can be said that he is walking on flat ground. The 4 horseshoes were covered with whirlwinds, completely ignoring the harsh environment of the swamp. Lin Dong followed the trail of black smoke with his all-seeing eyes, and finally stopped in front of a towering giant tree. The canopy of this tree was wrapped in astonishingly dense black smoke, and the human figure inside the canopy came into Lin Dong's eyes. Due to the ups and downs of this power, Lin Dong couldn't judge the strength of this dormant enemy for a while. It's just that he now has the two major retreat cards of Dianpei Displaced and Sleipnir, and he can retreat even if he is invincible in the face of this enemy. In terms of the safety of the whole cards, Sleipnir's eight-legged model is definitely the priority. After all, no one can be sure where the random teleportation will go. Once he is far away from the sphere of influence of the Church of the Moon God, his camp here will basically be useless. If he gets stuck in some secret ruins or land abandoned by gods, etc., it will be a situation where every day should not be called, and it will not work. Displacement is a solution after there is no other way. While comparing the advantages and disadvantages of the two methods in his mind, Lin Dong was already ready to open the monster. With the evil eye magic sword in hand, the flock of eagles hunts. The sounds of the eagles screaming became one piece, and the white sword chi in the shape of an eagle flew out from the sword weapon, and then they all bombarded the same point on the giant tree. Click! The giant tree that had already been hollowed out due to the parasitism of the Black Abyss creatures was split in two from the middle at this moment. Countless pale, human bones fell out of the hollow tree trunk, and those were the last traces of the victims left in this world. A gray humanoid monster floated in the air, as if unaffected by the attack just now. The shape of this monster is equivalent to that of a normal male human being. Its body is covered with 3 layers of red-gray bandages, and its face is only slightly wound. It has 2 clown hat-like horns on its head, and the positions of its facial features are extremely weird, full of asymmetrical sense of disobedience. Zilula. Sleipnir snorted looking at the creature in front of him. His 4 hooves were restless, and he was already eager to try. Human, are you the only one? The demon opened his scarlet eyes and licked his dry lips with his slender tongue. Probably. Lin Dong patted the horse's buttocks with the evil eye magic sword, signaling the young man sitting down to calm down. Then he activated his omniscient eyes to sweep across the demon, and the words, Black Abyss, Puppet Demon Stand Road, Variation, LV28, appeared above the opponent's head. Lin Dong recalled the introduction in the Novice Guide, and was wary of mutated affixes. Different from elite monsters, mutated enemies often have special moves different from their own group, and this individual has more independent thinking and has its own name. A 3-stage mutant monster, this guy is really tricky. The 3rd stage of Luyang World is called the psionic energy level. Professionals who reach this stage will unlock the high-purity power called psionic energy, and the elemental means they have mastered will be activated. Not long ago, Lin Dong had faced Doppelo, the pseudo-3rd-rank knight leader of the sun, and the sun demon dog summoned by the other party was an elemental creature. Ha ha, you are not very lucky. You are going to die here today. The puppet demon Stan Road said with great regret. Really? I think it's okay. Lin Dong said calmly. Before coming to York City, this kind of enemy is really difficult to deal with. The reason why he was able to deal with the Liang demon dog was mainly because he used beheading tactics to kill Daboro and cut off the energy supply from the source. It's just that compared to himself at that time, Lin Dong today not only has a new look on the panel, but also has a huge change in strength. This time, facing a veritable 3rd-order enemy, fighting across a distance of 1 rank is still within the acceptable range for him. Arrogant enough, I will definitely taste your taste. The hands of the puppet demon Stan Road glowed red, and sharp red claws grew out. The muscles all over his body were flowing and shaped, and the whole person entered a fighting state. Chapter 46. The puppet demon Stan Lu moved extremely fast, and the moment his fighting posture unfolded, 10 lines of black smoke were drawn out of his fingers. After being thrown out by him, these silk threads plunged into the swamp, and then 10 mudrock soldiers whose bodies were comparable to giant elephants condensed. The bodies of these soldiers were shrouded in black smoke, and sharp black barbs grew out, and they possessed simple spirituality in a blink of an eye. Compared with the fierce sun demon dog that Doppelo had worked so hard in the pseudo-3rd-order realm, the birth process of these mudrock soldiers was easy and freehand, and did not bring too much burden to the puppet demon Stan Road at all. From this point alone, it is actually not difficult to see how strong the puppet demon Stan Road is. Even if you look at the 3rd rank, he is still the top group. Faced with such an offensive, Lin Dong did not choose to summon the Xidian bobcats to help him fight and consume in the rear. Considering that this puppet demon has the ability to control wild monsters, he should not send pets out to deliver food. At this time, the best way to solve the problem must be close combat. Let's get started. Holding the evil-eyed demon sword, Lin Dong activated the weapon effect, Bansini's gaze, and began to slow down the opponent's speed. Then he conveniently activated the blazing sun impact effect of the 4-winged blazing sun belt, and a huge pillar of fire appeared behind him. Under the sudden boost of the fire pillar, the figures of Lin Dong and Sleipnir suddenly slammed into the puppet demon Stan Road. In this riding state, Lin Dong didn't seem to be able to exert his own strength, but he was not affected at all. In the state of the unity of man and horse, Sleipnir and him are completely a whole. The consciousness and the body are in a state of synchronization, and every movement is extremely coordinated. The puppet demon Stan Lu was still smiling slyly on his front feet, thinking about how to use his pets to torture Lin Dong, but he couldn't calm down on his back feet. Shilulu. Sleipnir rode on his face in a quadruped state, directly pressing him down forcibly. Stan Lu, the puppet demon, felt his chest sink, and there was a huge force in front of him, and he was pushed into the swamp by Sleipnir. Seeing that the opponent was off guard, Lin Dong decisively activated the equipment effect of the Shadow of Memory in the swamp on the shoulder armor. The swamp of corrosion spread out and covered the swamp, causing this Mr. Demon Man to suffer from the dual effects of reduced movement speed and reduced magic resistance. The heart of the storm opened at this moment, and the violent whirlwind oppressed the body of the puppet demon Stanley, making him unable to stand up from the beginning to the end. Lin Dong, who had completed the suppression between the encounters, was calm in his heart, without any sorrow or joy. He calmly raised the evil eye magic sword, controlled the storm and attached it to the weapon, and then swung it out suddenly in the form of breaking rocks. The air was here. A moment of being cut produces a scream. Under the scrutiny of the all-seeing eye, the puppet devil Stan Rhodes' heart position was firmly locked by him, and the angle of the sword was extremely precise across the heart, as precise as a scalpel in the hands of a surgeon. Stan Lu, the puppet demon, never thought that his enemy would be so terrifying. Just as he was about to fight back after being hit hard one after another, Lin Dong had already punched out a whole set of beautiful combos. This sword sliced open the devil's heart, and the storm power poured into it to cause a second wound, directly killing half of the puppet devil Stanley's life. If it weren't for the huge difference in the structure of the black abyss creature from that of humans, he would have given up his life at this time. Stan Road, the puppet demon who walked away from the gate of hell, broke out in a cold sweat and directly used his absolute killer move, the Soul Thorn. Die to me. The top of his head was lit with purple light, and a fierce purple illusory light shot out from the center of his eyebrows, hitting Lin Dong's eyebrows directly. At this moment, the mind of the puppet demon Stan Road was briefly connected with Lin Dong, and he burst out all his spiritual power. The demon grinned grinningly and felt that he had the chance to win, and the Jedi had come back. What means can a second-order human being have to resist the mind invasion of these black abyss powerhouses? Now that the bridge has been established, the other party will only be left to be slaughtered. The consciousness of the puppet demon Stanlo plunged into Lin Dong's conscious world. Then the smile on his face disappeared. What appeared in front of him was a huge sacred tree supporting the world. Lin Dong's consciousness body was sitting on the branches of the world tree, his legs were shaking freely, and Gungnir at his hand was about to move, sending out a slight organ Naruto. How is this possible? Who the hell are you? Seeing the scene in front of him, Stan Road, the puppet demon, saw the terrifying pressure of the gods on his body. His face became extremely pale, his legs softened, and he almost fell to the ground. He actually chose to invade the conscious world of a god to make an enemy. He is considered a rare genius in the world. I didn't expect you to choose such a stupid way to end your life. Lin Dong was not even interested in doing it himself, and just waved his hand at Gungnir. The gun of eternity turned into a white shock wave and fell towards him. The terrifying aura that destroyed everything locked the puppet demon Stan in place and could not move. No, the puppet demon Stan Road felt like he had a nightmare, and maybe he still had a chance to wake up. He tried to cut off his spiritual link with Lin Dong and return to his own body, but there are some places where he can't come and go whenever he wants. The big black net formed by the rune words blocked his retreat and restricted his actions, and the shooting stars transformed from the eternal gun destroyed his soul. In reality, Lin Dong put away the evil eye sword and signaled Sleipnir to move the horse's legs away. Shilulu. Sleipnir neighed disdainfully and then did as he did. This guy is connected with him, so he naturally understands what happened. At this time, the puppet demon Stan Road soaked in the mud has no breath of life, because the death of the soul leads to the death of the body. The phantom of the root system of the world tree was released at this moment, devouring the corpse of this black abyss creature and turning it into nourishment. Stan Road, the puppet demon, would have had the chance to die a more honorable death. It's a pity that he found another way and chose the most difficult way to open it, but he could only end up in the current situation. All this can only be said to be a coincidence. Chapter 47. At the moment when the puppet demon Stanlu was defeated, the mudstone soldiers created by him fell apart and became part of the swamp again. With the disappearance of the sound of splashes, the traces of this demon coming to this world became blurred. After cleaning up the puppet devil Stan Road, Lin Dong picked up a piece of devil's minced meat from the mud, which was a sample he specially kept. This task ultimately requires a debriefing. In addition to explaining the process, the samples left behind can be regarded as task vouchers. Of course, Lin Dong kept the minced meat just in case. In fact, the aura of the Black Abyss remained in the giant tree lurking in the puppet demon Stan Road. If the personnel of the Luna Church really investigated this place, they should have a way to detect it. Lin Dong got off Sleipnir and let the guy roam freely around the swamp. After Sleipnir left happily, he opened the system log. Congratulations on successfully killing Black Abyss Puppet Demon Stan Road Mutation, LV28, and gaining a lot of combat experience. Ding! Congratulations on raising your character level. Your current level is 21. Ding! Congratulations on raising your character level. Your current level is 22. Ding! You successfully destroyed an unknown Black Abyss conspiracy. Thank you for your contribution to saving the world of Luyang. On the day of He Yuan's defeat, your contribution will be engraved in history and will never be erased. Ding! I found out that you have broken through to level 22. You have successfully completed the spiritual transformation, and you have a deeper understanding of the mysteries of the elements. Ding! Please pay attention to check your own changes. Lin Dong, who has already experienced a realm breakthrough, is very calm at the moment, and the 200-point free attribute is slightly tilted towards the physical attribute. After adding points, the four-dimensional attributes change as follows. Intelligence, 485, plus 40. Strength, 625, plus 40. Speed, 765, plus 40. Constitution, 435, plus 80. After 2 or 3 steps to solve the adding points, Lin Dong began to pay attention to his own deep changes. The third level of the world of 6 suns is called Spiritual Energy Level, or Activation Level. Professionals who have reached this level need to improve their own energy purity, compress and condense high-quality spiritual energy. Only by completing the link of spiritual energy compression and mastering this more pure energy can professionals further enhance and activate the elemental means they have mastered and transform them into auxiliary units such as the Sun Demon Dog and Mudstone Giants. Driving elemental creatures to fight is a relatively routine use. It is said that this extremely ruthless man can combine himself with elemental creatures, making himself fight in a half-elemental state, thus causing double damage. After entering a new level, Lin Dong saw that his natural ability was about to move, and then activated it. With the opening of the storm, a blue whirlwind suddenly appeared in his body and began to engulf mana like clouds. After the mana value was processed by the wind whirlwind, it was steadily transformed into pure liquid psionic energy. Lin Dong stood on the spot. His body slowly floated up, and a gentle whirlwind appeared below him. This is the guiding role of the talent ability Heart of the Storm. After Lin Dong realized this, he followed this instinct and began to control all the mana in his body to convert it into psionic energy. With the increasing proportion of psionic energy, he also felt a positive impact on the spiritual level, and his energy was enhanced. When the transformation of spiritual energy was completely completed, his body slowly fell to the ground, and the surrounding air resumed its normal flow. With the convenience of being a player, Lin Dong adapts to the new level very quickly. After the psychic transformation was completed, he looked at the talent column on the panel and felt the sign of a talent breakthrough. Under normal circumstances, even if this kind of omen appears, if you want to really break through the barrier, you may still need the boost of luck that cannot be met. However, Lin Dong doesn't need this kind of external intervention. He has his own way to solve it, that is runes. At the moment when he just acquired the talent, since he hadn't figured out the nature of the existence of this special skill, he didn't act rashly. Now that he is already familiar with all the details of the Heart of the Storm, it is time to sublimate it and change it into a new look. Lin Dong's hand lit up a black light representing runes, and he pressed it on the talent column on the virtual screen. The next moment, the system log was in a frenzied scroll. Ding! Your innate ability. Heart of the Storm has undergone unpredictable changes under the influence of unknown forces. Ding! The data is in disorder. Ding! The data is in disorder. Ding! The data is in disorder. Ding! Your innate ability has been successfully changed to Lord of Storms. Ding! This type of talent is beyond the scope of the database. You can't show the data of your talent ability to others, and others can't obtain information related to your talent by any means. Storm Master. Talent. Your storm elemental talent has reached a peerless peak. There is no creature that can match you in the world of Luyang. From now on, the storm damage you receive will be reduced by 90%. Skills permanently increase damage by 100%. Through the effect of this talent, your storm skills will be sublimated for the second time. In battle, you can use any skills in combination with storm elements to make them produce new elemental changes. The brand new talent ability Storm Master has 3 specific items in simple terms. The first point is the high reduction and high damage increase related to the storm-type skills. The second point is the sublimation and transformation of the storm-type skills. The third point is to improve the compatibility between the storm element and other skills in actual combat. Starting from the first point, Lin Dong's development can be slightly tilted towards storm-type skills in the future. After all, the 100% damage increase effect is still very attractive. Of course, as a lone wolf player, partial subjects are taboo. He not only needs to list a series of storm skills as a conventional combat method, but also maintain the continuous improvement of other elemental skills to avoid being targeted and restrained by interested people. As for the second point of skill sublimation, it has not started, but has ended. Lin Dong flipped the scrolling axis of the system log and found the related messages. Chapter 48. Ding. Due to the influence of the natural ability Storm Master, the skill you have mastered, Gale Storm has a sublimation reaction, and this skill is being promoted to a higher level. Ding. You have successfully comprehended Storm Control, active skill. Storm Control, active skill. This skill is upgraded from Gale Sprint. The user can call on the Gale to assist him in flying, defending, rolling, sprinting, jumping, and other actions. After opening this skill, any action of the user will be with the blessing of the storm. The shooting speed and movement speed have been greatly improved. Ding. Due to the influence of the natural ability Storm Master, the skill you have mastered, Wind Demon Tearing has a sublimation reaction, and this skill is being promoted to a higher level. Ding. You have successfully comprehended the disaster of the storm, active skill. Storm Calamity, active skill. This skill is promoted from the tearing of the wind demon. The user can create a tornado whirlwind with cutting power, pull the surrounding enemies into the whirlwind, produce a suppressing effect, and cause continuous damage to them. Cutting. This attack has a miraculous effect on controlling the enemy or breaking down the barriers of high defense enemies. The goal of sublimation is similar to what Lin Dong thought. Among his many skills, only Gale Sprint and Wind Demon Tear can be regarded as storm-type skills. After the Wind Sprint is promoted to Storm Control, in addition to unlocking the ability to fly with the wind, the bonus effect on the shooting speed and movement speed is considered the biggest feature. The Wind Demon Tear was originally just a wave of wind elements, but after being promoted to Storm Calamity, it directly became a whirlwind. The scale of the skill was exaggerated, the cutting effect was preserved, and it also possessed the characteristics of suppressing the enemy. It is greatly strengthened. With the blessing of the Priesthood of Wisdom, Lin Dong also quickly maxed out the proficiency of the 2 skills and incorporated them into his future combat methods. After confirming the changes of these 2 skills, he began to verify the effect of the third characteristic of Storm Master to confirm whether the compatibility between the storm element and other skills had been improved. The skills Lin Dong used for experiments were Flame Coil and Rock Breaking Slash. Flame Coil can originally attach flames to weapons, and Rock Breaking Slash is his initial modification skill. The combination of the 2 is considered a classic match. Lin Dong mixed the elements of the storm into the sword while swinging it. The fire on the sword instantly soared, and after the rock breaker was swung out, a huge gully was formed on the swamp. Although the gully quickly disappeared due to the covering of muddy water, the omniscient eye still captured the energy changes during the whole process. The wind helps the fire. Although the combined use of the storm and the flame will not produce a qualitative change, it can indeed increase the power by 40 to 50%. Although this combination of storm elements needs to consume more mind, this is not a burden at all for Lin Dong, who can multitask. After completing the full-scale test of the new talent Storm Master, Lin Dong put away his weapons and finally had time to check the drops of the puppet demon. On the world tree of the conscious world, the puppet demon Stanley left as many as 15 items as drops. After checking, he gave up most of them, leaving only a skill light sphere and a monster material, and the rest turned into the nourishment of the world tree. After world tree absorbed these drops, its level increased again, reaching level 10. After processing the skill light sphere with rune characters, the information of the 2 dropped items is as follows. Touch of Life. active skill. This skill is mutated from the life of the devil. After activating this skill, you can forcibly draw life force from any nearby biological unit in the form of physical contact, and then feed it back to yourself or your allies. Note, this skill cannot be interrupted, otherwise the user will suffer backlash. Devil's Heart Core. Material: the original wreckage of the puppet demon Stan Road, which hides the characteristics of the other party's life-eating and manipulating creatures. This is a very patient Black Abyss monster who is good at lurking. After using this material to forge equipment, maybe it can inherit some of the traits in the core. Touch of Life is a risky continuation ability, but it's not a problem with post-combat supplies. Lin Dong chose it mainly for his pets. Although this skill has some evil properties, it can barely be regarded as a healing skill. As for the core of the Devil's Heart, it is a high-level material reserved by Lin Dong specially to improve the Evil Eye Sword. As the main battle weapon, the origin of this sword is also from the Black Abyss material, and it is appropriate to continue to improve it in the same line. With the activation of the runes, the Evil Eye Demon Sword and the Demon Heart core merged with each other. The process was very smooth, and the fit was perfect. Bloody brilliance bloomed in the air, and the Devil's Heart core was like a living creature, covering the evil eyes, and then gave birth to octopus-like tentacles to hold the entire weapon. The Black Rune characters wandered on the sword and the flesh. The blood light began to calm down, and the change of weapons came to an end. After the fusion is over, a brand new player equipment is born. The length of the new sword was maintained at about 1.2 meters, and the magic eye on the sword grid was preserved, filled with terrifying bloodshot eyes, and the eyeballs were still beating faintly. Hundreds of strange runes were left on the sword body, and the whole weapon exuded a creepy aura like a cursed evil. The information of this equipment has been changed through data as follows: the Devil's Grudge Sword, purple attribute bonus, strength plus 50, equipment effect, Stan Road's Grudge. This equipment effect can be used to lock an enemy individual, making it continuously reduce all attributes. It can be reduced by up to 30 points, and the attributes lost by the enemy will gradually be fed back to the user until the end of the battle. After the mutation, it has a new look. Chapter 49. Congratulations to the birth of the second purple equipment. Looking at the name of the weapon, Lin Dong could probably feel some resentment from the deceased. The puppet demon Stanley really died unjustly. Unlike the equipment effect of the Evil Eye Sword that reduces the speed attribute of the enemy, the equipment effect of the Sword of the Devil's Curse directly grabs the enemy's four-dimensional attribute. The dominance of this piece of equipment lies in its mandatory lock. As long as it is targeted, it will be affected by the effect of the equipment, and there is no room for evasion. From a certain point of view, this ability is almost a curse or a debuff. After holding this sword and experimenting with the coordination of Storm Master and other skills, Lin Dong made a good plan to leave. In fact, he only needs to take the collected demon flesh and blood back to hand in the task, and everything will be in line with the procedure. It's just that Lin Dong belonged to the plot party in the game when he was in the world of White Knight, and he still prefers to start and end when doing things. So he walked to the edge of the giant tree wreckage, cleaned up the bones of the victims, and brought them back to Xiaoya village. Give the dead a result, and give the living an explanation. That's about it. Under the repeated request of the village chief, Lin Dong stayed for a meal, then bid farewell to all the villagers and set off on his way home. Standing in the mountains in the middle of the night, he blew a whistle, and Sleipnir, who was free in the outdoors, came running back. After this idiot knew that the destination of this trip was a city, the frequency of tail flicking increased. In order to prevent Sleipnir from making any troubles when he returned to York City, Lin Dong made repeated orders and emphasized a lot of rules and regulations with this guy. Sleipnir snorted and wanted to protest, but considering that Lin Dong might dispel it and return it to the skill tree if he didn't comply with the conditions, he finally accepted it with humility. During the journey, Lin Dong returned to the multi-threaded state of the simultaneous operation of the furnace breathing method and the sun meditation. Walking forward in the dark with one person and one horse, and having some spiritual exchanges from time to time, it will not be too lonely. Next, Sleipnir proved his professionalism as a mount with his actions. I think when we went to Xiaoya village, Qingyao Wolf King carried Lin Dong on his back for 2 hours. Now that their mounts were replaced by Sleipnir, it only took them an hour to reach the suburban forest near York City, and this was achieved when Sleipnir was slightly restrained. At this time, there is still a long time before dawn, and the city gate of York City is still closed. Lin Dong didn't bother to sneak in and went camping outside the city. The most indispensable thing in his player backpack is all kinds of camp supplies, which he prepared very comprehensively when he was in Golden Dandelion Village. Sleipnir picked up a pile of firewood back and forth with a horse's mouth, and he relied on various tools to put the camp out. In less than 10 minutes, the bonfire in the camp was lit up, and a pot of hot soup had already entered the cooking stage. The bread was stuck on the branch and leaned against the edge of the fire to roast. After Lin Dong and Sleipnir finished their supper quickly, they each closed their eyes and rested. Normal horse creatures sleep standing up, but Sleipnir is obviously not in the normal range. This idiot, half lying on the ground, buried his four-legged body under his body like a cat, and then tried to squeeze his head into it. Lin Dong's arms. Lin Dong, who had rehearsed many of his own skills and equipment in the conscious world, noticed this scene, pushed the guy's horse's head, and finally acquiesced in his coquettish behavior. Time passed unconsciously, and the next day came in a blink of an eye. Looking at the 6 suns hanging high in the sky, Lin Dong lowered his head and tidied up the camp. After Sleipnir stretched on the spot, he swept the dust and covered the mound with his ponytail. After 1 man and 1 horse worked together to turn the camp back into a wasteland, they followed the sparse flow of people into the city. Lin Dong was questioned by the imperial soldiers as usual at the gate of the city and passed through the border smoothly after sacrificing his church documents. After returning to York City, in order to ensure that Sleipnir had something to do when he left, his first stop was the vegetable market. Sleipnir ate from the stalls at the head of the vegetable market to the stalls at the end, and finally chose a kind of water radish as his snack. Lin Dong took out golden eagle dollars to buy all the stall owner's inventory, and then put all the radishes into his backpack, taking out one from time to time and putting it into the horse's mouth. Seeing that Sleipnir was eating with relish, he also tasted one out of curiosity. The slightly spicy and sweet aftertaste, coupled with the crisp texture, is really good. After visiting the vegetable market, Lin Dong came to the gate of Luna Church. After tying Sleipnir in the stable of the church and placing a pot of water radishes, he turned and walked towards the door of Shadow Moon, ready to hand in the task. Sleipnir knew that this was the territory of other gods, so he didn't have any foolish ideas. So he restrained his divine aura and pretended to be an ordinary horse. It stood in the stable and chewed slowly with a radish in its mouth. Looking around at the crowd, it had the illusion of being a lonely master. The black horse in the nearby stable saw the water radish in front of Sleipnir and wanted to come over to share a bite. Sleipnir directly greeted his friend with a big horseshoe. Lin Dong arrived at the Shadow Moon door room in a blink of an eye, and it was still as dark as ever. Different from last time, this time the priest in the palace had remembered his face and directly invited him to an unoccupied room. Seeing that he skipped the queuing process, a knight player who also handles business here widened his eyes. It was obviously the first time he had encountered such a thing. In fact, the faction prestige level is an extremely time-consuming thing to improve. Let alone respect during this period of time. Even friendly players are rare, and most of them are still hovering in the mediocre stage. Hey, are you envious, my friend? Another mage player standing behind him said. What do you mean? Who wants to stand when they have the opportunity to sit down? People are so angry, I really don't know how that person did it. The knight player sighed. Oh, I have some clues about this. The prestige level of that person just now should be higher than that of friendliness. The mage player replied casually. How is this possible? The knight player didn't believe it, but in fact, he kind of agreed with the other party's statement in his heart. The prestige level of their guild has reached friendly, and it is said that the prestige of friendly level is just to have more mission selection rights. Others may not be able to, but that person's background is not simple. The mage player said meaningfully. Duh. Chapter 50. Huh? Why don't you continue talking? After hearing this sentence, the knight player stretched his ears, but there was no more to say. My friend, my information is not just hearsay or fake news. It was bought with real money, you say? The mage player explained. You. Take it, there's nothing more. The knight player understood in seconds. Everyone is out of the house. Calling brothers and sisters is just a joke, and there has never been goodwill for no reason. The reason why mage players talked to him was not only to pass the time, but also to earn some extra money. After the knight player understood this, he was not stingy and threw out a golden eagle dollar. Okay, I'll tell you a good story about that guy. The mage player put away the golden eagle dollar with a smile on his face. Although it is not the initial stage of Advent now, money is still important to ordinary players, and a golden eagle dollar is definitely a lot. The news must be accurate. If I find out that it is false, the next time I meet you, The knight player turned around to look at the mage player and carefully took note of the opponent's face. Don't worry, my sources are absolutely reliable. The mage player was calm on the surface, but he was still a little nervous inside. His news was all pieced together from various rumors in the guild, and he didn't know how credible it was. During the long queuing time that followed, mage players chatted about Lin Dong's story. In fact, his eyes were really sharp, which confirmed Lin Dong's identity. The world of Luoyang is very big, and there are many players. The player circle can be said to be big or small. In this circle, many things are spread through the world channel, the interaction of mailboxes between players and other means. As long as it is a major event that happened, it will definitely leave traces. The story of Lin Dong fighting out from the Golden Dandelion village, killing the 7 members of the Blood Dynasty by himself, and then overthrowing the elite team of the Sun Cult, has been widely spread, and he is one of the most famous ruthless people at the moment. The onlookers of that battle boldly speculated based on the logic of Lin Dong's behavior, thinking that he must have completed a major mission of the Luna Church, and the rewards were definitely beyond imagination. In the following time, the mage player reviewed all the news he knew, and then told the knight player from beginning to end. So, there is a reason why this one-eyed gentleman has a high reputation level. The mage player said and patted the knight player on the shoulder. Do you believe the stories you told? After listening to the mage player, the knight player felt that these deeds were a bit fanciful. How could the players at this stage be strong enough to confront the powerhouses of the Divine Order and send them away face to face? Did the priest named Angel really die in the hands of One Eye, and not because Shauna who accompanied him played some kind of trump card? Hee. If you don't believe me, you can ask yourself later. The mage player shrugged. I will. The knight player turned his head back, making a decision in his heart. Not long after their conversation ended, Lin Dong finished his business and came out of the quiet room. The priest who handed over various procedures to Lin Dong stood behind him and bowed slightly to express his respect. After seeing Lin Dong, the cavaliers clenched their fists nervously, and when the two were about to pass each other, they finally mustered up their courage. Friend, the knight player spoke up. What's the matter? Lin Dong raised his eyebrows and looked at the big man in silver armor in surprise. No, I recognized the wrong person. I'm sorry. The knight player squeezed out an ugly smile and took back the steps he had stepped out. That's good. Lin Dong didn't pay attention to this episode and walked out of the door between Shadow Moon's doors calmly. What's up? The mage player couldn't help laughing when he saw the knight player's deflated appearance. It's indeed a monster. The knight player didn't care about the attitude of the mage player. Looking at Lin Dong's back, his face was full of solemnity, and his back was covered with cold sweat. The original idea of the Cavaliers player was to take advantage of Lin Dong's inattention to get on the opponent's shoulder to explore the bottom. But he never expected that before his idea could be put into practice, Lin Dong had already turned around. The other party looked harmless to humans and animals at first, but at the moment of confrontation, there was a spear-like sharpness on his body, exuding a restrained and terrifying aura. Knight players have a passive skill similar to intuition, which can judge the approximate strength of the opponent based on the momentum of the enemy unit. The sense of oppression that Lin Dong brought to him has surpassed any individual he has faced so far, reaching the top position in the list. He just realized that if he made any unkind actions, he would definitely die. At this moment, he finally understood that the mage player's rhetoric was not empty talk. His golden eagle Yuan was not wronged, and it was worth it to meet such a ruthless person in this kind of place. Lin Dong didn't pay too much attention to the episode in Shadow Moon's door. After leaving the palace, he went directly to the stables and took Sleipnir away. During this period of time, this guy not only ate up all the radishes, but also robbed the fodder of the black horse next to him. He was indeed a bit of a bandit. Leading Sleipnir on the avenue of York City, he opened the system log casually to check the information during this period. Ding! Congratulations on completing the faction mission, the mystery of the ooze monster. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained rich experience points and 500 contribution points, and your prestige progress has been accumulated. Ding! Congratulations on raising your character level. Your current level is 23. Ding! The contribution of the Luna camp has accumulated, and the current balance is 500 points. Sure enough, there is only one level of improvement. Lin Dong was a little disappointed when he saw the final feedback. The so-called murder and arson gold belt. Unlike other players who need to be exploited by the god of the game, Lin Dong's world tree can forcibly cut off the drop mechanism of the Who system and completely retain all the dropped items. For others, the income from faction quests is the bulk of the adventure process, but to him it is just an extra. Being able to indirectly find such a large experience package like the Puppet Demon through the church's intelligence network, the overall result is still good. In addition, The contribution of faction task income has special uses, which cannot be ignored. The 100 points of free attribute gained from the upgrade, Lin Dong conveniently put it into the speed, making this attribute increase from 765 points to 865 points. After this 100-point attribute improvement, his speed attribute continued to be the best, completely ahead of everyone at the same level.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.